Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cash by Scott Hildreth. Narrated by Amelie Griffin and Rudy Sanda. Prologue. I wrapped my arms tightly around my midsection, hoping to ease my pain. Crying was inevitable. I simply hoped I could keep the tears at bay until I was alone. "You're telling me that someone hacked into my accounts, took all my money, and didn't leave a single trace?" I murmured. He lifted a 1-inch thick pile of paperwork from his desk and held it firmly between his thumb and forefinger. "We've got the account number that the money was initially transferred to, but the funds aren't there any longer." "There's gotta be some record of where the money went, right?" "There does," he said with a slight nod. "And there is, but—" My heart fluttered with hope. There had to be a way to find it. There simply had to. He set the stack of paperwork aside and shook his head. "I'm sorry to say the account no longer exists. The money was moved several times. At one point, the funds were split into multiple accounts. Then they were converted to cash. From that point, it's impossible to trace where the money went." My father's intelligence, coupled with a little luck in the stock market, had built the fortune, and I'd spent my lifetime acting as if it didn't exist. To think that someone managed to get my accounts, drain them of several $1 million, and do so without my knowledge or approval was incomprehensible. "But there's a name. There must be a name," I muttered. "An account can't be opened without a name and a social security number." His blank expression confirmed my fear. "Tell me you've got a name, John," I pleaded. "My dad hired you because you're the best." He laced his fingers and lowered his chin. "Neither my abilities nor the firm's security measures should be in question. Our system of checks and balances were met. Passwords were prompted and entered. Mothers' maiden names, high school mascots, everything seemed legitimate. On the surface, it appeared that you were the one transferring the funds. Your presence today, however, indicates you weren't. I'm truly sorry, Kimberly." My eyes thinned. "This was someone who knew me?" "It's difficult to say." "You said they had my passwords." "It could be someone you know, or it could be someone who used computer software devised to obtain such information." He lifted the stack of documents that he'd previously set aside and flipped through the pages mindlessly. "The FBI will be conducting an investigation. I'll forewarn you to reserve little hope the funds will be found. This isn't a common occurrence, but I have seen it happen before. Cash is impossible to trace." Impossible to trace unless someone knew where to look. I had my suspicions that it was someone I knew, someone I'd loved. The son of a bitch probably started planning to rob me right after he swept me off my feet. I should have known better than to ever let my guard down. Confiding in him that I had the nest egg was a mistake I'd undoubtedly regret until the day I died. Admitting now that I once loved him made me feel ill. Thoughts of my future reminded me of how bleak life would be without the interest income from my investments. I owned a cute little shoe boutique. It was my pride and joy, but it produced virtually no revenue. The earned interest of my inheritance was my main source of income. Without it, living day to day, even in my modest home, would be impossible. I stared blankly at him, waiting for something to change. For him to tell me there was something left, a crumb, a few $1,000s, something. He stood and straightened his tie. I'm sorry, Kimberly. I know Isaac and Janet are turning over in their graves about this. Fearing my legs wouldn't hold me if I stood, I chose to remain seated. As he came around the corner of his desk, the sorrow he wore caused my stomach to twist into a knot. Whoever did this was a professional? I pressed my forearms tight to my midsection. Someone who knew what they were doing. Someone who didn't leave a trail. Absolutely. It isn't that they didn't leave a shred of evidence, because they did. He exhaled a long breath. It's more difficult than that. When the funds were turned to cash, all traceable activity vanished. I drew a slow breath and then stood. After bracing myself on the arm of the chair, I met his sorrowful gaze. The FBI can't trace the cash? They'll try, but I have doubts they'll do anything in a manner timely enough to recover the funds. Cases like this are always shoved to the back burner, so to speak. To find this guy, a person would have to move quickly. Is that what you're saying? His gaze narrowed. For you to find him? I nodded. It would require more than moving quickly. It would entail finding a computer genius who was capable of hacking deep into the bowels of a financial network designed to thwart such activity. There's a handful of such people. They're either employed by the government or they're very anti-government, he explained. A hacker? A hacker who isn't opposed to breaking the law. They'd have to search without warrants or cause. The person in question would have to be a criminal with experience in manipulating funds. Not simply a criminal, a professional criminal. My mouth twisted into a smirk. He cocked an eyebrow. Do you know such a mastermind? I shrugged. Maybe. Eager to find my money and to bury the prick who stole it, I brushed the wrinkles from my dress and straightened my posture. Take your time giving the FBI any information they might need, I said. It'll buy me some time. I may need it. If you retrieve the funds before they do, there'll likely be no prosecution for the crime. I chuckled a dry laugh. If I catch this son of a bitch, there'll be nothing left of him to prosecute. 1. Kimberly. When it comes to relationships, forever doesn't mean forever. It means until something more exciting comes along. For 20 years, Marvin promised that the day would come when things would be different. For 19 of them, I believed him. Convinced that he was going to change, I lived hoping the next sunrise would bring with it a new life. One where I lived with the man of my dreams, not the one I was married to. But change never came. My fear of being labeled a failure prevented me from leaving him. Somehow comfortable in the awkward, one-sided relationship, I accepted that I'd simply be alone throughout our marriage. That fear was replaced by anger when I found out he'd been cheating on me for 2 decades. Humiliated, angry, and scared, I gathered my things and left one day while he was at work. Although it took time, I became comfortably independent. Confidence followed. I planted flowers. I learned to cook for one. I joined the YMCA. I ran a half marathon. I planted flowers. I developed routines. I cleaned house, repeatedly. I planted flowers. Eventually, I found new friends and developed a new way of enjoying life. And I planted more flowers. Yet, I remained single. Not by choice, either. A few years passed. Several drunken idiots hit on me, often saying things like, "Nice tits," or "Do women your age give head?" In my search for a new companion, I found no one who was looking for a true relationship. It seemed when people found out everything there was to find out about me, all they wanted to do was fuck me. I realized I may never find love. Then I accepted it as being inevitable. Even though I'd never felt better about myself, I feared I was simply incapable of garnering anyone's interest in the competitive SoCal singles scene. Initially, I blamed him for ruining my chances at living a normal life. He promised to cherish me and love me forever, despite what changes may come about in our lives. He took an oath that he broke repeatedly through dishonesty, infidelity, indifference, violent behavior, and sheer disrespect. I felt that I'd wasted 25 years of my life, a quarter of a century of dating and marriage, all for nothing. In the end, I realized it wasn't anyone's fault. It was just the way life unfolded. So, I accepted it as being nothing more than a speed bump on my life's freeway. Now, after nearly 4 years, that speed bump was standing on my porch. Dressed in my pajamas and house slippers, I stood in the doorway and stared at him. He had no right to simply show up at my home, and I was prepared to tell him so. I stepped through the door, gave him an evil glare, and raised my index finger. "I'm going to count to 3, and then—" "And then what?" he barked. He stepped off the back side of the porch and looked me over. "You look good, Kim. I miss fucking you." "I mean it," I snapped back, my voice thick with anger. "Get off my property or I'll—" "You'll what? You gonna scream?" A drunken laugh rumbled from his lungs. "I like it when you scream. Go ahead." "I'll call the police. In case you forgot, you're under a restraining order. You're not supposed to be here. Ever." I huffed out a sigh. "It's been almost 4 years. I'm over you. Get over me." "You're not going to call the cops." He grabbed at his crotch. "You want it, and you know it." He was an asshole by nature. When he drank, he was a belligerent asshole. He was 10 feet away, yet the smell of whiskey leaching from his pores enveloped me like a dense fog. Reasoning with him was going to be impossible. I decided to give my closing remark and return to the comfort of the queen-sized green tea mattress I'd purchased immediately following our divorce. "We haven't had sex in 5 years," I said with a laugh. "I don't want it. Now or ever. You're disgusting." Courage was something else that I developed after we parted. I liked my new life and the new me. Brimming with confidence, I turned and reached for the door. He grabbed my shoulder and spun me halfway around, almost knocking me down in the process. I swung my arms wildly, hoping to fight him off. His massive size and drunken determination, however, prevented me from succeeding. It seemed his angry hands were everywhere, groping and grabbing places I decided he was no longer entitled to grope and grab. "Stop it!" I screamed. Blindly, I pounded my fists into his face and neck. "Get off me!" "I'm going to fuck the shit out of you," he warned. "You look like you need it." If he was going to fuck me, he was going to have to kill me. I decided many years prior that he was never going to touch me again, and I was prepared to fight him like I feared nothing. One of my wild swings caught him right in the eye. In retaliation, he slammed me against the side of the house, knocking the wind completely out of me. While I sucked a choppy breath, he fumbled to find the door handle. With his attention diverted away from me and one of his hands busy, I attempted to knee him in the balls. My knee slammed against his thigh instead. A few wild swings of my clenched fists followed, as did several swift kicks toward his groin. I'd hoped to get him to turn me loose so I could either run inside or take off down the street. Instead of releasing me, his clenched fist came crashing into my jaw. The force of the blow almost knocked me off my feet. I stumbled across the porch as I tried to keep my footing. When everything came into focus, his twisted grin was the first thing I saw. The second was the neighbor from down the street, leaving on his motorcycle. Marvin pulled the front door open, laughing at my efforts to fight him off. I took advantage of this opportunity and leapt from the porch. Flailing my arms and screaming as I ran across the front yard, I made a beeline toward the flickering headlight of the neighbor's Harley. "Help me!" I came to a stop directly in front of the motorcycle's path. "He's trying to rape me!" The motorcycle swerved to miss me and came to a screeching stop at my side. The rider cut off the engine. Through his clear-lensed glasses, he looked at me with anger in his eyes. "What the fuck?" He unbuckled the strap on his helmet. "I almost hit you." He wasn't my neighbor, nor was he familiar. I didn't care. He was willing to listen, and that was all that mattered. I heaved to catch my breath and pointed toward my house. "He's trying to rape me." Before I had an opportunity to explain further, the biker was half the distance to my porch, chasing after my stupid ex, who was running toward his Mercedes-Benz. The biker tackled Marvin as if he were stopping him from scoring the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. Filled with confidence that the stranger would keep my asshole ex from attacking me again, I walked toward the two men. By the time I got there, Marvin was flat on his back and the biker was sitting on his chest. I leaned over them. "Who's getting fucked now, asshole?" I asked in a sarcastic tone. "Not me." "She's my wife," Marvin lied. "I was just—" "We're not married, you liar!" I bellowed. "We haven't been for almost 4 years." With his knees against Marvin's arms and his hands holding his wrists, the biker looked up at me. "What the fuck's going on?" "She's out of her fucking mind," Marvin said. "I'll tell you what's going on." "Shut the fuck up," the biker demanded. "Nobody's talking to you." "We divorced almost 4 years ago," I shouted. "I've got a restraining order against him. I haven't seen him in 18 months, and he showed up tonight and said he was going to fuck me. When I said no, he did this." I touched the tip of my index finger against my swollen cheek. The biker studied me. Upon seeing the damage that Marvin had done to my face, his expression changed from concern to rage. Without saying a word, he removed his helmet, tossed it aside, and then yanked Marvin to his feet. "You hit her?" he asked through clenched teeth. During my marriage, I was convinced that men didn't exist who were bigger than he was. The biker stood as proof that I was wrong. He towered over Marvin's 6'2" frame like a bearded giant. Marvin looked at me, scoffed, and then looked at the biker. "Sometimes women need it. She needed it." It wasn't the answer the biker had hoped for. His fist plowed into Marvin's face. A flurry of punches from the biker followed, each of which caused Marvin to crumble closer to the ground. After the last swing, a wild right hand came crashing against Marvin's jaw with a crack. His legs gave out, and he fell against his beloved car. Then, without throwing a punch or saying a word, Marvin slumped into a pile at the biker's feet. The lopsided fight took 15 seconds, if that. Marvin covered his bloody face with his hands and moaned. There's not a victim of abuse that doesn't wish she'd be given an opportunity to kick her attacker in the balls without fear of repercussion. If given a chance, any woman would jump at the occasion. So, that's what I did. I jumped. On Marvin's nuts, that is. With all my might, I stomped my heel into Marvin's overly active male anatomy. The air shot from his lungs with a grunt, and his body wadded into the fetal position. Damn. The biker looked at me, his mouth twisted into a smirk. That was cruel. I wasn't cruel. Marvin was cruel. After we divorced, he'd often stop by and threaten to burn down my house or kill my cat. My house was never touched. But one day, my cat disappeared. I despised him. I wished he would be hit by a passing truck while changing his tire on the 5. A recurring daydream of bits and pieces of his body being strewn along the freeway from Los Angeles to San Diego brought an odd sense of comfort when it came to mind. His leg in Costa Mesa for fucking the tattooed skank of a bartender at Twin Peaks, an arm in San Clemente for repeatedly dipping his dick in the anorexic receptionist at his office, his head in Oceanside for the fling with the 19-year-old Vietnamese girl who believed his promise of getting her legal citizenship. He didn't have enough body parts, nor were there enough cities along the interstate to toss them, for all the fucked up shit he made me endure. Cruel. I folded my arms over my chest. You don't know him like I know him. What he did tonight was nothing compared to what he's done to me for years. His face went stern. He's done this before? In so many ways that I lost count many years ago. He brushed his hair out of his eyes, removed his glasses, and studied me. An untrimmed beard covered his face, giving him a rugged, don't-fuck-with-me appearance. I looked him over. He was tall and built like an athlete. A black t-shirt clung tightly to his broad chest, and tattered jeans covered his long legs. A pair of lace-up leather boots finished off the biker ensemble perfectly. He looked mean, but if I'd learned anything in my 44 years, it's that a person's looks were no indication of who they were on the inside. Marvin groaned and attempted to stand. Without shifting his eyes away from me, the biker swung the toe of his boot into Marvin's crotch. The impact wadded him into a tight ball, ending any chance of him getting up for a long, long time. My rescuer undressed me with my eyes, and eventually met my gaze. "Cash," he said dryly. I coughed out disbelief and gave him an, "I can't fucking believe you" look. "You want me to pay you?" "No," he chuckled. "My name's Cash." Marvin remained incapacitated, moaning his displeasure into the warm night air. I studied the biker. His rough looks, disheveled appearance, and bloody knuckles convinced me that, in his presence, I would be safe. "Kimberly." I shook his hand. "Kimberly Welch. Thank you for helping me." He eyed me up and down. After pausing at my boobs for a moment, he looked me in the eyes and grinned. "I like your pussy," he said flatly. My face flashed hot. My lips parted, and although my mind wanted me to respond, My mouth had gone completely dry. Saying anything wasn't going to come easily. I pressed my tongue against the roof of my mouth and swallowed hard. Huh? His eyes dropped to my hardening nipples. Nice pussy. I glanced down, and then quickly realized what he was talking about. There was a cartoonish cat plastered across the chest of my pajama shirt. He didn't like my pussy at all. He was simply making fun of my late-night attire. Despite the awkwardness of having my ex-husband moaning in pain at my feet, I imagined riding away on the back of his bike and never looking back. It was nice to dream, if even just for a moment. I squeezed my biceps against the edge of my boobs, feigned a chill, and gave a quick curtsy. Thank you. The sound of police sirens wailed in the distance. He cocked his head to the side. One side of his mouth curled into a grin. Then he winked playfully. I gestured behind me. Sounds like someone called the cops. He looked me over, but didn't budge from where he was standing. If I had any common sense, I'd leave, he said dryly. I glanced at Marvin, and then met the biker's gaze. But you're going to stay? He took another look at my pussy and grinned. Yep.
2. Cash. In addition to housing our motorcycles and cars, the garage of our MC's clubhouse acted as a repair facility for all personal modes of transportation. Ghost lowered the Mustang's motor into the engine bay and checked the positioning. After satisfying himself that it was exactly where he wanted it to be, he looked up.
Like that waitress at the fish place in Oceanside?
No, this chick had more than big titties. She had some serious curves, perfect ass, nice thick legs, and she had good hair. Big hair. I conjured up an image of her perfectly round ass jostling up and down in her pajamas as she paced the driveway. My cock stiffened at the thought. I shifted my attention to Ghost and shook my head lightly. He gazed at the engine for a moment, and then looked at me.
Was she built like Amy Betterman?
Amy was a thick-legged cheerleader in high school that had nice tits and a spectacular ass. Although she sparked none of our interest during school, it was easy to look back at those days and wonder what was wrong with us when we were kids. The 5 of us would fight each other to get a shot at her now. Back then, all we wanted was a girl who was built like a pencil and wasn't afraid to put a dick in her mouth. Exactly, I blurted.
No shit.
His eyebrows raised.
She looked like Amy fucking Betterman?
Pretty much. But her hair wasn't blonde. It was kinda blackish.
It's funny. When we were kids, we all called her Butterman.
He reached for his bottle of beer.
We were fools. That was one fine bitch.
I was just thinking the same thing.
So, you just left?
He asked.
You didn't try to get in her pants?
She wasn't wearing pants. He sipped his beer.
Pants, shorts, whatever.
Pajamas. One eyebrow raised.
Bra?
Nope.
Cantaloupe-sized tits and a pajama top without a bra, and you just left?
He looked me over and then coughed out a laugh.
I'm calling bullshit.
I told you, the fucking cops showed up. While I was answering all the questions, some little short fucker escorted her up to the house. I didn't see her after that.
He's probably balls deep in that shit right now,
he said, stone-faced.
A big-dicked man in uniform is an irresistible combination.
Who says he's got a big dick? I asked in an irritated tone. He might be hung like a mouse.
You said the cop was a little short fucker, right?
Yeah. He came up to her shoulder. Why?
Little cops always have great big dicks,
He said matter-of-factly. I crossed my arms and gave him a look of disbelief. According to who?
Statistics. Little cops are always hung like mules.
Where the fuck do you get police dick data? Sounds like more of that fake news to me. He shrugged one shoulder.
It's common knowledge.
It's common bullshit, I said with a wave of my hand. Accepting that a height-challenged, big-dicked cop was fucking her while I answered a barrage of questions was impossible. If anyone should have been fucking her, it was me, and not some lame-assed cop that barely came up to her shoulder. I finished my beer and turned toward the trash can. She didn't seem to be the type that liked cops.
Looked like the type to find a clean-cut cop as a turnoff, huh?
He chuckled, and then peered into the car's engine bay.
She seemed to be more into ugly bikers.
I ain't ugly, motherfucker.
You're sure as fuck not pretty. Chicks dig a man in uniform, especially a cop. They see them as a protector, someone who can rescue them, keep them from harm, all that shit.
I was the one that rescued her, not the cop. I clenched my jaw at the thought of him winning and me losing. After a moment, I couldn't take it any longer. Chicks dig rough-looking fuckers like me, I said, more to convince myself than to convince him. He looked up.
If you say so.
I couldn't decide if the remark about Kimberly fucking the cop was meant to piss me off, or if it was truly what he thought had happened. Cops annoyed the fuck out of me, and if anyone knew it, he did. We grew up in Great Falls, Montana, 120 miles from the Canadian border. Be it my hatred of cold weather, the desolate countryside, or my desire to live somewhere that simply had more to offer, I decided after I graduated high school that I wanted to get as far away from Montana as possible. San Diego, California was the clear winner. The city offered everything that Great Falls didn't. Weather suitable for year-round motorcycle riding, beaches, and 2 million people to hide amongst. There were 5 of us that grew up together: Baker, Goose, Ghost, Tito, and me. We made a pact in 3rd grade that we would remain inseparable. The fact that we moved 1,500 miles away, as a group, confirmed our loyalty to one another. Upon settling in San Diego, we started an unconventional motorcycle club, and later added a 6th man, a military vet from Texas. Focusing on each of our individual strengths as small-time thieves, the club stole from those we felt weren't worthy of their wealth. As we grew older and more experienced, our jobs became more complex. Now, with more than 10 years of experience robbing Southern Californians of their treasures, no one's money was beyond our grasp. Ghost was built like a professional bodybuilder. He was the resident chief mechanic, go-fast guru, and the only member of the club that was willing to talk without chastising me for my thoughts. Although I was close friends with all the men, he and I talked about things I wouldn't eagerly share with the other men. Maybe I'll go by there and check on her, I said under my breath.
That cop's probably taking a shower right about now,
he said without looking up.
Hell, he might whip your ass for nosing around.
No cops whipping my ass, I assured him. He straightened his posture, looked me over, and shifted his attention to the Mustang's wiring harness.
Cops know all that pressure point stuff. Bet the fucker can touch your wrist with his thumb and bring you to your knees.
I hadn't had my ass whipped since I was in kindergarten, and he knew it. I choked on a laugh. Bullshit.
He'd wad you up in a ball if he wanted to,
he taunted. I twisted the toe of my boot back and forth on the floor between us, I'd squash him like a fucking bug. His eyebrows raised slightly.
Only one way to find out.
There wasn't a man on earth I feared, cops included. I tossed my bottle in the trash and turned toward my motorcycle. He chuckled a low laugh.
Where are you going?
Heading to Goose's place.
Not going to stop by that gal's house, are you?
I might, I said over my shoulder.
Better take a couple of the fellas with you, he said dryly. Just in case that little cop wants to protect what's his. Might take 3 or 4 men to whip him.
I didn't need help kicking any man's ass, and I was prepared to prove it. I stomped to my motorcycle and snatched my helmet off the handlebars.
Pics, or it didn't happen,
Ghost shouted. Baker, the MC's president, came around the corner as I was lifting my leg over the seat of my bike. He leaned his lanky frame against the concrete column and gave me a look. Pretty early for a beer run, he said. Where are you going? I pulled on my helmet. To take some pics. He stroked his beard and looked at me the way he always did, like I was an idiot. Of what? Little cops and big tits. I buckled the helmet strap and fired up the bike. In that order.
3. Kimberly. Jennifer was once Oceanside High's head cheerleader and all-around bubbly blonde bimbo. Now 50 and divorced with 2 adult children, she was reduced to being my ditzy blonde neighbor, sounding board, and best friend. Short and golden bronze from baking in the Southern California sun, her athletic size 4 frame and D-cup boobs attracted the immediate attention of most men. Hair color and Botox treatments masked her age, and she could easily pass for being in her late 30s. When she talked with me about sex, she acted like she was still 17. She leaned against the edge of my kitchen table, holding her coffee at arm's length. Her hands encompassed the cup like she was presenting me with a peace offering. She blinked a few times and then looked at me with dreamy eyes. Like Dwayne Johnson? I peered over the top of my cup and gave her a confused look. Who? The corners of her mouth turned upward. Dwayne Johnson. I have no idea who that is. Dwayne Johnson, she cooed. The Rock. The big bald-headed guy? She drew a long breath through her nose and then exhaled softly. Uh-huh. If there was ever a woman who lived vicariously through others, it was Jennifer. Our conversations were often about men and included detailed explanations of how she'd behave with them if she was given half a chance. No, I said. Not even close. More like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, only taller. Oh, she wrinkled her nose. That's not big. He was big, I assured her. He had a presence about him, too. She gave me a side-eyed look. If he was skinny like Brad Pitt, he wasn't big. I think this big thing was all in your head. You were drooling because he kicked Marvin's ass. I'm not you. I don't need a man in my life. He was big, and he was kind. Those are facts. There was no drooling going on. Your senses were distorted, she shrugged. It happens to the best of us. My senses were just fine. She pushed her coffee aside and leaned over the edge of the table. A serious look washed over her. I screwed the quarterback of the football team at a house party when I was in high school. On Monday, when I was bragging about it in gym class, I compared his cock to my wrist. Half the girls I was talking to gasped and said, You must have fucked a different Jeff Simmons than the one I fucked, because that Jeff Simmons had a dick the size of a grape. My eyes narrowed. A grape? A big grape? I chuckled. And you thought he had a monster cock? I was sure of it. I gave her a look. Where are you going with this? When I had sex with him, I was drunk. He was handsome and the quarterback of the football team. So, in my mind, he was hung. In reality, he wasn't. I think you're wanting this guy to be some oversized, muscle-bound hero. But if he's built like Brad Pitt, he's a skinny twit. The biker wasn't skinny, and he wasn't a twit. To satisfy her, and to end the lopsided conversation, I reluctantly agreed. Fine, I huffed. He was a skinny twit. He sounds like a douchebag, too. What'd you say his name was? She giggled. Dollar Bill? I sighed dramatically. Cash. She burst out in laughter. Oh, that's right. I knew it was something like Dollar Bill or Mr. Money. But cash? Really? That's ridiculous. He's a wannabe. Probably uses the bike to get laid. I forced a sigh. He wasn't a wannabe. He said his name was Cash. Her eyebrows raised. He's a wannabe. Maybe it was his last name. Maybe he wanted you to think he was cool. She waved her hand toward the front door. Is he one of those guys that's always riding up and down the street at midnight? I think so. They're young. One of her Botox-injected eyebrows arched a little. How old was he? I'd wondered the same thing. With the scruff on his face, it was hard to tell for sure. By my estimation, he was in his latter 20s or early 30s. Either way, he was far too young to be interested in me. That much I knew. I don't know, maybe 30. She smiled. A youngster. I shrugged one shoulder. Kind of. Young and skinny, she said. Not my type. I prefer bulging biceps, wide chests, and swollen traps of gym rats. Her ex-husband was her height and weighed close to 300 pounds. The only muscles he had were what he'd developed from simultaneously shoveling 7-Eleven's chicken wings and chimichangas into his mouth. I scoffed. Frank wasn't a bodybuilder by any means. That's why I had to drink 3 glasses of wine and take a Xanax before we had sex. She tapped the tip of her finger against her temple. In my mind, he was a gym rat. I finished my coffee and stood. Back to what I was saying. It's really bothering me that I didn't get a chance to thank this guy. I think I said thank you, but I can't really remember. Everything happened so fast, and then the cops were here. She shrugged. He might be one of those guys that's always riding down the street at midnight. Maybe you'll get a chance. I rinsed my cup and put it in the dishwasher. I doubt it. The sound of an approaching motorcycle caused me to shift my attention to the street. I filled with nervous hope as the sound grew closer. The rumble from a Harley's exhaust was something I'd become accustomed to over the years, as a group of bikers were constantly zooming up and down the block. I wondered, however, if each approaching bike would now bring butterflies to my stomach and a tingling in my nether region. My eyes went wide as the black Harley came into view, and then pulled into the drive. Jesus, Jennifer said. It sounds like we're being invaded. I wagged my finger toward the window. He just pulled in. Who? I swallowed heavily, wondering what caused him to stop by on a Saturday morning at 9:30. The skinny twit, I responded. She rushed to my side just in time to see him remove his helmet. Dressed in dark jeans, boots, and a faded black shirt that said, "Cars suck" across the chest, he looked every bit the part of the biker that he undoubtedly was. He set the helmet on his seat and sauntered up the driveway. Jennifer flattened her chest against the countertop and peered over the window ledge. He's not skinny. No. I admired his confident strut. He's sure not. He's, She swallowed and then let out a breath. He's sexy as fuck. He sure is. As he disappeared from our field of view, she gave me a curious look. Then the doorbell rang. She flipped her blonde curls over her shoulder and tugged her shorts out of her twat. Let him in. I gestured toward the door with my eyes. Go home. She coughed. I don't think so. Go home. Go to hell, she said. I brushed past her. Fine, but you're going to be quiet. You won't even know I'm here. I pulled the door open and smiled. Good morning. I felt Jennifer's breath against my left arm. I wanted to swat her like a picnic fly, but feared pushing her onto the floor might appear juvenile. As Cash pushed his hand into the pocket of his jeans, I took a step to my left and nudged her from his view. I wanted to make sure everything was all right. He wrung his hands together. Didn't get to see you after the cops got here. I'm just fine, thank you. The police were here until 4 a.m, asking questions and having me sign reports. It was a long night. I filled out a report too, he said. They'll probably see if our stories jive with one another. The sound of Jennifer's heavy breathing reminded me that she was still present. I stepped to the side and wedged her between my hip and the side of the console table. I looked at Cash and widened my eyes. You can come in if you'd like to. He stepped inside, glanced at her, and then looked at me. That's Jennifer. She was leaving. I shot her a look. Say hi before you go, Jennifer. She darted around me and extended her arm. I like your shirt. His shirt? Really? He grinned and shook her hand. Thanks. I gestured toward the front door with my left hand. Goodbye, Jennifer. I tilted my head toward the living room and offered Cash a smile. Come on in. With the speed of a rabbit on crack, Jennifer slammed the front door, shot into the living room, and came to a screeching halt on the end of the couch. Cash stepped into the room and gave it a precursory look. Jennifer forced a fake yawn and arched her back, heaving her massive boobs toward the ceiling in the process. Mentally, I rolled my eyes at her theatrics. The only way Cash wouldn't see her melon-sized mammaries was if he was blind. For whatever reason, however, he didn't seem to notice. Cash 1, Jennifer 0. I gave her a quick, laser-sharp glare. She crossed her tanned legs, flashed me a grin, and then looked at Cash. Do you live down at the end of the block? She asked. He sat in the chair at the corner of the room. No, one of the fellas I ride with lives down there. When I hear you guys ride by, it reminds me of that show on Netflix, she said. I've watched every episode. I've always been partial to motorcycles and muscles. Jennifer was flirtatious and outgoing, but she was acting ridiculous. For the last 4 years, all she'd done was complain about the late-night window rattling caused by the neighbors' loud exhaust. I sat at the opposite end of the couch from her and clenched my jaw tight to keep from calling her out on her fictitious claims of biker love. "Paints a pretty fucked-up picture of us, if you ask me," he said dryly. "Bikers aren't really like that." "I think the ones that ride in clubs are," she said. "The hardcore bikers." He glared at her. "Hardcore," he chuckled. "I've ridden a motorcycle every day for the last 10 years. Our club rode from here to Connecticut last year. We ate gas station burritos and slept beside our bikes in rest stop parking lots, using our jackets for pillows. 6,000 miles in 4 weeks. We make trips like that a couple of times a year. How's that for hardcore?" Cash, 2. Jennifer, 0. Riding across the country and using an asphalt parking lot for a bed sounded hardcore to me. My eyes shot to Jennifer, curious to see how she would crawl out of the hole she'd managed to dig. "Hollywood always glamorizes the violence. It doesn't surprise me that the show's a farce." She tossed her hair and gave him a semi-serious look. "If it bleeds, it sells, right?" "I guess so," he said dismissively. "So, you ride in a club?" I asked. He cupped his left hand over his clenched fist and nodded. "A small one." I studied him, wondering what he'd look like without the scruff on his jaw. The entire beard thing looked good while he was whipping my ex-husband's ass, but the longer I looked at it, the more I wanted it to disappear. Millennials with untrimmed facial hair that hung down to their chest ruined my desire to see a man use a beard as anything other than proof that he had a long, tiring weekend. "Maybe the bigger clubs do things differently," Jennifer said. "You know, like the Hells Angels." "If you say so," he said dryly. He brushed his hair to the side and looked right at me. "What?" "Huh?" I muttered. His eyes narrowed. "You were staring at me. Something wrong?" I shook my head. "Never mind. It's nothing." "You can't start explaining something and then say, 'It's nothing.'" He cocked one eyebrow. "What?" "It's nothing." He lowered his chin and raised both eyebrows. I sighed. "Is the beard a permanent part of who you are?" He stroked his jaw with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "I don't have a beard." I pointed toward the hall bath. "You might want to go look in the mirror." "It's not a beard." He rubbed the sides of his face with the palms of his hands. I haven't shaved in a while." "Is it common for you to go a month or so without shaving?" "I think it's sexy," Jennifer chimed. I shot her a quick glare. "Depends on what I've got going on," he said. "I'll shave when I get time." "So, you've been too busy to shave. That's your answer?" "I've been saving barefoot women from being raped, and then checking up on them to make sure they're doing all right." He crossed his arms over his chest and grinned a smug smile. "Yeah, been pretty fucking busy." I'd become used to Jennifer's in-your-face wit. Seeing his dry sense of humor was a nice change. Before I could devise a comeback, he continued. He nodded toward my feet, which were bare. "You ever find your shoes?" They were beside the porch. He glanced at Jennifer. "She your little sister?" "No, she's my neighbor. I shifted my eyes from him to her. She lives across the street, but spends most of her time here. I looked at him. We're friends. Sometimes I wonder, she whispered in a snide tone. He motioned toward the hallway with his eyes. You mind if I use your bathroom? Not at all. I pointed toward the hall bath. It's right there. He stood and then gave a nod to each of us before disappearing into the bathroom. As soon as the door latch clicked, Jennifer turned toward me and widened her eyes. He's a fucking amazing. Holy shit, girl. He's... She shook her head while she exhaled through her teeth. Sexy as fuck. Not a skinny twit, I whispered. Not at all. Her eyes darted toward the bathroom and then shot back to me. Did you see his boots? I did, but I didn't look at them. Why? They're like 3 feet long, she whispered. I grinned. Probably doesn't have a cock like a grape. I bet he's got a dick like a donkey. She took another look toward the bathroom. You should fuck him and then tell me about it. He's probably 15 years younger than me. Age doesn't matter. Bikers love MILFs. I wondered if she learned that tidbit of information on Netflix. I shrugged, knowing there wasn't much I could do to interest him in me, regardless. I'm not a mother, I said. You look like a MILF. And he didn't come here to check on you, she said. He came here to fuck. The thought was laughable. No, he didn't. The bathroom door opened. He walked into the center of the room, checked his watch, and then looked at me. I need to get going. I realized that I'd clung to the belief that Jennifer was right and hoped he was going to stay for a while. Feeling a little disappointed, I stood. Okay. He glanced at his watch again and then shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans. After rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet for a moment, his lips parted slightly. You want to go out tonight? He asked. Maybe get something to eat? I nearly fainted. With you? His brows knitted together. Who else would it be with? My mouth curled into a guilty smile. How old are you? His chin lifted slightly, as if he was proud of his intended response. 31. I tilted my head to the side and widened my eyes playfully. I'm 44. He pulled his right hand from his pocket and presented his empty palm. If I had a cookie, I'd give you one, but I'm fresh out. It doesn't bother you? His eyes thinned a little. To be cookieless? No, smartass, that I'm 13 years older than you. I don't give a fuck how old you are, he said. I like feisty women. You stomped your ex's nuts in the driveway. That's pretty feisty in my book. I scrunched my nose. You want to take me out because I stomped Marvin's nuts? Yeah. There's other reasons, too. I cocked my hip and flashed a slight smile. Like what? You got the second nicest ass I've ever seen. Who had the first? I snapped back. He chuckled. Some chick in 4th grade. I was playing second fiddle to a 4th grader with an award-winning ass. I didn't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but I took it as one. His delivery of it brought out the devil in his eyes. Seeing it secured the dinner date. I simply needed to know how to dress. My eyes widened in wonder. Would we go on the bike? Yep. Because cars suck? Yep. I'd love to, I said with a nod of reassurance. 7 sound good? I fought to keep from smiling. Sounds great. All right, then. He looked at Jennifer. Nice to meet you. He gave me a quick study, grinned, and turned away. After taking a step toward the door, he paused and glanced over his shoulder. Almost forgot. You've got cool hair, too. That was the other thing. Then he left without another word. It was 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and I felt invincible. I had a great ass, cool hair, and I was going on a date with a hardcore biker. Cash, 4. Jennifer, 0. Kimberly, 3.
4. Cash. I pressed the tine of my fork through my third enchilada and hesitated. I searched my mind for any recollection of being on a conventional date with a woman and came up with nothing. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten in a restaurant with anyone other than my brothers in the club. I wasn't relationship material by anyone's standards. Committing to the MC was the only vow I planned on ever taking. I was considered irreverent by most who met me. Thoughts spewed from my mouth unfiltered, and I offered no apologies for offending the recipients of my opinions. Men feared me. Those who didn't respected me. Women, on the other hand, saw me as a calloused asshole. As fate would have it, I was a take-me-as-I-am type, and didn't care what others thought. The way I was, however, didn't open many relationship doors. Kimberly peered over the salted rim of her margarita glass. It's crazy how different everything seems when you're on a motorcycle. I've been coming here for years, and I've never noticed much about this neighborhood until tonight. Maybe it's because I wasn't boxed in. There's a 360-degree field of vision on that thing. Sitting across the table from her and maintaining any level of civility wasn't easy. Every time her pouty lips parted to take a bite of food, I imagined sticking my dick in her mouth. So far, I'd received no less than a dozen imaginary blowjobs from her while watching her nibble on her bowl of chili verde. She wore her hair up. Typically, I preferred a woman's hair to be worn down. Seeing the definition in her jawline, the tanned, smooth skin of her neck, and her unobstructed eyes caused me to reconsider my preferences. At least with her. Cage. With the fork still hovering over my plate, I paused and met her gaze. You weren't in a cage. That's the difference. Her nose wrinkled. Cage? A car. Biker lingo for a car is a cage, I explained. When you get in one, you're like a caged animal. The difference between a bike and a car is the difference between being free and being caged in a zoo. I've never looked at it like that. I lifted a chunk of enchilada to my mouth. I can't help but look at it like that. She sipped her drink. How long have you been riding? Got my first mini bike at 6. Been riding ever since. I'm guessing you don't have a car? I've got a truck. I put down my fork and took a drink of beer. A truck is a tool. It's a necessity. I don't have a car, though. Cars suck. Remember? She laughed. That was a cute shirt. Cute? I lowered my bottle and glared at her jokingly. That wasn't the look I was going for. Maybe cute wasn't the perfect choice of words. If you thought it looked cute, then cute was the perfect choice. Hell, it's the only choice. I always say what comes to mind, not what I think someone wants to hear. You shouldn't second-guess yourself. She tilted her head to the side and gazed through me. It was pretty cute. Cute it is, then. I like the way you think, she said. In the midst of my fourth enchilada, I looked up. Be careful saying shit like that.
Shit like what?
That you like what I'm thinking.
Why?
You don't know what I'm thinking, I said. You only know what little I've decided to share with you. She looked me over. One corner of her mouth curled into a curious grin.
You're not sharing all of your thoughts?
Nope. She rested her cheek against her hand and batted her eyes.
Why not?
Because if I told you everything, you'd get up and leave.
Try me.
I hoisted my fork. Can I finish my meal first?
You're not going to offend me.
I took the bite and laughed. There's no doubt I'll offend you. The question is whether or not I'll offend you so much that you'll want to leave.
Now you've got my interest.
She leaned forward and widened her eyes.
You've got to tell me what you're thinking.
Fine. Just remember, I wagged my finger at her. You asked for it.
Don't worry about me,
she said mockingly.
I'm a big girl.
I took a sip of beer and studied her for a moment. I had my doubts that she'd accept everything I had to say without getting pissed off. But she asked for my thoughts, so I decided to give her exactly what she wanted. Every time you open your mouth, I imagine you wrapping those thick lips around my cock. And when that truck pulled out in front of us and your big soft titties smashed against my back, all I could think about was sticking my dick between them and titty-fucking you until I came all over that pretty little face of yours. I pointed at her with the neck of my beer bottle. And don't even get me started talking about that ass of yours. I can't even look at it without getting hard.
My second-place ass makes your dick hard?
She grinned.
Does that mean it's a second-rate dick?
She didn't seem mad, which surprised the shit out of me. I held her gaze while I leaned back in my chair. My cock is first-rate. Your ass is, too.
You said the girl in 4th grade had a better ass. Mine was second best.
That was 10 hours ago. I pointed at her butt with my eyes. It's a first-place ass now. She took a moment to absorb the remark, seeming content with my opinion of her ass. While I waited for her to address the other comments, she raised her hand to her face.
These pouty little things?
She wiped the tip of her finger along her bottom lip.
You think they're big?
DSLs if I've ever seen 'em.
I think they're thin.
She had the best set of lips I'd ever seen. I leaned forward and widened my eyes. Your lips aren't thin. They look fucking amazing. Sexy as fuck, too. Why would you say they're thin?
Have you ever seen the people who are so tan that they look like fools? You know, the ones who spend all day at the beach and then go to the tanning booth to top it off? They're so dark that they look ridiculous.
Her skin was dark bronze in color, resembling that of Hispanic men who spent all day working in the sun. The tone seemed natural, and I guessed she spent most of her free time at the beach to obtain such a glowing tan. The fake-baked idiots she spoke of were often the amateur actors and actresses who plagued Southern California's gyms, bars, and nightclubs. I've seen a few of those idiots, I said. Why?
Well, they look that way because when they look in the mirror, they don't perceive themselves as being tan. I'm that way with my lips. When I look in the mirror, I think I need lip injections.
You getting lip injections would be like Dolly Parton getting a boob job. She laughed.
Another boob job?
I arched an eyebrow. Another? She shrugged.
They're fake.
I wrinkled my brow in disbelief. No shit.
As fake as Ben Affleck's hair.
The dude from Armageddon? His hair's fake? He's got good hair.
He doesn't have good hair. He's got a good toupee. His hair is as fake as Dolly's tits,
she said with a smile.
I love Armageddon, by the way.
The movie was one of my all-time favorites. A group of misfit oil drillers sent into space to detonate a bomb at the core of an asteroid that was headed toward Earth sounded like a ridiculous plot. The secondary plot of the love story between Ben Affleck and Liv Tyler made the movie well worth watching. I had yet to admit to anyone that it was a guilty pleasure of mine. I'd seen the damned thing more times than I could count. I reached for my beer and then realized it was empty. After pushing it aside, I looked at her and grinned. If they asked you to go out in space and blow up an asteroid, and there was a high probability that you'd die in the process, would you do it?
Would doing it save the world?
Yeah, I said. Same circumstances as the movie. Would you do it?
I always wanted to blow something up just because I think it would be fun. But I prefer it to be here on Earth, not in space. Detonating a bomb is high on my bucket list. To answer your question, yes, I'd volunteer to blow up the asteroid and save the world.
She tilted her head in my direction.
Same question to you.
Being an astronaut was on the top of my career lists as a kid. That and being a comedian. Fuck yes, I responded without a moment's thought. I've always wanted to be an astronaut. Blowing up an asteroid would be fucking awesome. She took a sip of her margarita and then another. A serious look washed over her.
What satisfaction do guys get out of titty-fucking women anyway? It seems pretty ridiculous to me. Floppy boobs over a warm, tight pussy?
Damn, I said, choking on a laugh. That came from left field. She cocked her head and gave me a playful side-eyed look.
You said you wanted to titty-fuck me. I don't understand the fascination.
I shrugged. It's fun.
For you?
You don't like it? I asked.
It'd be hard to say. The only person that's ever done it was an asshole.
She glanced away and shrugged.
I really didn't get into it.
That dude from last night? She nodded.
Marvin.
Marvin? I laughed. That's his name?
Yeah.
You should have known he was a turd when he told you his name. I bet there's not a Marvin on Earth that's a solid dude. She twisted her mouth to the side and seemed to drift off into deep thought. After a moment, she looked at me.
Marvin Gaye's the only one that comes to mind.
One worthwhile Marvin. And his dad shot him. Her face went somber.
That was so sad when it happened.
When was it? I asked.
1984, I think.
I wasn't born yet.
I was 11. The Olympics were here in California, and I fell in love with Jake in 16 Candles. Other than that, you didn't miss much.
I wish I was born earlier. Her nose wrinkled.
You want to be older?
I just wish I could have experienced some of the stuff from the 60s and 70s. Her face glowed with wonder.
Like what?
Woodstock, the Vietnam War, Kennedy being shot, disco, protests, riots, you name it. The 60s and 70s would have been awesome.
If you could go back in time and change one thing, what would you do? She asked.
My response was immediate. I'd toss Lee Harvey Oswald out the 6th floor window before he took that shot.
Why that, of all things?
Because I think the world would be a better place if Kennedy would have remained president. Everything went to shit after that. Johnson, the war, Watergate, all the lies. Kennedy would have paved the way for a better nation and a better way of life. That's my opinion. What would you change? Wearing a slight smile, she gazed blankly at me for some time before responding.
I'd do the same thing, she said, but with John Wilkes Booth.
The guy that shot Lincoln? She nodded.
Yeah.
Fuck. I let out a sigh. I wish I would have picked that shithat instead of Oswald. The corners of her mouth curled up just a little.
Why?
That guy was a fucking shithat. The war was over, and he didn't even realize it. It still makes me mad when I think about it. One half of the United States believed in slavery so much that they were willing to kill their brothers to convince them they were right. I've never been able to understand that. We're talking about human beings. Who in their right mind could think keeping someone as a slave was humane? It's impossible for me to comprehend. I pushed my plate to the side. Still makes me mad to think about it. Yeah, I want to go back in time and choke that prick out. She tilted her head to the side and rested her cheek against her hand.
Did you do well in school?
I hated school. Damn near flunked out. Loved reading, though. I just hated authority.
You're intelligent. I can't believe you hated school.
I shook my head. I'm not intelligent. I'm just not stupid. She tilted her head to the side.
Do you know when World War I started?
On June 28th, 1914, they assassinated Franz Ferdinand. The war started right after that. Why?
What about World War II?
What about it?
When did it start?
I wrinkled my nose. You don't know when it started?
I want to know if you know, she said.
History was a subject that I knew a lot about. Reading about the past experiences and expectations of our country and other countries let me form opinions of what was right and what was wrong based on the mistakes and choices of others. Although no other subjects interested me in school, history fascinated me. Germany attacked Poland on September 1st for no reason, I said. The Prime Minister of Britain declared war against them for it on September 3rd. It was 1939.
What's the speed of sound? She asked.
I glared at her. How the fuck would I know? She laughed.
You fascinate me.
Did you expect me to know the speed of sound? Her eyebrows and her shoulders raised in unison.
What? 1,088 feet per second is hard to remember?
I looked her over. You're pretty fucking fascinating, too. So far, talking to her was more fun than eating. I found it hard to believe, however, that she hadn't complained about me revealing my thoughts to her. I'm surprised you didn't get mad about what I said earlier. I'm not used to women taking things in stride.
I'm 44, not 17, she said with a laugh. Blowjob talk doesn't scare me.
I expected her to get up and throw her napkin at me when I revealed my thoughts. The fact that she didn't caused me to view her differently than the barflies I was used to. I admired her for a moment, recognizing her self-confidence and how comfortable she was in her own skin. My attention quickly went to her full lips and stayed there for a few long seconds. I decided to reveal my immaturity, push the envelope a little, and test her threshold for sexual banter. I want your mouth on my cock, I said matter-of-factly. She rested her big titties against the edge of the table and looked me in the eyes. My mouth fell open as she dragged the tip of her tongue from one side of her upper lip to the other and back.
You're really wanting me to wrap these puppies around that big dick of yours and suck it, aren't you? She asked in a low, sultry tone.
My cock rose to attention the instant she said suck. I cleared my throat. Uh-huh. She made a V with her hands and then rested her chin against her palms. A guilty smile followed.
You wouldn't close your eyes, would you? You'd watch these thick lips slide up and down your swollen shaft until you got ready to explode. Would you come on my face or deep in my throat?
My dick was testing the tensile strength of the Levi's denim that kept it hidden from view. Uncomfortably hard and throbbing against the inside of my jeans. I pushed down on it with the heel of my palm, only to realize it was so stiff that it hurt. I swallowed heavily. Your throat. She gripped her neck lightly with the web of her hand, and then stroked it slowly. I'd love it if you pumped my throat full of cum. I'd be soaked when it was over, I can tell you that much. A light moan escaped her. She shook it off, and then peered into my desire-filled eyes. Maybe one day we'll reach that point. What? One day? I squinted. Not tonight? No. She sat up straight and shook her head. Not tonight. My cock didn't take no as an acceptable response. I didn't either. Why not? You got some stupid rule about sucking a cock on day one? No, it's not that. If I suck your cock tonight, you'll get what you're after, she explained. Then I might not ever see you again. I don't want to take that chance. I'd like to see you again. I like you. So far, anyway. She needed a nudge, and I was prepared to give one. Whether you see me again depends on how good you are at sucking dick. If you suck it like a pro, I'll make sure you see me again. Her eyebrows raised. Believe me, I'm good enough at it that I'd own you after the first time I did it. I let out a laugh. Own me? That's right. Own. I don't care how many times you've had your dick sucked. You haven't had a real blowjob until I've sucked your dick. There wasn't anyone who could own me from performing a sexual act, regardless of what it was. Nonetheless, her bragging and teasing was working. I wanted my dick in her mouth so bad my stomach twisted into a knot. Prove it, I said. She shook her head. Not tonight. I wedged my hands under my armpits and gave her a look. I don't believe you. She shrugged. Okay. There was a fine line between making sexually suggestive comments and being a complete asshole, and it was a line I tried not to cross. I decided to change the subject. How'd you know I wear a size 13? I asked. Just a guess. I pressed my palm against my cock and almost sprained my wrist in the process. Her teasing about being a professional dick sucker was working, and working well. My stiffy was redefining what it meant to be hard. I decided one last half-hearted request wouldn't hurt. You sure about this not tonight shit? My voice was laced with hope, like a kid asking to open one of his Christmas presents on Christmas Eve. What about just a taste? Not tonight, she said dryly. She wasn't like the women who normally gave it up as soon as I asked for it. She was playful, sexy, liked history, and she had guts. Fine, I said. Not tonight. Hopefully one day, she said with a smile. We really need to change the subject, I said with an exhaustive sigh. My dick's so hard it hurts. She looked under the edge of the table. Upon seeing me wrestling with my woody, She shifted her eyes to meet mine.
Could you move your hand, please?
I raised my hand so she could see it. Her eyes fell to my lap. After a short study, she looked up.
Impressive.
Not impressive enough to make you reconsider?
Afraid not.
We talked about food, motorcycles, and, of all things, the advantages of buying quality tires versus cheap ones. It came to me as the evening ended that I liked being in her presence, which was something new to me. It wasn't as if someone flipped a light switch, or that I was slapped with the hand of reality. It resembled warm molasses slowly oozing over my body, engulfing me in a new belief. After I paid the bill, we both stood.
I really had fun, she said.
So did I. Do it again tomorrow? I asked.
How's next weekend sound? She replied.
It sounded like it was a fucking week away. I didn't want to go a week without seeing her again. I wasn't sure if it was the lure of the blowjob or if it was the differences I saw in her that caused me to be drawn to her. I guessed it didn't matter. I felt how I felt, regardless. It sounds like it's a week away.
I'm not having sex with you tomorrow, Cash.
What if I said I didn't want you to? If I just wanted to spend some more time talking? Her eyes widened a little.
It won't be about sex?
I won't even mention it.
Promise?
I clenched my fist and extended my arm. She looked at it, and then at me.
Is that what you do to make a promise?
It's a biker thing. She locked eyes with me and pounded her fist against mine.
Tomorrow night sounds fine. My house at 6?
Good with me.
Come hungry, she said. I'll have something for us to eat.
Eating dinner at a chick's house without having sex was another first for me. Knowing I wasn't going to get so much as a blowjob out of the deal would normally turn me away. As I stood there and admired her golden brown eyes, I really didn't give a fuck one way or another if we had sex. Kicking it with her and having another meal together would be a nice change of pace. I'm looking forward to it, I said. The fact that I was eager to see her again should have bothered me, but it didn't. For the time being, I decided to blame my desire on the lure of an awesome blowjob and her interest in discussing history. I gestured toward the exit, hoping that was all it was. If it was anything else, it didn't fit my lifestyle. Not at all.
5. Kimberly. Sundays were the one day I didn't bother setting an alarm. My boutique was closed, I had no obligations with others, and had nothing I needed to do. For me, it was a day of resupplying my mind and body with rest. Someone banging on my door stirred me from my sleep. I glanced at the clock. An 8 o'clock in the morning invasion could only come from 2 walks of life: the police or Jennifer. With some reluctance, I tossed the blankets to the side and rolled off the edge of the bed. After glancing in the mirror, I pulled my matted hair into a ponytail and walked into the living room. The knocking continued, so rapidly that it eliminated the police from being the culprit. I meandered to the door and yanked it open. Dressed in sweats, slippers, and a hoodie, Jennifer slid past me and shuffled toward the kitchen. She looked like she just got out of bed. "Seriously?" she said over her shoulder. "You haven't had coffee yet?" I turned to face her. I was asleep. She dropped a pod into the machine and grabbed a cup from the cupboard. "He just dropped you off?" "Huh?" "It was like, I don't know, 10 after 11 or something. He pulled up, you got off the bike, and then he just left. What happened? Was he a douche?" No. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. He was awesome. She shot me a look of disbelief. So awesome that you didn't invite him in? I opened the cupboard and grabbed a cup. We had a great time. Is he a weirdo? No, he was nice. She pulled the hood off her head and glared. But you guys didn't fuck. No, we didn't. She opened the fridge and grabbed the cream. He didn't want to? He did want to. I said no. She slammed the carton of cream down beside her coffee and faced me. What is wrong with you? She screeched. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time, I said in a regretful tone. Kind of. You'll never see him again. He's coming over tonight. Her eyes shot wide. What? I pushed her aside and set my cup under the machine's spigot. He's coming over for dinner. Thank God all's not lost. She exhaled a long breath and then lifted her cup. You better get on that dick like a rat on cheese, though. Oh? I widened my eyes in false wonder. Should I? If you don't, it'll be the last you see of him, she said with a nod. He's giving you a second chance. If you don't take it, he'll be gone. According to who? She sipped her coffee and then shrugged. SOA? Your stupid biker show? It's not stupid. It's informative. She shuffled to the kitchen table and sat down. Bikers don't linger long. They're free spirits. If you don't give it up, he'll find someone who will. I finished making my coffee and then joined her at the table. Egging Jennifer on was one of my all-time favorite things to do. Maybe I'll give him a blowy tonight. She gave me a long, open-mouthed stare. What? I asked. That's your plan? A blowy? I nodded. Maybe, if he's lucky. She laughed hysterically. Upon catching her breath, she gave me a crazy-eyed look. Are you in high school? Blowjobs are like an appetizer for a meal. They're supposed to lead up to something better. They're not the main event. I guess that depends on who's giving them. I know how to suck a dick, believe me, she scoffed. And I've never sucked one that didn't lead to sex. You're abnormal. Says who? Says me. I'm perfectly normal. You've told me stories about having sex with 10 different guys over the course of one summer. She shrugged dismissively. So? That's not normal. It was at my high school, she said snidely. Not everyone goes to a private school. Attending a private school has nothing to do with it. She gazed down her nose at me. Private school leads girls to believe that blowjobs are a replacement for sex, and they're not. I chuckled. So, if I want to keep him around, I should ride his dick? She looked at me like I was insane. I didn't say that. You should ride his dick because riding dicks is much better than not riding dicks. If you don't hop on it quick, he'll ride off into the sunset, never to be seen again. I had no idea if she was right or wrong. Bikers, in general, were free-spirited. It didn't mean Cash would be incapable of commitment. I feared if I had sex with him that I might not see him again. I'm too old to be screwing random guys, I said. I want a relationship. He's 30, Kimberly. He's not going to want to be in a relationship. A 30-year-old man wants a 20-year-old girl. I shook my head. I don't believe that. I may be wrong. She raised both brows. Even if I am, he's still a biker. He doesn't want a relationship. He'll fuck you and then he'll push you away. It's what they do. You better get that dick while you can. One of my employees had been in a relationship with a biker for a long time. I hadn't heard her mention him for a while and wondered if he was still around or if he'd pushed Tisha away. I hoped Jennifer was wrong. I stared back at her, wondering if, for once, she was right. After wiping his plate clean with the corner of his bread, he poked the last remaining piece into his mouth and leaned away from the table. "You're not a chef or anything, are you?" What he was wearing resembled what he'd worn the other 3 times that I'd seen him. Jeans, a t-shirt, and boots. The gray shirt was free of any logos or sayings and clung to his body tightly, leaving nothing to the imagination. The fitted shirt, when combined with his whisker-free jaw and tight-fitting jeans, made him look less rugged, but no less harmful. He had an unmistakable presence about him that warned anyone with an ounce of common sense to turn in the other direction. I wondered if that, at least in part, was one of the things that drew me to him. I peeled my eyes away from his handsome face and met his gaze. "No, I'm not a chef." "Maybe you should be. Woman, you can cook." He patted his flattened hands against his stomach. "I can't believe you made that bread from scratch." "Bread is as simple as it gets," I said. "Sugar, salt, flour, and yeast. That's it." "It tasted more complicated than that." "It wasn't." "Well, that was as fine a meal as I've ever eaten, and I've eaten from California to Connecticut, and from Seattle to Sarasota." Hearing a man pay such a compliment to my cooking made me swell with confidence. I'd spent my adult life cooking for someone who expected everything and appreciated absolutely nothing. The change was welcomed. Beaming with pride, I flashed a smile. "Thank you." He gave a slight nod. "I was taught to give credit where credit is due." "I'm glad you liked it." "So, if you're not a chef, what do you do for a living?" "I sell awesome shoes to women who want to wear something fashionable, yet affordable." He grinned. "Shoes, huh?" "I've got a little boutique in Old Town." "Must be successful at it. Old Town is pricey when it comes to rent." It surprised me that he knew how overpriced the area was. I rolled my eyes and let out a breath of frustration. "It is, but I love the location. I basically break even every month. If it was somewhere affordable, I'd make money. I doubt that it'd be as successful, though." His brows knitted together. "How do you get by?" "I've got a little nest egg my parents left me," I admitted. "I live off the interest." "Must be a hell of a nest egg to live off the interest." A twinge of regret poked at me for mentioning my inheritance. I wasn't embarrassed about living off it, but it certainly wasn't a source of pride either. Furthermore, I rarely mentioned it to anyone, and telling Cash about it seemed rather premature. "I live modestly," I said, hoping to change the subject. I arched a curious eyebrow. "What do you do?" "I manage car washes." It wasn't at all what I expected. "I bet that's a pretty stress-free gig." "It is. Keep the chemicals filled, make sure the pumps aren't leaking, and keep the mud traps cleaned on a regular basis." We use the best soaps and waxes there are, so the customers stay pretty happy. Do you have partners? His eyes thinned a little. Why would you ask that? You said we. I shrugged. I just guessed that meant there were others involved. There's 5 of us. Well, 6, really, if you include the asshole that owns the corporation. That's why I work for myself, I said. I don't have to worry about having an asshole boss. Bosses suck. I chuckled. Bosses and cars. Agreed. He stood and reached for my plate. I don't know which one is worse. What are you doing? I asked. His eyes darted around the kitchen. You don't have a maid, do you? No. Well, this shit ain't gonna pick itself up, he said. I wondered if he was attempting to earn a blowjob, or if I was seeing Cash in his natural state. Let me help you, I offered. Stay where you are, he growled. I mean it. You cooked it, I'll clean it up. I've got this. I did as he asked, and watched admiringly as he rinsed the dishes, loaded the dishwasher, and wiped the countertops down. In my 20 years of marriage, my husband didn't do the dishes once. Further convinced that it was Marvin who was the oddity, I smiled as Cash returned to the table and sat down. Are you trying to earn a blowjob? I told you I wasn't going to mention it, and I won't. He hadn't said a word about it, which I found impressive. You've held up your end of the promise. You haven't mentioned it. But did you clean up the dishes because you hoped it'd get you one step closer to a blowjob? I cleaned up the dishes because it was the right thing to do. I might look like a thug, but I was raised by a good woman. Just don't cross me. I'm that best friend worst nightmare guy. I wrinkled my nose. The what? I'm either a person's best friend or their worst nightmare. He reached for his glass of wine, took a drink, and winced at the taste. His mouth twisted into a smirk. I'm not going to try to convince you I'm a good guy, because I'm not. I'm an asshole. What you're seeing is an abnormality. With most women, if you weren't giving up the pussy on that first night, I'd have been long gone. I felt an odd sense of honor that he chose to stick around. I was intrigued as to why. Why are you here? I think it was the discussion about history. Never met a chick that talked about that. You're different. It might be my age, I admitted. I'm not going to sit and giggle while you flex your biceps. Is that what you're used to? He grinned. Kind of. Flex your bicep, I said jokingly. He looked at his empty wine glass and then at me. His eyes were smiling. Maybe later. While he glanced around the room, I admired him. Despite Jennifer's early comments to the contrary, he was a big man. Be it that he was a hardcore biker, or that he simply possessed a certain aura about him, he was unmistakably masculine. So much so that it was scary. His worst enemy comment piqued my curiosity to a point that I had to ask. What's the worst thing you've done to someone who's crossed you? His gaze dropped to the center of the table. You don't want to know. I do. He shook his head. I won't tell you. Why? His gaze met mine. There's some things that shouldn't be talked about. I just want to know. I don't know you well enough to tell you. You don't trust me? No, he said. I don't. I wasn't appalled, but the remark was far from flattering. Why not? Why should I? He asked. You haven't earned it. I considered his response. I hadn't earned it, but I hadn't given him a reason not to either. He looked me in the eyes. "Do you trust me?" "I do." "Well." He pursed his lips and looked away. "You shouldn't." "Are you trustworthy?" "I am, but you don't know that about me." His expression turned to serious. "You shouldn't trust people until they earn your trust. People aren't always as they seem." He was right about that. "Point taken," I said. "I stabbed my knife through a guy's hand once," he said without an ounce of emotion. "Pinned it to a wooden picnic table. That's probably the 5th or 6th worst thing I've done to someone who's crossed me." "Oh my God," I gasped. "What did he do to deserve that?" "He stole the tips off my exhaust pipes." It seemed a bit extreme. If someone took the mufflers off my car, I'd laugh about it the entire time I was on the phone with the police. The look on his face, however, told me this was no laughing matter to him. "So, you stabbed his hand to a picnic table?" I asked. "Yep." "Wow. Were they expensive?" "Doesn't matter if they were worth $5 or $5,000, he snapped. "He was a fucking thief. Not much worse than that in my book." I wondered if Jennifer was right, if Cash was simply trying to push me away. If that was the case, I was going to buck him every step of the way. It would take more than stories about makeshift crucifixions of exhaust pipe thieves to get me to turn and run. "How long ago was your last relationship?" I asked. "Easy one to answer," he said. "Never." "You've never been in a relationship?" "Nope." "Not even a short one?" I asked. "One that failed?" "Nope. Don't get me wrong, I've been on some dates." He lowered his gaze for a few seconds and then looked up. "Kind of. Not really dates, but you know. I've taken a few chicks out over the years, but I've never stuck with it long enough to call it a relationship." I gave him a puzzled look. "Why?" "No one ever gave me a reason to stick around," he said. "I know it's not what you're looking to hear, but women are all the same. I've been with my fair share of them, and other than the way they look, they're all the same. So far, I haven't met one that has enough redeeming qualities to cause me to want to stay for longer than a few minutes. I had many redeeming qualities. I simply didn't know if I had qualities that he would see as redeeming. I did know that there were 3 ways to get to a man's heart, and I'd already offered him one. So I stood, lowered myself onto my knees, and offered him the second one.
6. Cash. She stood without speaking. I assumed she was going to crack open another bottle of wine. Much to my surprise, she took a step away from the table and then crouched down in front of me. She looked up. Her brown eyes were filled with want.
"Put your dick in my mouth," she whispered.
Desire pumped through my veins like liquid fire. My cock throbbed. There was a long list of things she could have said that I would have objected to. Putting my dick in her mouth wasn't one of them. I sprung from my seat, reached for my zipper, and then hesitated. I'd made a promise to her the night before, and I needed to make sure I wasn't breaking it. She said she'd agree to see me again if my reason for wanting to see her wasn't about sucking my dick. "What if I said I didn't want you to?" I asked.
"It's not about sex?"
"I won't even mention it," I assured her.
"Promise?"
I agreed, making a promise that I wouldn't ask for a blowjob. More specifically, that I wouldn't even mention it. If I didn't talk about it, I would be keeping my promise to her. Normally, I'd have stuffed my cock down her throat, talking shit the entire time she gagged on it. It wasn't going to be an easy task to keep my mouth shut, but if she was half as good at giving head as she thought she was, there would be other opportunities for me to talk shit, because I'd be back for more. I unzipped my zipper and zipped my lips. She wrapped her delicate hands around the shaft of my stiff dick, then circled the swollen head with the tip of her tongue. My heart pounded in anticipation. She locked eyes with me. Incapable of sex talk, or of giving any verbal direction, I simply gave a nod. Based on her self-proclaimed ability to perform the task at hand, I decided to brace myself physically and mentally. I spread my feet shoulder-width apart. Then, to minimize my desire to talk shit, I laced my fingers together behind my head. If she was as able as she wanted me to believe she was, she damned sure wouldn't need my hands on her head. I gazed in wonder as her full lips encompassed the entire head. With her mouth stretched tight around the circumference of my thickness, she paused and held my curious gaze. My heart raced in anticipation of a blowjob that would undoubtedly etch its place in my memory. Her oral skills would surely be the topic of discussion at club meetings for years to come. With her eyes locked on mine, and my cock protruding from her mouth, she winked at me. In hindsight, I guess it was my warning. At the time, however, I took it as nothing more than a playful gesture. There was nothing playful about what took place after that simple wink. She engulfed my entire cock in one wet gulp. The experience shook me to my core. I sucked a breath. My eyes bulged in opposition of what they thought they'd seen. Just to make sure there was no confusion, she did it again. And then again. And again. With my mouth flopped open and my eyes filled with disbelief, I stumbled backward until I hit the kitchen table. Now pinned between her very capable mouth and the edge of a 2-inch thick slab of maple, I was at her mercy. She knew it, too. She bobbed her head fore and aft like a dick-sucking she-devil. Each stroke of her mouth convinced me her claim of owning me was accurate, and it scared me to death. Despite that fear, I couldn't pull away. I didn't want to, either. I was too busy watching a miracle unfold. Her throat swelled as my shaft disappeared into it. When her ruby red lower lip came to rest against my tight scrotum, she paused, held her position for a few seconds, and then slowly pulled away. 1 inch at a time, proof of what she'd accomplished slid free of her wet mouth. I gasped in disbelief of the sight. Uncertain of how long I could last, and even more uncertain that I wanted to take the chance of being owned by any woman, I considered pulling free, running to my bike and riding away into the night's darkness. Instead, I planted my feet and prepared for the inevitable. She reached for my ass, gripped it tightly in her hands, and took my hard shaft into her throat. After a shorter pause than normal, she pulled away, only to immediately take it deep into her throat again. I was no longer a badass, a one-percenter, or a man capable of resolving even a simple problem. She had sucked me into a submissive state of being. At that moment, I was truly hers. Repeatedly, she took me into her throat without pause. With a blowjob-induced heart attack merely seconds away from becoming reality, she pulled free and gulped a breath. I gulped one right along with her. Like a teen who was experiencing his first sexual encounter, I rocked back and forth on the balls of my feet, fearing what was next. She wiped her mouth on the back of her hand. Hoping to take control of the situation, I locked eyes with her. She smiled. My eyes thinned. In response, she drew a slow breath, opened her mouth wide, and engulfed my entire length. My cock disappeared into her mouth time and time again. My scrotum tightened. No more than 2 or 3 minutes had unfolded since she began her dick-sucking onslaught, but there was nothing I could do to prolong the event any longer. She'd taken me to the brink, and I was about to explode. Wide-eyed, I stared in awe of what she'd accomplished. My body tensed. 2 strokes of her mouth later, I moaned defeat as cum pulsed from the tip of my swollen cock into her warm, wet throat. Only after she swallowed the last drop did she pull free. Then, after licking the tip clean, she looked up at me and gave me a confident smile. She was right. At that moment, she owned me.
7. Kimberly. In the 4 years since I'd been divorced, I'd met a handful of men. Regardless of their accolades or appearance, none of them garnered my interest. At least, not until Cash. I couldn't put my finger on any single quality that drew me to him. I felt safe in his presence, which was a plus. I liked his dry sense of humor. He was attractive. There wasn't one thing, however, that I could say he did, said, or possessed that made me view him as a potential mate. Nonetheless, his presence made me feel comfortable and free. Being with him filled me with an excitement that had been missing from my life for a long time. I poured his glass full and set the bottle of wine aside. "Are you okay?" His palms were pressed to his face, obstructing it completely from view. After a few deep breaths, he slid the tips of his fingers to his temples and glared at me. "No, I'm not O-fucking-K. You just pulled some dick-sucking trick on me." I grinned. "You liked it?" He barked out a laugh. "Huh, I busted a nut in what, 60 seconds? Maybe 90? He tilted his head to the side and widened his eyes. "What do you think?" "I think you enjoyed it." His eyes narrowed. "Did you take some seminar or some shit?" I gave him a look. "A seminar?" "Yeah, to learn to do all that stuff." He shook his head in disbelief. "You didn't even use your hands." "Hands are for hand jobs." I offered a mischievous grin. "Mouths are for blowjobs." "Your mouth is..." He let out a slow breath. "I like your mouth." "You've got a pretty dick," I volleyed. He scrunched his face. "Pretty?" "Dicks are ugly." I shifted my eyes to his lap. "Yours isn't." "I don't know when you had time to see it," he said with a laugh. "It was down your throat the whole time." "I'm guessing you'll be back for more?" He gave me a once-over. "That's my guess, yeah." "Good." He lowered his hands to his lap and gave me a serious look. "I thought that was off limits for tonight. What happened?" I shrugged one shoulder. "I wanted to see if you were worth keeping around. I had to do some investigating." "I wasn't leaving." He waved his upturned palm over the top of the table. "We were just sitting here." It wasn't what I meant. I decided to tread lightly on the subject. "I think it'd be nice to have someone like you stop by from time to time. I thought that might convince you to do so." A period of silence followed. Then he gave me a solemn look. "The president of our club has an old lady. Other than that, we're all single. The members of MCs aren't known for having long-term relationships. Women can't wrap their heads around what it is that we do, and we're not the types to conform to other people's desires." Despite my delicate nature, he mistook my intention. Nonetheless, I addressed the matter at hand. "I've seen some pretty shady stuff in my life," I assured him. "You might be surprised at what I can wrap my mind around." He shook his head ever so slightly, involuntarily almost. "Women aren't built for this shit." "What do you do that's so incomprehensible?" "The first rule of being an old lady, not that this is headed there, is that you never ask about club business. Club business is the club's business and no one else's." I gave him a deer-in-the-headlights look. "Club business?" "What the club does. One of the men might share something he's done, or does, but they'll never share what the club does. Sharing the club's activities is forbidden." "I see." After quick consideration, I shrugged. "I don't have a problem with that." "That's what everyone thinks until their old man comes home covered in someone else's blood, or with a bullet lodged in his shoulder." "Not that this is headed there," I said mockingly. "But if I want a relationship with a biker similar to the type you're describing, and he showed up covered in blood, I'd naturally be concerned. As far as questions went, if asking was off limits, I wouldn't ask," I assured him. "I guess that'd be part of my commitment to him." "I'll keep that in mind." One eyebrow raised. "If I'm ever looking to venture into the relationship world, that is." "For now, let's just keep it simple," I said. He nodded. "Sounds good to me." "If you want company, let me know," I said. "If I'm free, we'll see what happens." He gestured toward the kitchen with his eyes. "What about that meal? How's a guy go about getting another one of those?" "All he's got to do is ask." "Don't be surprised if that request comes sooner than later," he said with a smile. 5 minutes earlier, I sucked his dick like we were auditioning for the Porn Olympics. He could tell himself whatever he wanted to, but when he returned next, it wouldn't be for the meal. For the time being, I owned him. He simply wasn't willing to admit it. At least, not yet.
8. Cash. RMC's clubhouse was on the first floor of a 3-story building that Baker's LLC owned. The bars, restaurants, and swanky lofts surrounding us acted as a camouflage, making it appear to outsiders that we were nothing more than a bunch of tattooed businessmen who enjoyed riding motorcycles together. Unlike most motorcycle clubs, we didn't wear leather vests, jackets, or other articles of clothing that identified us as a group. RMC's colors were tattooed on our backs. During our meetings, we didn't sit around a table and listen while Baker pounded a gavel into a wooden block to maintain our attention. We sat on a couch, drank beers, and ate snacks, and discussed what matters needed attention at that particular point in time. Our club was unconventional. We were unconventional. And our clubhouse was equally unconventional. Baker's business office was on the 3rd floor, and he lived on the 2nd floor. Somewhat of a loner, and cautious about who he exposed himself to, he rarely left the building. Although I often wished the arrangement was different, it wasn't, and I knew it would never change. The entire MC, less Baker, sat on the ultra-comfortable sofa and waited for the meeting to start. While I picked the pretzels out of my handful of Chex Mix, he loomed over me. At the instant I tossed them back into the bag, he cleared his throat. "How many times have I told you not to do that?" he asked. "They're fucking gross." I passed the bag to Goose. "They should make this shit without 'em in it. Sell a pretzel-free version and give a man the option of choosing whichever he wants." "Well, they don't." He glared at me. And nobody wants to eat those things after you've been finger-fucking them. It's anyone's guess where your hands have been. I raised my cupped hand to my face and shook half the mix into my mouth. My hands are just as clean as anyone else's. Throw the little fuckers in the trash if you don't want to eat them. He motioned toward the bag, which was now in Ghost's hands. I'm gonna quit buying that shit if you can't eat it right. Jesus, Bake. I shot him a glare. There ain't a right way and wrong way to eat fucking Chex Mix. There's a right way and a wrong way to do everything on Earth, he insisted. Throw 'em in the trash, or that'll be the last bag of that shit I ever buy. The world Baker lived in was black and white. In many respects, having him as the president of the MC was a good thing, as the rest of us were a bunch of miscreant misfits who liked nothing better than to drink, ride hard, and fuck women. His my way or the highway manner of running the club left us no alternative other than following his rules. In the end, it was all good, but I didn't make it easy for him. Bucking his rules and regulations was my way of keeping him on his toes. I glanced at Ghost, who had already handed the bag to Tito. Do you like the pretzels? He chewed what was in his mouth and then washed it down with a drink of beer.
Don't care for 'em, no. I eat 'em because they're in there.
My eyes shifted to Tito. What about you? I'll eat them, but they're not my favorite. I looked at Reno and raised my eyebrows. Brother Reno, I don't fuck with pretzels, he said. They taste like dirt. I gestured toward his snack-filled hand. What do you do with them? I'm sneakier than you. I leave 'em in the bag, but I don't get caught. My eyes thinned. Nobody's sneakier than me. He opened his palm. It contained nothing but the brown pieces of toast, little breadsticks, and checks. He glanced at his hand and then met my gaze. See any pretzels? I took another look at the contents of his hand. Miraculously, it was pretzel-free. Nope. He carefully picked out one piece of the checks and popped it into his mouth. When I get a handful, I feel around, find the pretzels, and then drop 'em back in the bag before I pull my hand out. Baker never sees me tossing 'em in the bag because I never take 'em out. I looked at his hand. It seemed no different than mine in appearance. Nonetheless, it had to be wrapped in a far more delicate skin if he could discern the difference between a pretzel and a miniature piece of Melba toast without looking at it. I gestured toward his delicate digits. Your fingers are more sensitive than mine if you can feel the difference between a pretzel and a piece of Chex Mix without looking at it. I've got to get 'em out and have a look just to make sure what they are. Who the fuck can't tell the difference between a checkerboard pretzel and a piece of fucking Chex Mix? He coughed out a laugh. Maybe it's because I don't spend all day whacking my junk. Your fingers are worn the fuck out from stroking your Johnson all the time. They're like the fingers of an 80-year-old man. Oh, shit. I jumped up and turned to face the men. I almost forgot. I've got an announcement. Listen up, everybody. I devoured my Chex Mix and brushed my palms against the thighs of my jeans. I haven't whacked off since Saturday night, I announced. I glanced at each of the men. Not once. Everyone's attention shot to me.
Bullshit,
Goose snapped back. Baker chuckled. I can't wait to hear this. Normally, I masturbated at least once a day. Sometimes I did it 2 or 3 times a day. It wasn't uncommon for us to be on a 1,500-mile ride, and when we stopped for gas, I'd be whacking off in the bathroom of a roadside gas station. When I was a kid, Upon realizing my dick got hard, I began to experiment with it. Soon, I learned that masturbation brought sexual satisfaction, immediate relief, and provided mind-clearing benefits I couldn't obtain elsewhere. After I jerked off, I felt no differently than if I'd taken a 2-hour-long nap. In short, whacking my junk kept me alert, intelligent, and quick-witted. I'm dead serious. I puffed my chest pridefully. Haven't touched it since Saturday.
Got sores on it or something?
Goose asked.
Pus-filled pockets or something?
No, it ain't got any fucking sores on it. I shot him a glare. I haven't felt like it. Well, that, and I'm saving up my splooge, hoping to build up a pint of it, maybe more. Sperm is created every 24 hours, Tito said matter-of-factly. Refraining from masturbation, however, doesn't allow sperm to build up indefinitely. Sperm forms in the testicles, and they're stored in the epididymis. Abstinence won't cause the volume of the vessel to become enlarged. It's a common misconception. Tito was a walking search engine. There was very little that he didn't know, which made arguing with him impossible. He had the IQ of a genius, and he made sure each of us realized it. What are you saying? I asked. I'm saying that after 24 hours, you have as much sperm as you're going to have. 3 or 4 days of waiting won't create any more. My eyes thinned. Are you sure? He folded his arms over his chest and gave a reassuring nod. Positive. What the fuck you saving it for? Reno asked. You gonna sell it? No, I ain't fucking selling it, I snapped back. When I left Goose's barbecue, this chick ran out in front of me, waving her arms and screaming. She starts hollering and pointing up toward her house, and this dipshit is standing there staring at me like I broke up his little party. Which house? He asked. Little white one with all the flowers in the yard, I said. 2 from the corner. On the right side? I shrugged. Depends if you're coming or going. Motherfucker, he snarled. You were leaving, right? Yep. Was it on your right or on your left? On my right.
That's one badass bitch, Goose interrupted. See her out in the yard watering the flowers all the time. She's got dark hair and tits the size of cantaloupes.
Yep, I said with a smile. That's her. So, what happened? Reno asked. Her husband was trying to rape her. So, I beat his ass. Then, she asked me out on a date. So, on Saturday night, we went out. While we were eating our tacos, she gave me some speech about how good she sucked cocks. After our date, I whacked off a couple of times thinking about it. That was the last time. Wait a minute, Reno said. Her husband was trying to rape her? A woman can't be raped by her husband. When she signs the marriage documents, she gives it up for life. No means no, Baker argued. Husband or not. According to you, Reno said. According to the law, Baker responded. Reno looked at Tito and raised his brows. Baker's right, Tito said. No means no. Husband or not. If she said no, and he proceeded, the law says he can be charged with rape. I'll be damned, Reno said. He shifted his eyes to meet mine. So, you whacked off after your date and haven't done it since? Why not? You didn't let me finish my story, I said. He leaned against the back cushion of the couch and crossed his arms over his chest. Proceed. Ends up, the guy was her ex-husband, I said. And after all of her blowjob talk on Saturday, she invited me over for dinner on Sunday night. After dinner, I'm getting ready to leave, and I look over, and she's on her knees giving me bedroom eyes. On her knees where? He asked. My eyes thinned in response to his foolish question. On the fucking floor, you idiot. I'm not an idiot, he barked. Bedroom, bathroom, garage, living room? What the fuck's it matter? I asked. I need to get a mental picture, and I want it to be accurate. Breakfast nook, I said, between the table and the sink. His eyes thinned. She just got on her knees right there in the kitchen after dinner. Yep. And she's a big-titted hottie? Yep. He looked at Goose. Goose nodded.
She's smoking hot. Older, but smoking hot.
Older? He shifted his eyes to me. How old? Fuck, I don't know, I said, even though I knew exactly what her age was. So, what happened? I've been trying to tell you for an hour, I complained. If you'd quit asking questions, I'd let you know what happened. I'm done. Go ahead. Okay. Now, I'm not one to argue with a bitch if she wants to suck my cock, so I unzipped my pants and flopped the fucker out. I paused and scanned the men's faces. Wide-eyed, they sipped their beers, ate their Chex Mix, and stared back at me. She looked at it, looked up at me, and popped her neck from side to side like she was preparing to wrestle a fucking alligator. Then she popped her knuckles, got a hold of it, and guided the tip into her mouth, real slow. Then, get this, fellas, she fucking winks at me. Reno gave me a puzzled look. That's it? That's your story? No, motherfucker, I complained. Just like I said a minute ago, keep your yap shut, and I'll tell you what happened. He gave me a shitty look. Well, you keep stopping. I'm pausing for effect. You've got everyone's attention. Quit stopping and tell your fucking story. And hurry the fuck up with it, Baker said. We need to get this meeting underway. I let out a deep sigh and then looked the men over. Okay. So, she's got the tip of my dick in her mouth, and she winks at me. I'm looking down at her, wondering what she's got planned. You know, wondering what that wink is all about. Then, all of a sudden, she just swallows it. All the way to my nuts. No practice strokes or nothing? Reno asked. I shook my head. Nope. He swallowed hard. Damn. Damn's right. I took a step back and lowered my hands to my waist. So, I've got her head in my hands, and I'm fucking her throat like it's a pussy. I'm pounding my stiffy in and out of her mouth and watching my nuts slap against her bottom lip. This bitch never coughs, gags, or says one fucking word. Just takes it like it's her job. Next thing I know, I'm getting ready to bust a nut, and I asked her where she wants it. I'm thinking she's gonna want me to blow it on those big titties, but that's not what she said. What did she tell you to do with it? Reno asked excitedly. Did she take it on the face? She wanted it down her throat, I said. So I fucked her mouth for another 15 minutes or so, and then I busted a nut down her throat. After that, we had a glass of wine, and she said I could stop by any time I wanted for another blowjob. He gestured toward my pocket. Show me a picture of her. I wrinkled my nose. I didn't take her fucking picture, you perv. Is that how you do it in Texas? Snapping pics of chicks with dicks in their mouths? Why not? I keep pictures of all the chicks I bang, like trophies. Well, I'm not from Texas. I tapped the tip of my finger against my temple. My trophies are right up here.
Still doesn't explain why you haven't whacked off since Saturday, Goose said.
Well, I was saving up my cum for the next time I stopped by her place for a little deep throat action. I was going to plaster her pretty face with it. But now that Tito says that isn't possible, I guess I'll just whack off in the bathroom after the meeting. Whack off at home, Baker said flatly. I let out a laugh. I whack off in there every Wednesday. Since when? He asked. Since forever.
God damn it, Ghost said. I wash my hands in there.
I don't spray the shit all over the bathroom, I said defensively. I come in the toilet. The sink's clean.
You stroke your dick with your hand, and then you touch the faucet with the same hand, he said. Just as well be touching the handles with your dick. I don't like the thought of having another dude's dick matter on my hands.
You touch your dick with your hand when you piss, and then you touch the faucet. I'm not complaining about that, am I? There's dick matter all over the place.
I sit to piss,
he said.
My hand never comes in contact with my dick. It's a much cleaner operation all around. Keeps all the dick butter from being spread all over the place.
I stared at him in disbelief. If he were anyone else, I would have called him a pussy. Instead, I merely challenged his claim. Are you serious? I howled, wondering why no one else had burst into laughter. You sit down to piss?
Dead serious. I have since I was a kid. It's cleaner.
I do too, Baker said. Unless I'm outside or in a bar. I turned to face him. You're shitting me. I'm not. It doesn't splatter. Just like Ghost said, it's cleaner. Same here, Tito said. Reno chuckled. I stand, like I'm supposed to. God gave us a dick so we could stand and piss. Twats were built for sitting. I looked at Goose.
I sit at home. In public, it's a different story. I won't sit on a public toilet. I don't even drop a deuce in public. I fell into my spot on the couch, wondering if I was more masculine than the rest of the men, or if I was simply less concerned with hygiene. Whatever it was, I wasn't sitting down to piss. That much I was sure of. Well, I stand to piss, and that's that, I said. With that, I'll call this meeting to order, Baker said with a clap of his hands. All eyes shifted to Baker. A guy in Encino was charged with possession of 200 kilos of heroin, and he beat the charges, he said, scanning the men as he spoke. The news showed him leaving court with his girlfriend in a Ferrari Enzo. The car's worth $2.5 million. I say we need to do a little research and see what we can get out of this guy. Sounds good to me, Ghost said. If the fucker was trying to peddle 450 pounds of horse, he deserves everything he gets.
Happen to know his address? Tito asked. I was hoping you could help us out, Baker said. I have his tag number and his name. Tito was much more than a walking library. He was an expert on hacking computers and did so without leaving a trace of his existence. Capable of even prying his way into the most secure government computers, he was the club's hacker, alarm expert, and guru on the manipulation of electronic funds. "It'll just take a minute," Tito responded. "After we get his address, we'll need to do a little reconnaissance," Baker said. "If we can determine what his schedules are, and figure out what he's got for an alarm system, then we can plan on hitting this prick and hitting him hard. If he's driving a $2.5 million car and in possession of $40 million worth of heroin, he's got to have money. My guess is that he doesn't keep it in the bank. If this asshole's selling 400 pounds of heroin in SoCal, I say fuck this prick. He'd kill at least a dozen or more by overdose," I said. "Statistically speaking," Tito chimed, "he'd kill—" "I don't give a fuck about statistics," I said. "This guy's an asshole. I vote we take him down."
Second,
Ghost said. Baker looked at Goose.
agreed,
Goose said. "Same," Tito said. Reno gave a nod. No argument here. Our club was made up of 6 men who were as close as brothers. Each one had their specialty, and the club relied on them to perform their task throughout the course of the robberies we committed. Reno was the explosives expert. Ghost was the mechanic and getaway driver. Tito was in charge of alarms, computer hacking, and irritating the fuck out of me. Goose was the weapons expert and resident cook. I was the muscle, and Baker was the brains of the operation. As far as outsiders were concerned, we all worked for Baker, who owned several car washes. He filtered as much of our stolen funds through the car washes as he could, returning the laundered money to us partially in cash and partially in legitimate wages. We normally robbed the underbelly of the city, focusing on the shit hats, drug dealers, and those who presented a problem to the city's inhabitants who yearned for nothing more than to live each day free of worry. We did, however, infrequently rob those who had no more common sense than to put their money where it was easy to access. Federally insured investments were always a target, and we viewed the victim not as the target, but as the government. Planning a robbery required a unanimous vote. Now that we had one, our next step would be meticulously organizing the robbery of his home, office, or anywhere else that he kept his funds. "Any new business we need to discuss?" Baker asked.
I say we make a rule about whacking your junk in the bathroom. If a club brother can't wait to stroke his stiffy until he gets home, he needs to go see a doctor or a shrink," Goose said. "Sounds like he's on the wagon," Ghost said. "As long as he's pounding this chick's throat."
Reno barked out a laugh. "It won't last longer than a fart in a whirlwind. Never does with him." Baker looked at me and shook his head. "Do I need to make a rule? Or are you preoccupied enough with this chick that we don't need to worry about it?" I was torn. At present, my thoughts didn't drift far from her gorgeous face, ability to cook, or her oral skills. Statistically speaking, as Tito often said, I'd be somewhere else, doing something else to someone else within a week. I knew me well enough to know she'd eventually be where every other woman ended up. On my bad side. My best advice to myself would be to stay away from her. I liked her enough that I knew I didn't want to hurt her. Sooner or later, I'd do just that. Hurt her. I looked at Baker. "You'd better make that rule." He looked me over. "A blowjob like that, and you're telling me you're done? You're back to beating off in the bathroom?" I gazed at the toes of my boots and gave his question some serious thought. I enjoyed my time with Kimberly, but when she sucked my cock, she took possession of me. I didn't want to stop seeing her, but being owned by a woman wasn't something I could make sense of. It left me feeling weak and incapable of walking away. If I went back for more, I'd only become weaker. Then, if I continued, I'd eventually become dependent upon her. No woman was going to make me weak for her, no matter how good she sucked a dick. The answer I needed to give was evident. Yeah, I said. I'm done.
9. Kimberly. Jennifer stepped out of the dressing room and turned to face me. She tugged against the hem of the dress and wiggled her hips from side to side. For giving birth to 2 children and living on a planet where gravity worked against them, her boobs looked great. The little black dress she wore was just that, little. Her breasts heaved out of the plunging neckline, leaving nothing but her nipples to the imagination. In fact, the areola of her left breast was one breath away from bursting from its confines. "Well?" she asked. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Tell me why you think you need this." She turned a quarter of the way around and gave me a side-eyed look. "Because it's sexy." "And you need a sexy dress. Why?" She shrugged. "Because I want one." "You have some." "I don't have any like this." I glanced over each shoulder and then looked at her. "You're hanging out of both ends of it," I whispered. She looked down her nose at me. "It fits perfectly." When she tugged at the hem, her boobs all but fell out. When she adjusted the neckline, her ass cheeks were exposed. The minuscule piece of black fabric was clearly meant to be worn by someone much younger and much more promiscuous than my 50-year-old neighbor. "You don't need one like that." She looked in the full-length mirror and grinned. "I think I do." I let out a sigh. What's going on? She adjusted the shoulders and then looked at the reflection of her exposed butt cheek. "Nothing," she said over one shoulder. She faced me. For being 50, she looked damn good. I had to give her that. Wearing that dress, however, she looked like an overzealous, short, blonde, tan prostitute with oversized boobs. "Have you got another Match.com date?" I asked. "I told you I'm done with that." She exhaled, allowing most of her exposed breast flesh to settle behind the skin-tight fabric. "I want a well-hung biker to come over and give me some dick." "Go stand in the street wearing that, and you'll have the entire block trying to give you some dick," I said with a laugh. "Is that what you're after?" She glanced in the mirror. "That's what I want, yeah, but not just from anyone, from a biker." Her relationship with Frank was an on-again, off-again affair that spanned over a decade. They couldn't get along for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't go 6 months without fucking one another. The 5 months and 30 days of inactivity that separated their sexual sessions were difficult for her. She needed to meet someone else, no doubt. She didn't need to use the postage stamp-sized dress to do so. I looked her over for amusement's sake and then shook my head lightly. "What is the deal with this sudden fascination with bikers? You've been watching that ridiculous show, and now you're obsessed with them. You've spent 4 years bitching about the guy down the street. What changed?" "I met one face to face," she said. "He looks like trouble, walks like he fears no one, and smells like pure adrenaline." What's not to like? I couldn't agree with her more, but I wasn't about to agree with her out loud. He's okay, I said. But that doesn't explain the dress. Bikers like skimpy dresses, so I want to have one. She sucked in a deep breath, caused her breasts to heave, and stole a look in the mirror. Just in case. I think the dress is too much. Too little, I mean. There's not a time or a place that you can put it to good use. I'll wear it the next time he comes over. I couldn't believe she said it out loud. Thinking about it was one thing, but saying it was another. If there wasn't a girl code to address wearing undersized clothing in front of a woman's sexual interest, there should be. I don't think that's a good idea. I wrinkled my nose at the thought. It's just some weird fascination you have. It'll pass, no differently than the surfers you lusted after, and the businessmen that were before them. No, this one's going to last. I glared. Since when? Since I met Dollar Bill, she said with a laugh. Watching him walk gives me hot flashes. It's not him, it's menopause. She gave me the stink eye. It's not menopause. He's mysterious, and it makes me sweat. He's far from mysterious. He puts it all out there. There's not much left to the imagination. I was imagining being force-fucked by him last night. She cooed. Under the carport, of all places. I gave her a look. Enough was enough, and it was time I put my foot down. I cleared my throat. He's off limits. Settle down. She glanced at the mirror and then tugged against the hem of the dress. I'm not even sure if it was him. It was a pretty weird dream, and it was hard to tell. Everything he was wearing made it seem like him, but he was faceless. I never got a good look at him. So it wasn't him? Hard to say. I don't think so. What's it mean to be force-fucked? I asked. She took another admiring glance at her reflection. Being fucked really hard. I was puzzled. There's a name for it? I thought that's what adults did when they had sex. No. Really hard, she said. He was stuffing me so full of dick that we pushed his motorcycle from the carport to the fence. I was grabbing for something to hold on to, and he was fucking me so hard I couldn't keep my footing. I'm not sure, but I think my feet were coming off the ground. Then, when the motorcycle tipped over, he didn't even stop. Just smashed my face up against the fence and kept pounding away. Gas and oil were pouring out of it like mad. I chuckled a laugh. A biker would stop and pick up his motorcycle. He'd never keep fucking after his bike tipped over. That's how you know it was a bullshit dream. Yeah. That, and it was raining. It never rains here. Rain? You were doing it in the rain? She nodded. Purple raindrops. I woke up drenched. You're a weirdo. She turned toward the dressing room. I need to know if Dollar Bill has friends. He's got friends, I said. They ride up and down the block once a week. She pulled the door closed behind her. I need to know if he's got friends that are willing to force fuck me under the carport. I have no idea, I said under my breath. I didn't want whatever I had with Cash to turn into nothing more than a fuckfest. Having Jennifer offer no-holds-barred sex to his friends would do nothing but complicate matters. He'd undoubtedly expect the same from me. I had no intention of being that girl. He and his biker brethren would look at us as if we were nothing more than the whores who lived down the street. I wanted more than that from any man who was actively participating in my life. Much more. I simply didn't know if he was willing to give more. If he wasn't, I'd enjoy his company when he was willing to give it. I wouldn't, however, agree to sex under the carport while purple rain fell from the sky, unless he'd expressed a different level of interest in me. So far, he hadn't done anything wrong, but his level of sincerity was currently in question. Jennifer came out of the dressing room with the dress draped over her shoulder. "What do you think?" "About the dress?" "I'm getting the dress," she said. "I meant about seeing if he has any willing friends." He may have had friends who would fuck Jennifer until she limped when she walked, but I wasn't willing to find out. At least, not yet. Cash had my undivided attention, but until he took a few steps in my direction, I wasn't going to have sex with him, nor was I going to do anything to lead him to believe women like me, or my neighbor, were easy prey. When he comes by the next time, if there's a next time, I'll see what he says. She shouldered her purse and gave me a look. "If? I thought you sucked his dick until he went blind." "I did." "Bikers like blowjobs more than barbecue, beer, or billiards." She walked past me. "You swallowed, right?" "Sure did." "There'll be a next time," she said over her shoulder. I clutched my purse and followed her down the hallway. Barbecue, beer, and billiards? Did you learn that on Netflix? No, I'm done with that series. I've seen them all twice. I'm on to reading biker books now. Biker books? Yeah, she said. Biker romance novels. There's biker romance novels? Thousands of them, she said. I'm sure they're accurate, I said in a sarcastic tone. As long as they keep bringing on dreams like the one I had last night, who cares? I followed her to the register without saying another word. I had my doubts that biker romance novels would be accurate, but I had further doubts I'd be able to go the next 24 hours without at least taking a look at one.
10. Cash. It had been a week and a half since I'd seen Kimberly. Each passing day had been filled with thoughts of her, but my fear of becoming dependent on a woman prevented me from acting on my desires. Aggravated that I couldn't simply get a blowjob without being drawn into the eye of a life-altering hurricane, I sat in Baker's upstairs office at the far side of his desk, drinking a yogurt smoothie. Amazed at the flavor of the low-cal chocolate beverage, I lifted the plastic bottle and studied it. "Ever try one of these fuckers?" I asked. "I'm thinking they're going to be my new go-to breakfast. They're cheap, easy, and taste good as a motherfucker. Might be able to get back down to 200 if I stick to drinking them for a month or so. I don't drink anything that uses aspartame as a sweetener. You might get down to 200, but you'll be dead by the time you're 50. I studied the ingredients and found aspartame as being one of them. Puzzled as to why they'd use it if it wasn't healthy, I cocked my head to the side and narrowed my eyes. Why do you always have to piss on my parade?
Aspartame is arguably the most dangerous substance added to foods today,
Tito said from behind me.
It's been linked to headaches, dizziness, problems with one's digestive system, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, attention deficit disorders, Parkinson's disease, and lupus.
I turned around. Quit sneaking up behind me, you little midget. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Baker. I agree with everything he said, Baker said. Aspartame is terrible shit. Puzzled, I looked at the half-full bottle, and then met Baker's gaze. Why would they put it in here? Because if they didn't, it'd taste like shit, he responded. I don't believe it causes all those fucking problems, I said. They couldn't sell it if it did. Tito sat down beside me and placed his computer on the edge of Baker's desk.
If you want to be an overweight diabetic who can't seem to focus and has trouble remembering where your bike is parked, keep drinking them.
It aggravated me that Tito was as intelligent as he was. There were some things I simply wished I didn't know. Stumbling through life ignorant of the horrors associated with chocolate yogurt smoothies wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I glared at Tito for ruining my new breakfast plan. If I had simply met him on the street, I would guess his age at no more than 21. He hadn't aged since high school, and although he was muscular and had a sleeve of tattoos, he seemed harmless to most who met him. At 5'10", he was the shortest member of the club. Nevertheless, women found him irresistible. They often approached him in the bar under the belief he wasn't with the 5 thugs that surrounded him. His repeated successes at bagging women had been a matter of contention with me since we were kids. Although he was a lifelong friend and club brother, he spent a good period of his time irritating the fuck out of me. I always walked away prior to our arguments becoming physical. If there was one man in the club that could come close to whipping me in a fight, it was Tito. He'd been raised by parents who owned martial arts training facilities and had studied jiu-jitsu since he could walk. Knowing so didn't keep me from antagonizing him. "What about that fucking berry-flavored water you always drink?" I snapped back. "That shit probably has something in it that'll make you shit like a goose and grow hairy moles on your nutsack."
It's water with the essence of fruit added. It's healthy.
I gave him a crazy-eyed look.
What the fuck is essence of fruit? When fruit is cooked to make juice, the vapor that evaporates is captured. It condenses, forming water droplets that have a highly concentrated flavor of the fruit. Those droplets are the essence of fruit. A few drops of that concentrate are added to water, giving it the flavor of the fruit. It's chemical and sweetener-free.
"Well, la-dee-da," I said mockingly. Baker chuckled. "Good comeback, Cash." Reluctantly, I screwed the lid on the yogurt bottle and waved my hand in Tito's direction. "Fuck this little know-it-all. I'll drink these fuckers if I want to." Baker looked at Tito and raised his eyebrows. "What did you find out?" Tito reached for and opened his fancy little laptop, traced his finger across the screen, and then looked up.
He's got a smart home system that connects to Wi-Fi and can be controlled by Alexa, Google Home, or Siri. He can watch any of the 20 or so cameras on his cell phone in real time from wherever he might be at any time of the night or day. Open and close garage doors remotely, that kind of stuff.
I let out a laugh.
You can recite the dangers of aspartame without looking at a book, but you had to look at your fancy little laptop to tell us that.
He turned the laptop to face me. A hand-drawn sketch of the drug dealer's compound, complete with dimensions of the walls, locations of cameras, bushes, trees, and anything else that could be imagined was on the screen. It appeared that an architect had drafted it.
I don't need this fancy little computer to explain his security system, no, he said in a shitty tone. But I thought it might come in useful to show what we'd be dealing with.
He showed Baker the computer.
Take a look. He's gone a little overboard with camera placement, but I'd expect nothing less from a drug dealer. They're always paranoid.
Baker looked at the sketch and then at Tito. What are the half-moon shapes?
Motion-activated lights.
After a lengthy study, Baker handed the laptop to Tito. Bottom line? Can we get in there?
I can get video samples from each camera, then loop them into the system remotely. It'll be a pain in the ass, but it's possible, yes.
What's our biggest risk? Baker asked.
2 things. 1, that he comes home when we're in there, Tito said.
What's the second thing? Baker asked.
That he tries to pan the cameras while the system is in an altered state. If he does, it won't work, and he might get worried. There will be video images, but they'll be fixed video. If he tried to pan the cameras, he'll realize it.
This is one of those systems that you can control from your cell phone? I asked. Tito nodded.
Correct.
And he can move the cameras back and forth and shit from his phone?
He won't be able to on that night, no.
I chuckled. Fuckers like him sit in the bar and just stare at their phones, wondering if someone's coming to steal their stash. You know he'll figure it out sooner or later. Tito offered a half-assed shrug.
There's only one way to manipulate a system like that, and it isn't easy. If we want to get in, our only option is to send him a false video signal.
What else do we know about him? Baker asked. Anything noteworthy? Tito traced his finger over the screen, flipped through some pages, and then stopped on a screen that was covered in typed notes.
He lives on Encino Verde Place. It's a remote area in the city built into the side of a mountain. His home is a 10,000-square-foot mansion. His net worth is unknown. He has a car collection that'd put Jay Leno's to shame. The vehicles are registered in his name, so he's either bold, pretentious, or a little of both. I'm guessing value of his cars is north of $30 million. County appraisal has his home valued at $5.2 million. If it was in Malibu, it'd be $100 million. I haven't got to his claimed income yet, but I will. Not sure it's necessary, though.
Baker shook his head. We don't need it. If he's got $30 million in cars, he's got something in that house of value.
Agreed, Tito said. Showing up in court in a $2.5 million car tells me all I need to know about how he flaunts his wealth.
We'll need to find out what his schedule is like, and when he might be out of town next. Any bright ideas? Baker asked. Tito always had bright ideas, but he never volunteered them. He was the type of person that had to be asked to take every step along the way. He did nothing, and offered nothing, without being asked.
I could tap into his system fairly easily and listen to his conversations, Tito said. Depending on what he says and when he says it, it might take a while to learn anything. I suspect sooner or later he'll say something.
Let's do that, Baker said. I tossed my remaining yogurt shake into Baker's trash can. Little fucker should have done that before he came in here. He always does that. Comes in here armed with half the information we need to make a move on someone. Then you've got to ask him for more. He knows what we want, and he knows what's needed to do a job. I looked at Tito. Stop being a lazy little prick. He set his laptop on the floor at the side of his chair. When he looked up, his eyes were thin, and he wore a stern look.
Fuck you, Cash.
Fuck you, Tito. You like getting your ego stroked. He extended his arm and raised his middle finger.
I don't have an ego, he said dryly.
You're going to have a broken finger if you don't put that thing up, I seethed. All right, you two, Baker said. Enough. I don't need to be mopping blood off this floor. Give it a rest. Tito broke my gaze and looked at Baker.
I'll hack into his system tonight and start listening where I can. I'm guessing all the interior cameras have sound. If so, I'll be able to hear everything. It will come down to what he says and when.
Keep me posted, Baker said. Tito picked up his computer.
Will do.
Baker looked at Tito and then at me. Either of you two got any big plans today? I need to get something to eat, I said. And I've got to stop by Mission Beach and top off the chemicals. Tito raised his laptop.
All I've got is this. Why?
Goose called. He's got a water leak between the meter and his house, and he can't get a piece of equipment rented until tomorrow to dig it up. He might use some help. Reno's got the tranny out of his shovel, and Ghost's trying to get his Mustang finished. You two mind giving Brother Goose a hand? Baker looked at me. Hell, Cash, you can stop at the blowjob queen's place and get a Hummer after you're finished. I'm done with that chick. I glanced at Tito. I'll go give him a hand. I don't need this little fucker tagging along, though.
Cash can go get breakfast, Tito said. I doubt he'd be able to keep up with my Dinah after I put that big bore kid in it anyway.
I glared at Tito. Fuck you. Your Dinah's a turd. He looked at me and raised both eyebrows.
Faster than that bagger of yours.
I stood and crossed my arms. Ready to find out? He stood and crossed his.
I'm ready if you are.
I'll have Goose tell me which one of you gets there first, Baker said with a laugh. Loser buys the beer for tomorrow night's meeting. We're running low. After the installation of a big-inch kit on the bike, I had no doubt Tito's bike would be faster than mine. Our riding talent was equal, so if I intended on winning, I needed a competitive edge. I turned toward the door and slapped the laptop out of his hand. When he bent down to pick it up, I planted the heel of my boot against the center of his ass and toppled him over onto the floor. Then I took off in a dead run toward the door.
11. Kimberly. Dressed in a ridiculously small two-piece bikini with a pair of cut-off jean shorts covering her bottom half, Jennifer stood at my side as I watered the flowers. She lifted her chin and gazed up at San Diego's signature clear blue sky. This day's perfect. It's only 10 o'clock and I'm frying out here. You should change clothes. I was wearing shorts and an old t-shirt. Obviously more modest than her. I felt if I wore any less, I'd be committing a crime. I'm fine, I said, taking another look at her. You should consider getting a different top. Where'd you get that thing anyway? She tugged at the small triangles of material, shifting them from one side of her boobs to the other. Eventually, she centered them over her nipples and gave up. I bought it at Nordstrom's rack last week. I love it. I moved to hose the Cleveland sage and then looked her over. Attempting to cover her boobs with the two pieces of material of her bikini top would be like trying to cover an SUV with a beach towel. It was a matter of what part she wanted to conceal and deciding if what was exposed was acceptable. You should really do something with those things, I said with a nod of my head. I don't want the neighbors thinking you and I are, bumping uglies. I bought it to get sun, she snapped back snidely. Not go out to dinner. She tugged at the hem of her shorts and then peered out at the street. If that worthless biker would stop by from time to time, they wouldn't think you're bumping uglies with me. It had been 10 days since I'd seen Cash. To him, it might have been normal to go such a lengthy period of time without making contact. To me, it seemed like a lifetime. Do you think I should have waited? I asked. To give him a blowy. Hell no! She buried her nose in the purple flowers and inhaled a long breath. I'd have sucked him off on day one. I'd have ridden that dick, too, but that's just me. I moved the hose to the next flower. Do you think if I'd have screwed him that he'd have come back? I doubt it's over. He might be coming back, you don't know. Bikers are weird. Their clocks don't spin at the same speed ours do. They answer to no one and don't give a shit about time of day or days of the week. Every day is a weekend, and there is no night or day. It's a constant party with those guys. He's probably recovering from some stripper party they had at the clubhouse or shooting it out with a rival club in Chula Vista. I scrunched my nose. Stripper party? Yeah, they have those things all the time. They've got stripper poles in their clubhouses. Girls fall all over themselves to get a chance at riding the polished brass in an MC's clubhouse. More Netflix facts? No, she said. This stuff's common knowledge. Seriously, they have stripper poles in their clubhouses? Stripper poles, machine guns, heroin, cocaine, safes full of money, meth labs, stolen motorcycles. Yeah, their clubhouses are off limits to pretty much anyone, except for the club whores. I released the trigger on the nozzle sprayer and stared at her. Club whores? You didn't know? I had no idea. What do they do? She pinched her eyes closed and arched her back, pointing her sparsely covered boobs at the sun. Basically, they're naked robots. They're all whacked out on meth and do whatever they're told. Gangbangs, orgies, cum fests, that kind of stuff. What's a cum fest? All of the bikers surround the girl and whack off on her face. She isn't allowed to wash it off. I gave her a look of disgust, followed by another of disbelief. Ever? She can either eat it or have one of the other club whores lick it off. She said, as if the statement were absolute fact. With my look of disbelief still etched on my face, I moved the hose to the chalk live forevers. I don't believe those things actually happen. With her back painfully arched and her tits and face pointed skyward, she didn't bother opening her eyes to respond. You haven't read any of those books yet, have you? I haven't had time. She tilted her head to the side and opened her eyes. Maybe you should. They're a wealth of information. I swallowed heavily. Sounds like it. Wondering if cash not coming by was more of a godsend than anything else, I surveyed the remaining flowers. If that's what real bikers are like, why would you want to be with one? Sex, she responded. It's all about the sex. Nothing more? It can't be with them, she said adamantly. They won't stand for it. I wanted to challenge her, tell her she was wrong, or provide something to support my belief that Cash wasn't like that. His absence, however, left me to question myself. The night he left, I would have guessed his return was imminent. After 10 days of not so much as a word out of him, I couldn't help but wonder if Jennifer's books were written by former club whores who were truly knowledgeable of an MC's behavior. Meth addicts who had spent their days spreading their bodily fluids on the stripper poles in clubs such as Cash's. I don't need a man in my life, I said. If he stops by, he stops by. If not, I'm fine with that, too. She shifted her attention skyward. If he does, are you going to give him another blowy, or are you going to ride that big dick of his? Probably neither. I dragged the hose around the porch and started watering the Cleveland sage on the other side. At least not until I know him better. What's to know? She asked. Anything he tells you is going to be a lie. Then, if you have sex with him based on those lies, it'll hurt that much more when he disappears. Have sex with him because you want that dick, not for any other reason. Then, when he disappears, You got what you wanted. He got what he wanted, and no one gets hurt. For once in my life, Jennifer's illogical sexual babble made sense. Not perfect sense, but sense nonetheless. I'd already established my worth by denying Cash sex when he asked the first time. I had no further points to prove. If he stopped by, my focus would be about me and my needs, and nothing more. The last thing I needed was a man in my life that was destined to hurt me again.
12. Cash. After blocking the elevator door so Tito would have to take the stairs, I got a head start on our race to Goose's house. Taking the back way was less scenic and required traveling along some poorly paved sections of road, but the shorter route secured my place in the record book as being the man with the faster bike. Using his palms as a squeegee, Goose ran his hands over his freshly buzzed hair and then wiped them on his jeans.
Why'd you come running up here like that?
Tito. I heaved to catch my breath. Race.
You raced, Tito?
I pressed my hands against the thighs of my jeans and nodded. Yeah.
From the shop?
I nodded. Uh-huh. He glanced at my bike and then looked at me.
Well, you're clearly the winner. Why'd you come running across the yard like that? Shit, you look like you're gonna have a heart attack.
Wanted to make it look like I'd been here for a while when he got here.
He shook his head and reached for the handle of the shovel that was at his side.
You're an idiot.
Sometimes. I waggled my eyebrows. Yeah.
Sometimes.
He laughed and then pushed the shovel into the sandy soil.
You're a full-time idiot. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
What the fuck, brother?
It's the truth.
He gestured toward the pile of tools at the side of the ditch he was digging.
I've got to dig a hole big enough to drain the entire line and give me enough room to solder in a new coupling. Grab a shovel, Speed Racer.
I reached for a shovel. Little prick put in a big-inch kit, and he was bragging his little midget ass off about it, saying how fast it was.
A Dyna with a 110-inch motor is going to be a fast son of a bitch.
My eyes went wide. 110? I thought he was going to a 96.
Nope. Jugs, heads, pistons, the whole kit. It's a 110. Hell, his bike weighs what? 650? Yours is 800 easily. No comparison, really. He should have whipped your ass.
I pushed the shovel into the soil and then stomped my boot against it. I knocked his fancy little laptop on the floor, kicked him over when he reached for it, and then blocked the elevator door. It was good for a 5-minute head start. He tossed a shovelful of dirt into the pile.
You understand winning a race like that isn't winning, don't you?
It might be cheating, but it's Tito. He needs his ass kicked.
You've been on his ass since we were kids. One of these days, he's going to go apeshit on your ass and wad you up in one of those armbar things. He'll break your arm off and beat you with the bloody stub.
He's fun to fuck with, I said. I always end up on top.
You end up on top because he lets you.
The fuck he does. The sound of Tito's exhaust echoed in the distance. Goose cocked his head to the side.
Speak of the devil. Here he comes.
The unmistakable drone from the high-performance Harley engine grew closer and closer, and then appeared to stop making progress. After a moment of idling, the engine quit. He looked at me and grinned.
Sounds like he stopped down there where your sexy dick-sucking friend lives.
Goose lived at one end of a long block, and Kimberly at the other. With the change in elevation of the road, and the distance between the two homes, seeing her house from his yard was impossible. "Probably got pulled over by the cops for speeding," I said. He wiped his brow.
"Probably poking his fat dick down her throat as payment for cheating on the race."
I'd purposely come in from the opposite direction, so I wasn't sure if she was home. My jaw tightened at the thought of him being there. "He knows better," I said.
"You said in the meeting you were done with her."
He scooped a shovelful of dirt from the ditch and tossed it aside.
"I'd say she's fair game."
I'd said the same thing in Baker's office 30 minutes prior. Despite what I'd said, the thought of Tito's dick being in Kimberly's mouth caused my blood pressure to skyrocket. "She's not fair game," I said through my teeth.
"Hell, this can wait 10 minutes.
He stepped out of the ditch and tossed the shovel aside.
"Let's run up there and see what's going on."
I tossed my shovel beside him and then turned toward my motorcycle. "If his dick's in her mouth, you'll need that shovel to bury his dumb ass."
13. Kimberly. Sitting on the edge of my small concrete porch, with her bare legs stretched onto the sidewalk and her elbows propped at her sides, Jennifer looked like she was sunbathing at the beach. "That looks really classy," I said. "I hope the neighbors aren't watching." "It wouldn't be a news flash or anything." She tilted her head in my direction. "The neighbors know I don't have an ounce of class." I gestured toward her sparsely covered chest. "You should be in the backyard. One of your boobs is going to fall out of the side of that thing." "I'm ready for a mimosa. I was up all night reading," she complained. "Hurry up so we can go lay out." The darker Jennifer's skin was, the happier she was. She spent her late mornings and early afternoons maintaining her tan, sometimes at home, and oftentimes in my backyard. I enjoyed being outdoors with her, but my natural skin tone was such that I preferred to be slathered in enough sunscreen to preclude my skin from darkening any further. I moved the hose to the end of the flower bed. "I'm almost done." The sound of a motorcycle in the distance caused me to look up. Jennifer jumped to her feet. "Sounds like dollar bills coming." My heart raced at the thought of seeing him. The frustrations that had developed over the course of our conversation about stripper poles and cum fests promptly vanished. As the sound of him approaching grew louder, I wondered just how resistant I could be to any advances he might make. With the hose dangling loosely from my left hand, I gazed up the block and waited for a glimpse of him, hoping he wasn't going to simply rush past. When the motorcycle came into view, my heart sank as I realized it wasn't him. The rider's eyes locked on Jennifer as he rode past. Hers, in turn, followed him. The motorcycle slowed. Jennifer tugged at her top, ensuring the proper proportions of her anatomy were exposed for his viewing pleasure. Then, in the middle of the street, the motorcycle came to a stop. "Jesus, Jennifer," I whispered. "Now what?" While the rider glanced over his left shoulder, Jennifer took a few steps toward the street. In response, he turned the motorcycle around and promptly pulled into my driveway. He shut the engine off and removed his helmet. I was shocked at his age. Lack of age was more like it. He appeared young, really young. "He's Jason's age," I whispered. She either didn't hear me or didn't care. As she strutted toward him, he stepped off the motorcycle and set his helmet on the seat. He was muscular, covered in tattoos, and all around adorable looking. Adorable, and the same age as Jennifer's son, Jason. She glanced at the motorcycle and then looked at him. That thing looks like it doesn't have room for two. It doesn't, he said. But I've got a few others that do. You should ride one of them the next time you're coming this way. She pushed her hands into the front pockets of her shorts. Are you going up the street to see your buddy? I was. I released the trigger on the spray nozzle and stared in disbelief at Jennifer's fascination in the young biker. We see you guys ride by here all the time, she said. He folded his arms across his wide chest and looked right at her. You're going to need to cancel any plans you've got for this evening. Am I? She rocked back and forth on the balls of her feet. Why's that? Because I'm going to come by at 7 and pick you up. His eyes scanned her from top to bottom, pausing at her bikini top for a long look. Wear something you don't mind getting wrinkled. You're picking me up? She stopped rocking. Tonight? At 7? He nodded. I am. She gave him a puzzled look. Did you say that you want me to wear something that's wrinkle-free? You can wear whatever you want. He looked her over again, and then met her gaze. But it's going to get wrinkled when I take it off and toss it on the floor. Jennifer pressed her biceps into the sides of her boobs. Sounds like a fun night. I struggled with thoughts of turning the hose in their direction and spraying them both. It appeared her books were spot on. Bikers were after one thing and one thing only: sex. He wasn't even beating around the proverbial bush. He went right to the point, and Jennifer offered no opposition to his cheesy come-on. I mentally rolled my eyes, but couldn't bring myself to stop watching. While the biker with no name was in the middle of saying something, the roar of motorcycles from the other direction drowned out his voice. 2 motorcycles careened over the hill. Then they shot up the street and came to a screeching stop in front of the house. I felt a little apprehensive when I realized one of them was Cash. I quickly recognized the other rider as the neighbor from down the street. Cash hopped off his motorcycle and stomped toward the driveway. After edging his way between the youthful biker and Jennifer, he gave the young man a glare. "What the fuck are you doing, Tito?" Cash barked. Tito puffed his chest and hardened his gaze. "Whatever the fuck I want to, brother." Cash's jaw tightened. Then his fists clenched. "You've got no business up here, little man." "Last I checked, Baker was president of this club, and you were the muscle." He looked Cash over. "I'm wondering if maybe you should relinquish that position. It should go to the toughest man in the club." I had no idea what was going on, but it was clear that Cash wasn't very happy with Tito's decision to stop by. I wondered if Cash had somehow laid claim to me, which prevented any of the other men from coming near me or my place of residence. I was flattered and confused at the same time. "What the fuck are you trying to say, midget?" Cash snapped back. Tito's mouth twisted into a smirk. "Are you too dumb to figure it out?" Cash took a step back and raised his hand slightly. "If you're feeling froggy, motherfucker, jump." Fearing the next step from either of them would require an ambulance, the police, or both, I set the hose down and stepped off the porch. "It's awfully hot out here this morning. Would any of you care for a drink?" The neighbor looked at me and grinned a sly grin. "Might want to grab the hose and spray these two before things get ugly." Tito let out a long breath. "My apologies." He glanced at the neighbor, Cash, and then me. Sure, I'd love a drink. The neighbor gave a sharp nod. Whatever you've got would be nice, thank you. Cash glared at Tito for a few seconds, took a step back, and then walked to my side. I'll come with you. Make me a mimosa, if you don't mind, Jennifer said. Cash accompanied me to the porch and then opened the front door and gestured inside. After you. What was all that about? I asked as I walked inside. Can I ask? Nothing. I opened the refrigerator and grabbed the orange juice. Were you mad because he was here? I sure as fuck wasn't happy about it, he said. Knowing he cared enough to get angry made me feel better about our situation. The argument between the two men seemed juvenile nonetheless. What does it matter? I asked. He wasn't doing anything but hitting on Jennifer. What did he say? Thinking of what he said caused me to laugh. He said he was going to pick her up tonight at 7 and that she should wear clothes that she wasn't worried about wrinkling. Cash's eyebrows raised. Because he was going to toss them on the floor. Yeah, but how'd you... Does he say that a lot? Cash exhaled heavily. Before you and I came in the house, did he know whether it was you or Jennifer that lived here? I looked up from pouring the orange juice. I guess not. How would he? His jaw tightened. What? I asked. His eyes shifted to the window and peered out at the group. Nothing. I made Jennifer's mimosa in silence. When I finished, Cash grabbed 3 bottles of water from the refrigerator and followed me outside. After I handed Jennifer the drink, Cash offered me one of the bottles. Then he gave one to the neighbor. I wondered if the last was for him, and if he purposely only got 3, leaving Tito without a drink. I didn't wonder for long. He extended his left hand, offering the last bottle to his MC brother. When Tito reached for it with his right hand, Cash swung his right fist into the side of his jaw. A punch landed with a crack. The impact knocked Tito completely off his feet. As he came crashing down onto his back in the driveway, the water bottle shot skyward. Appearing almost delirious, he looked up at Cash with wide eyes. The bottle of water slowly rolled toward the street. Cash kicked it aside and loomed over Tito with his fists clenched. I'm the muscle of this club for a reason, he said through his teeth. Maybe now you'll have an easier time remembering why.
14. Cash. Baker stood behind his desk and gazed out at the street. While unidentifiable folk music played, I fidgeted in my seat. I realized he wouldn't be happy with my decision, but it didn't change how I felt. I never second-guessed myself. If I justified doing something, questioning myself later about it didn't make sense. So I always stood behind my actions. Punching Tito in the jaw might not have been how Baker would have resolved the situation, but as far as I was concerned, it was the only way. When the song was over, Baker turned to face me. Tito's jaw is fractured in 2 places. Nose is broken too. Serves the little prick right, I said. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples with the tips of his fingers, a surefire sign that he was angry as fuck with me. After an awkward period of silence, he opened his eyes. It's bad enough they had to wire it shut. When Goose wrecked into Ghost on the 4-wheeler, it took him what? 6 weeks to heal? That's what they said. He pulled the chair away from his desk. 4 to 6. Guess I'll have 6 weeks of peace. God damn it! He glared at me. His fucking jaw is broken, Cash. That's what you said a minute ago. I heard you, Bake. His jaw's broken. Fractured is what you said. 2 places. 6 weeks to heal. Nose broken. Yep, heard it all. You stubborn prick. He sat down. You don't regret it at all, do you? Nope. I'd bust him in the jaw again if he did the same shit. Because he was sniffing around the blowjob queen's house? Because he doesn't know when to keep his fucking mouth shut. He was talking shit about how he needed to be the muscle for the club. Little cocksucker said the position should go to the toughest man in the club, and that you gave the job to the wrong man. He was showing off for the ladies. I rubbed the knuckles of my right hand. So I shut him down. Goose said you were pissed off because... I don't give a fuck what Goose said, I snapped back. This has been brewing for a long time, and you know it. This wasn't about who's the toughest, and we both know it. His eyes shifted to the far side of the room. A few seconds later, he met my gaze. You need to forget that little twat. We were in high school, Cash. Right's right, and wrong's wrong. I don't give a fuck how old we were. He was wrong, and he's never admitted it. She was a whore. It doesn't matter if she offered him the pussy on a silver platter, I growled. There's no rule against... You might not post rules up on the clubhouse walls, but we all know what we can and can't do. We don't fuck with a gal that one of the other fellas is fucking with. Everyone knows it. I leaned forward and locked eyes with him. This is the second time. Next time, I might just cut his throat. He shook his head. Goose said he wasn't even fucking with your girl. He was dicking with the chick across the... She isn't my girl, Bake. She's some chick that sucked my cock. Add her to the list of 200 other motherfuckers that have had my cock in their mouth. It ain't about that. Well, it sure as fuck wasn't about which one of you two is the toughest. My eyes thinned. Why do you say that? You think that little prick's tougher than me? I didn't say that. I didn't say you said it. I hardened my stare. I asked you a fucking question. We've all got our strengths, Cash. Yep. His is hacking into computers, and mine is kicking motherfuckers' asses. I arched an eyebrow. Who's the toughest? I'd say the two most capable fist fighters in the club are you and Tito, he responded. No doubt. Okay. I relaxed into my chair and crossed my arms. Which one's tougher? He rolled his eyes and then looked right at me. You. Are you saying that because you think I am, or because you think it's what I want to hear? Because it's the truth. I stood. Good. Then you can repeat that statement in front of that broken-jawed motherfucker in Wednesday's meeting. You know, when he brings in the beer for losing that race. I wasn't done, he hissed. Where the fuck are you going? You might not be done, I said over my shoulder, but I am. I'm going for a ride. Baker was still babbling when I walked through the door, but I didn't hear a word he was saying. My mind was on other things. Things I hadn't thought about since high school.
15. Kimberly. I had mixed emotions about what happened between Cash and Tito. I didn't know for certain what drove Cash to do what he did, but I had my doubts that his actions were a direct result of Tito simply showing up at my house. On the surface, Cash's reaction seemed extreme. Then, when I considered that he wasn't overly angry before he hit Tito, and that he acted indifferent about it afterward, it left me to wonder what drove him to act so violently. Jennifer's pounding at my door brought me out of my state of deep thought and thrust me back into reality. With reluctance, I set my glass of wine aside and rose to my feet. The pounding continued. I cleared my throat. "I'm coming." "I'm out of wine," she shouted. "Open up." I pulled the door open. Jennifer was leaning against the side of the house. Her hair looked like a rat's nest, her feet were bare, and she wasn't wearing a bra. She looked at me and then belched. "Got any wine?" I looked her up and down. "You look like you've had enough." She wiped her mouth on the back of her hand. "I'll be the judge of that." She pushed her way past me and stumbled into the house. Quite possibly depressed about her canceled date and obviously drunk, she looked like baked shit. I gestured toward her bare feet. "Where are your shoes?" "Who knows?" she murmured. "All I know is that Dollar Bill is a thief." She shuffled into the living room and picked up my glass of wine. "Don't drink that one. I'll get you—" Before I finished speaking, she downed the half-full glass of wine and flopped onto the couch. I lifted the empty glass of wine from her limp grasp and set it on the coffee table. "Why did you say that? About cash?" "Because it's 8:00. I waited some time for her to continue, but she didn't. "What does that have to do with anything?" I asked. "If it wasn't for him," she muttered, "I'd be riding Tito's dick right now. Dollar Bill stole my dick. He's a thief." I sat down across from her. "You don't know that you'd be riding anything." She gazed blankly at me. Inch by inch, her body leaned to the side until she was flat on her back. She gazed up at the ceiling. "You can't prove that I wouldn't be." I studied her. Her dress was covered in orange handprints. "Your dress is filthy," I said. "What have you been doing?" She lifted her head and looked herself over. "Drinking wine." Upon seeing the neon-colored filth, she brushed her hand against her dress a few times. "And eating Cheetos." "You're covered in orange dust," I said with a laugh. She stared to the ceiling. "I ate a whole bag. I was too sad to get a napkin." "I'm sure he's still going to be interested in you when the swelling goes down," I said reassuringly. "You'll probably be out with him tomorrow, this weekend for sure." She tilted her head to the side and gave me a glassy-eyed look. "It's broken." "What's broken?" "His jaw." "Tito's?" I gasped. "It's broken?" She shifted her focus to the ceiling. "In 2 places." "Oh, wow. Don't they have to wire it shut or something?" "They already did. They're checking it in 2 weeks, but it sounds like it'll be 6 before they unwire it. Oh, he's on a liquid diet, and he's got to carry wire cutters in his pocket just in case he needs to vomit." I wrinkled my nose at the thought. Why would he need to vomit? "If he's as sad as I am, he'll probably vomit tonight. I'm sure I will, sooner or later. I'm devastated. I'm sure he is too." That really sucks. Cash must have hit him pretty hard. She tilted her head to the side. Her eyes caught up with her a few seconds later. "You were standing there. You saw it," she said, her tone thick with sarcasm. "He knocked him all the way across the driveway." "Yeah, he kind of did." "Have you heard from Dollar Bill?" she asked. not since they left. She obviously had Tito's phone number, or she couldn't have found out everything she knew about his condition. I, on the other hand, didn't have Cash's number. I found it odd that we hadn't exchanged numbers, but I didn't want to overstep boundaries and ask him to do something that made him uncomfortable either. She pinched the hem of her dress between her thumb and forefinger and lifted it off her thighs. "I don't have on any panties." I coughed out a laugh. "That's kind of random." She wafted the hem up and down. "I was going to wear this tonight." "You were going to wear that? On the motorcycle?" "If I got my way, we never would have left the house. I was going to lure him inside with the cleavage. We were going to fuck until he was hungry, and then I was going to feed him a pussy sandwich." I scrunched my nose. "A pussy sandwich?" She glanced back at me. "You know what I mean." "Sounds like you had it all planned out." She forced a sigh. "I did until Dollar Bill fucked it up." I was reluctant to try having a meaningful conversation with someone who was inebriated, but the drunken woman sitting across from me that was covered in Cheeto dust was my only option. "Why do you think Cash hit him anyway?" I asked. She gave me a crazy-eyed look. "Because he was pissed." "I know, but I'm wondering what about." "I'm sure it has something to do with drugs or whores. It always does," she said flatly. The more I heard her talk of such things, the more I felt that her books were filled with nothing but fabricated lies meant to satisfy the desires of the hordes of women who read them. I'm sure it was something other than that. What else could it be? I realized reasoning with her was going to be impossible. Becoming increasingly frustrated that she was drunk and impossible to talk to, I gazed blankly at her. The contrast of tan flesh against the side of her black dress caught my attention. I gestured in her direction. "You're kind of falling out." "It doesn't matter." She forced a long, exhaustive sigh. Nothing matters." The sound of a motorcycle's exhaust caused my heart to rise into my throat. I tried to hide my excitement as I rose to my feet. Jennifer remained horizontal, seeming impervious to the familiar sound. "I'm sure it's $1 bill," she said flatly. "I've reached a point I'm about to give up. It's not worth it." I glanced out the window, and then at her. "What's not worth it?" She tried to sit up, but only made it part of the way. Resting on one elbow and looking back at me with drunken eyes, she blinked a few times. Then she shook her head. "Huh?" The house began to shake. I turned toward the window. The sun had already set, but it wasn't dark enough to hide the outline of Cash's face as he pulled into the driveway. I had questions I wanted answered. Getting rid of Jennifer, however, was going to require a stretcher or a wheelbarrow. Feeling slightly frustrated, I opened the front door just in time to see him lift his long leg over the seat. He hung his helmet on the handlebars, looked at me, and grinned. "Good evening." The front of his black t-shirt said, "Zombies eat brains. Don't worry, you're safe." I laughed to myself and waved at him like he was a passing float in a parade, and then felt foolish for doing so. I swallowed a lump of nervous energy and grinned. "Hi." "$1 bill, you're a thief," Jennifer screeched. "Oh, Lord." "Jennifer's here, and she's drunk," I whispered. His jaw was covered in 5 o'clock shadow. Looking sexy as hell in a pair of jeans that hugged him in all the right places, he sauntered up the walk. What's she yelling about? I sighed. She's drunk. He stepped onto the porch and looked me over. You look cute. I was wearing an old pair of loose-fitting pants that were printed with polka dots and an old concert tee I'd cherished since my early years. My hair was pulled into a ponytail and held together with a scrunchie I should have tossed out before Cash was old enough to buy beer. In short, I looked like shit. Thank you, I said with a smile. Fucking thief, Jennifer muttered. He peered over my shoulder. Sounded like she said I was a thief. She might have. He chuckled. Unless she's got overwhelming evidence, I'll deny it. She's got nothing. I heard that. The proof's between my legs, she hissed. He stepped into the house and looked at her. She remained half sitting, half laying, and her left boob was hanging out of the armhole of her dress. Embarrassed, and embarrassed for her, I tried to decide how to handle the situation. Cash sat down in the love seat across from her and acted like he didn't even notice. What proof? My unappreciated twat, Jennifer spat. If you wouldn't have punched Tito, I'd be riding his dick right now. You stole my dick. He chuckled a dry laugh. If anyone stole your dick, it was Tito. Jennifer sat up. After resituating what portions of her were exposed, she looked at Cash. Her face was smeared with confusion. That doesn't even make sense. He got what he had coming, Cash said. Jennifer tried to stand, but barely lifted her butt off the cushion before giving up. We want to know why you hit him. I'm a problem solver, Cash said matter-of-factly. I hit him because he needed hit. Why? Jennifer asked. Why'd he need to be hit? I sat across from him on the love seat, hoping that he would respond truthfully, but doubted my wish would be granted. Cash glanced at me and then at Jennifer. He crossed his arms. Then he crossed his ankles. He raked his fingers through his hair. You know that feeling you get when you like someone and you're not quite sure if they like you back? He asked. You want to know, but you're afraid to ask. You know what I'm talking about. Jennifer responded yes audibly. At the same time, I responded yes silently. Well, I was a sophomore in high school, and that's how I felt. I'd been crushing on this girl for a long time. She'd come over to my house at night and sneak in my bedroom window. We'd stay up all night, talking about things we didn't share with anyone else. Or so I thought, anyway. At the time, I was young and stupid. But I'd lay in bed after she left and think all of that what-if shit. You know. What if she liked me? What if she let me kiss her? What if this? What if that? Everyone knew how I felt about her. Hell, I talked about this girl day and night. Then, one night, she snuck in my window and started telling me a story about this guy she started fucking and how she was feeling guilty about it. I felt like someone smashed my heart with a fucking sledgehammer. Hell, I couldn't even breathe. But I faked it and acted like it didn't hurt. I told her not to feel guilty. Of course, I was feeling a little jealous, so I asked her who it was. After I gave my word that I wouldn't react harshly, she told me. Once I found out who it was pretty clear why she was feeling so guilty. Did you and Tito grow up together? Jennifer asked. Cash nodded. We sure did. It was him, wasn't it? Jennifer asked. Yeah, Cash said without much emotion. It sure was. My heart sank. His reluctance to commit to be in a relationship made sense. Not perfect sense, but I understood his fear of commitment a little better. Jennifer's eyes shot wide. She stood, steadied herself on the arm of the couch, and shook her head in disbelief. She fucked him? He fucked her, Cash said in a bitter tone. More than once. It takes two willing parties to do the dick dance, Jennifer said with a thick tongue. Cash shrugged. I gave my word to her, so I let it slide. And once I decide to let something go, it's gone. So from then until now, I tried to forget it ever happened. Then, when I saw him over here, I got pissed off. After I found out that he had no idea which one of you lived here, I realized he felt no remorse for doing what he'd done in the past. That's why I hit him. While Jennifer appeared to be absorbing what had been said, Cash rested his forearms against his thighs and gazed blankly toward the kitchen. I cleared my throat. I understood all of that, except for the last part. Why would it matter which one of us lives here? He knew the woman who lived in this house was off limits, Cash said. Oh, I swallowed heavily. How'd he know that? Because I made it clear, he said. I felt warm and tingly inside. Warm, tingly, and smitten. And I loved it.
16. Cash. The tremendous amount of horsepower that Ghost had extracted from the 557 cubic inch engine was obvious. The rump, 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 rump from the Mustang's exhaust shook everything that wasn't bolted down. He revved the engine once, sending an eardrum-shattering roar throughout the garage. I loved horsepower as much as anyone, but the sheer force belting out of the exhaust was pounding my eardrum deeper into my skull with each rotation of the car's camshaft. Ghost sauntered to the driver's door, reached inside, and shut off the ignition. The hair on my arms continued to crawl for a few seconds afterward, nonetheless. He pulled earplugs from his ears and shook his head.
That should do it. With 93 octane, this ought to hit the dyno at 800 horsepower. Maybe a little more.
What good is 800 horsepower in this little fucker? I shouted. All it's going to do is spin the tires.
Your focus is being mean, and mine is making shit run like a top. With that 4-link suspension in the rear, it'll snap your neck when it takes off,
he said.
Hop in and I'll show you.
I don't need my neck snapped, I said. That's a matter of opinion, Goose said from behind me. Half deaf from the Mustang's tuning session, I hadn't realized Goose was behind me. I turned toward his voice. What the fuck's that mean? He stepped around me and looked the car over.
Means there might be a few of the fellas that'd like to see you get your neck snapped for once.
You still pissed about me smacking the midget?
You didn't smack him, Cash. You broke his fucking jaw with a sucker punch.
He turned to face me.
It was a punk move on your part.
I glared back at him. You calling me a punk?
I'm saying it was a punk move. I didn't mention it in front of those women because it's none of their business, but Tito didn't deserve that.
He faced the car.
You're wrong on this one, Cash.
Matter of opinion, I huffed. Goose lifted his head out of the car's engine bay and looked at Ghost.
Care to give an opinion, big man?
After a moment's thought, Ghost looked at me and cleared his throat.
I understand your reasoning.
See? I blurted. Brother Ghost agrees.
You interrupted me before I had a chance to finish, he growled.
Oh.
I understand your reasoning. But Goose wants an opinion, and I'm going to give one.
He folded his massive arms over his chest and looked at me with serious eyes.
Tito stuck his dick in a girl you had a crush on, and when he did it, he was wrong. We all knew you liked her, including Tito. No two ways about it. But he was a kid, and 15-year-old kids make decisions with their dicks, not their brains. We grow older, and we learn from our experiences, and from our mistakes. He hasn't done anything but support us and the club since then. He's done nothing but respect all of us. Tito's good people. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be here.
He was at that chick's house trying to get his dick wet, and he had no idea which one of those girls I'd been fucking with, I said through my teeth. In Wednesday's meeting, I said, specifically, where she lived, and that little brainiac remembers everything. He knew whose house he was at, what he was doing, and that there was a 50-50 chance that the chick he was fucking with might have been her. He got what he deserved. Ghost coughed out a laugh.
You're a stubborn prick. So fucking stubborn that you're blind. Either that, or you're just plain stupid.
I gave him a side-eyed look. What the fuck are you talking about?
In that same meeting, when you're saying you said specifically where this chick lives, Baker asked you a question.
He raised his index finger and cleared his throat.
A girl sucks dick like that, and you're telling me you're done with her? That's what he asked you. In case you forgot, your answer was yes. That response made her free game. You're wrong on this, Cash. Be man enough to admit it.
I hated being wrong. The fact that I wasn't right sank into the pit of my stomach like a hot stone, burning the entire way down. If I was being honest with myself, I had to admit that my response to Baker's question about Kimberly was inaccurate. I said it because I felt I needed to be done with her. Obviously, I hadn't walked away from her emotionally, and punching Tito was proof. I gazed blankly at my two brothers for a moment, and then swallowed heavily. I narrowed my eyes, tightened my jaw, and alternated glances between them. Fuck you, and fuck you, I said. I turned toward my motorcycle.
Where are you going, asshole?
Goose asked. Admitting I was wrong required casting every time I was right aside, and then starting over, from scratch. I wasn't opposed to admitting it, but I sure didn't want to do it any more frequently than I had to. Tito, not unlike the rest of us, lived modestly. A true nerd since childhood, he spent what little time he wasn't riding his motorcycle with his nose buried in a book or against the screen of his computer. I meandered up the walk and stepped onto the porch. Before I had a chance to raise my fist to knock, the door of the two-bedroom ranch home swung open. Dressed in a pair of swishy pants and a wife-beater, Tito stood in the opening. The wires that held his jaw together left him incapable of speaking. He stepped to the side and gestured toward the living room by tilting his head. I'll make this quick, I said. I know, right now, I'm probably the last motherfucker you want to see. He swept his laptop off the end table and sat down on the couch. While I took a seat in the chair across from him, he opened it and then looked up. I glanced around the sparsely decorated home and wondered how many times a day he cleaned it. Free of all clutter and fitted with 3 pieces of leather furniture and 4 end tables, the living room resembled a psychiatrist's office, or a waiting room in the hospital. He turned the screen of the laptop to face me and cleared his throat. 4 words, large enough for me to read them from across the room, were on the screen. What do you want? I want to admit I wasn't right when I hit you. He pecked at the keyboard, then flipped the screen so I could see it. The massive font took up the entire screen. "You're admitting you were wrong?" I nodded. "Yep." A few strokes of his fingers later, and his next thought was revealed. "Say it. Say you were wrong." "Fine." I crossed my arms. "You want me to say it?" He nodded. Other than when my mother forced me to apologize as a child, I couldn't recall ever being wrong. Not once. There was nothing I could do, however, to convince myself any aspect of what I'd done was right. "I'm wrong," I said. Surprisingly, the words didn't get tangled in my throat. He studied me for a moment, and then typed another message. "Baker told me what you said." "About what?" "About why you sucker-punched me." "What did he say?" "I knew which of those girls was yours." "Bullshit." "I did." My eyes thinned in disbelief of his claim. "How?" "Goose said her hair was black." "When did he say that?" "At church." Church was biker slang for our weekly meeting. I felt uneasy. Much worse than the feeling of being wrong. Or being doubly wrong. I felt like the idiot that Baker often said I was. As necessary as an apology was, I wasn't going to allow Tito to beat a dead horse. I was wrong, and I was willing to admit it, but I wasn't going to be chastised for an hour about it. "Well, I was wrong, and I'm sorry." I waved my hand in his direction and stood. "Maybe when you get your jaw unwired, you can go back and see that chick. She's pretty cool. Got big titties, too." He typed another message, and then stood. He turned the screen to face me and held it tight to his chest. "I'm sorry for what happened with Ashley, too." He'd never apologized for what he'd done. I'd spent the years wondering if he thought he was right, or if he was simply too stubborn to apologize. Having him do so, even if it was written on a computer screen, seemed to cleanse all the ill thoughts I'd been harboring for all those years. I clenched my fist and extended my arm. He tucked the computer under his left arm and pounded his right fist into mine. I embraced him in a hug and patted him on the back. "Get well, brother." He patted me in return and murmured something through his clenched teeth. As I released him, his knee came crashing into my nuts with so much force it lifted me from my feet. Taken by complete surprise, I folded up like a cheap suit and fell at his feet. In utter agony, I writhed on the hardwood floor, wondering if, or when, I'd ever be able to have sex again. Eventually, my stomach stopped convulsing. As my vision came into focus, I noticed he was hovering over me. The laptop's screen glowed, waiting for me to read his parting message. I looked at the blurry screen, blinked a few times, and then read the words he'd typed. "We're even."
17. Kimberly. He seemed nervous, which made me feel uneasy. I wouldn't have guessed men like him ever got nervous. Watching him pace in front of the living room window told me otherwise. When he glanced at the street for the umpteenth time, I had to ask, "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, yeah." His gaze met mine. "What's the deal with that friend of yours across the street?" "What do you mean? What's her story?" Facing me, he tilted his head toward the window behind him. "Is she available?" She's divorced," I muttered, confused as to why he was asking. "Why?" "I was just wondering. I thought Tito might want to get with her when his jaw's better." I was relieved at his revelation as to why he asked, but I couldn't help but laugh a little at the thought of it. After that story of yours, I don't know if she'll want to. Maybe. It's hard saying with her.
Yeah, that's kind of why I stopped by. That and a few other things.
You lost me. Confused, I sat on the edge of the couch cushion and gave him a look. What do you mean? He sauntered across the room and relaxed at my side on the couch.
I want to elaborate. Make a few things, I don't know, clear. A couple of things, anyway. Maybe 3 or 4.
His stammering made me feel uneasy again. It worsened with each pronounced tick of the Tiffany & Company Chelsea knockoff that sat at the end table on his side. Okay, I murmured. He was beating around the bush. I wondered what could have happened in the 24 hours since he'd revealed the complications of his childhood romance that almost was. While ideas of him laying out his departure plans formulated in my overactive mind, he cleared his throat.
I wasn't 100% truthful with you, or with myself, when I told my story the other night, or when I told you about why I didn't do relationships.
I was still quite curious and a little relieved. Okay, well, I'll listen if you'd like to clarify things. He inhaled a long breath. After exhaling heavily, he stood.
I'm not sure if it was what happened with the girl when I was in high school or something else, but I've always kind of ran away from anything that even came close to resembling a relationship. I've never been in one, really.
His tired eyes met mine. It was my cue to make him comfortable with the situation. I've only been in one, so we're pretty close to each other in that respect, I said, hoping my lack of relationship experience would provide him peace of mind. He turned toward the window.
I told Baker I was done.
After studying the darkened street, he turned around. His face was solemn. I was far more confused than I was before he started speaking, hoping that he was at a loss for words and that he was going to complete the half-finished sentence that he'd started. I waited. But nothing came. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means, I said. You told Baker you were done? He sat in the chair across from me and let out a breath.
I told everyone about you. Then, when Baker asked whether I was going to continue seeing you or not, I said I was done. But I wasn't.
When did this happen?
The Wednesday after the Sunday night we ate dinner here.
I still had no idea where he was going with the conversation. I looked at him and wrinkled my nose. A few weeks ago?
I guess, he said. Yeah.
But you're not done, that is, I asked, my voice laced with hope.
No, that's why I'm here. I wanted to clear things up.
I thought I knew what he was trying to say, but I felt like I may be reading between the lines. Considering his nervous state, and the fact that he'd done nothing more than mutter a few half-baked sentences, I stood and shook my head. I just finished spring inventory. It's been a long, exhausting day, and I'm mentally challenged right now, I explained. Start at the beginning. Just say everything you want to say, and don't leave anything out. He forced a sigh, and then looked right at me.
That first night we went out, I decided you were different. In my gut, I wanted to see you again, because I'd never been with a chick that made me feel like I was kicking it with one of the fellas, but that's how you made me feel. Then, when you sucked my cock, it scared me. I was afraid that I'd become dependent upon you, and if I did, it'd mean I was weak. Even so, I was pretty excited about that blowjob, so I told all of the fellas about it at church. Then, when Baker asked if I was going to keep seeing you, I said no. Not because I didn't want to, but because I was scared about that dependency thing. Technically, because Tito heard me say that I wasn't going to see you anymore, I was wrong when I hit him, even though I wasn't emotionally disconnected from you. It took Goose and Ghost getting in my face about it to make me realize I was wrong. When they did, I went to Tito's and apologized. He accepted my apology but kicked me in the nuts afterward. I sat at 7-Eleven with an ice pack between my legs for an hour, and then I came here to apologize to you. So, here I am. He spread his arms wide. Any questions? It was a tremendous amount to digest all at once, but I did my best. I did, however, have several questions. Yes, I said. I've got a few. Go ahead. Everyone in your MC goes to church together? No. If I walked into a church, I'd burst into flames, he said with a laugh. Church is what we call the MC's weekly meeting. I tried to remember everything he'd said, and then decided it didn't matter. He'd spilled his guts in an effort to apologize. Everything was out on the table. That, in itself, was enough to convince me he was worth my time. As much as I wanted to avoid the subject, it was my turn to be equally honest. I inhaled a shallow breath and stood. I held my head high and looked him in the eyes. In the spirit of being completely honest, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I'm biracial. My father was black. I braced myself for him to do what everyone else did when they found out. He stared at me for a long moment. Then his lips parted slightly. Sorry, he said. I thought you were going to say something else. Is that it? I bit into my lower lip and nodded. Okay, he said. I'm half Irish. Don't know what the other half is because my mom didn't know much about my dad. My mom's from Ireland, though, so I'm really half Irish. You're okay with that? I asked excitedly. He looked puzzled. That I'm Irish? I shook my head. With what? He asked. That I'm half black. What the fuck's that got to do with anything? He asked. You're cool as a fan. That's all that matters. Cool as a fan? I grinned and then choked on a laugh. Is that a biker saying? Yeah, he said. That's one of them. I'm good with everything if you're good with everything, I said. His eyes narrowed. You sure? I was. Completely. I nodded eagerly. Yes. He glanced around the room and then looked at me. His mouth twisted into a smirk. Wanna fuck? He asked playfully. Dressed in his tattered jeans, lace-up boots, and a plain white t-shirt, Cash was strikingly handsome. He was also big, muscular, intimidating, tattooed, and mean-looking. As he stood and anxiously waited for me to respond, he exposed yet another quality about himself. He was cute. I've got a few questions first, I responded. But I need you to be honest, no matter what. You've got my word. Do you have club whores? He laughed. Nope. Stripper poles in the clubhouse? Afraid not. We've got a few pinball machines, though. Have you ever been involved in a cum fest? His eyes narrowed. A cum what? Everyone in the clubhouse jacks off on a girl's face, then she has to eat it? You might call it something else, but that's what I've heard it called. Girls aren't allowed in our clubhouse, he said, and most of the fellas jack off at home. I laughed at his response, wondering why anyone would jack off in the clubhouse. I've got one last thing, I said. More of a request than anything. He pushed his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Okay. I swallowed hard. I want you to kiss me." The few feet that separated us promptly vanished. He raised his hands to the sides of my face. His fingers laced together at the back of my neck, and his thumbs rested against my cheeks. I exhaled an uneven breath and closed my eyes. His soft lips melted against mine. Eagerly, I kissed him, imagining it was the first time I'd ever been kissed. As he kissed me in return, I wanted to take back all the past kisses in my life, leaving only that kiss in my memory bank of kisses. Our bodies pressed tightly against one another. His presence enveloped me, and it was much stronger than his muscular physique. My mind went blank of all thoughts, leaving only the kiss, and that moment as he held me against his chest to focus on. At the instant that our lips parted, my knees went weak. In response, his hands slid to my lower back, preventing me from falling at his feet. I opened my eyes. He opened his. That kiss erased all kisses of my past. With one simple kiss, Cash owned me. It was only fitting, considering what happened that night in the kitchen. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth and swallowed the taste of him. Lightheaded, yet eager to speak, I peered into his fierce blue eyes and smiled. "Yes," I whispered. "I want to fuck."
18. Cash. I didn't want to do anything that would cause her to compare me to her ex-husband, nor did I want to be the man of my past. I hoped whatever happened between Kimberly and I would be different. I reached for the buckle of my belt and looked around the room. My mind's slate was wiped clean of the sexual experiences of my past. With a stomach full of butterflies and a mind filled with hope, I unbuckled my belt. I was one mistake away from doing what I'd done for a lifetime. Sabotaging what little I'd developed between us would be easy. Preserving it would require a mindset that was unfamiliar to me. But I was willing to give it an honest try. Hoping to appear anything but over-anxious, I watched with eager eyes as she lifted her dress over her head. I pushed my jeans down my thighs and then kicked them aside. She unclasped her bra and dropped it at her feet. I took off my shirt. She reached for her panties. I slipped my thumbs beneath the waistband of my boxers. We freed ourselves of our last garment as if synchronized. Standing on either side of the bed, naked, we gazed at each other with admiring eyes. To learn to ride a motorcycle, a person must risk falling over. I embraced that thought, swallowed hard, and lowered myself onto the bed. Hoping I didn't do anything stupid between the beginning and the end of whatever we were going to share, I rolled onto my side and watched as she climbed onto the opposite side. I stared at her with unfocused eyes and inhaled her sweet scent. At that instant, I was no longer in her bedroom. I was in my childhood room, filled with nervous hope that the girl who was willing to give me a moment of her time liked me as much as I liked her. I reached for her, hoping this time would be different. I needed it to be.
19. Kimberly. Each of my 6 senses were dancing excitedly. I expected if the time came that we decided to engage in sex, that I'd be enamored by Cash's muscles, chiseled physique, and interesting tattoos. I was dead wrong. Despite his breathtaking body and the presence of muscles I had no idea he possessed, none of those things seemed to matter. My eyes were feasting on his angular jaw, steel blue eyes, and what little scruff had grown along the edge of his cheeks. With faultless timing, his hips worked back and forth, filling me completely with each full stroke of his perfectly sized dick. His girth stretched me so wide I feared I'd be torn in two, but it wasn't so painful I wanted him to stop. His length was such that each stroke reminded me of my physical limitations, but I didn't wish he had any less dick to give me. My sense of touch was slightly overwhelmed, but satisfied completely nonetheless. The absence of sexual banter left the sound of our breathing, the sex, and my noisy bed frame to fulfill my sense of hearing. My nostrils flared as I inhaled the sweet aroma of our sex. Combined with his unique musky scent and the smell of my own perfume, the unique mixture drove me wild with passion. Although I could still taste him on my tongue, I wanted more. I gripped his shoulders in my hands and raised my face to his neck. Upon tasting the salt of his sweat against the tip of my tongue, I eagerly pressed my mouth against his shoulder and cinched his flesh between my teeth. In a sensual coma of sorts, I was incapable of doing anything but attempt to satisfy him with each gyration of my hips. In unison with his movements, I ground myself against him, hoping I could somehow give the same level of satisfaction he was providing me.
"You've got to stop that."
He twisted his neck to the side, pulling away from me.
"You're driving me nuts."
"We're even," I breathed.
"Second time I heard that tonight," he said.
"Huh?"
"Never mind."
He pushed himself into me fully, paused, and then gazed into my eyes.
"Does that feel good?"
"I love it," I cooed.
"Your pussy is ridiculous."
The look on my face must have caused him to rethink his statement. Before I could ask for clarification, he gave one.
"Good ridiculous, not bad ridiculous."
He withdrew his entire length and then shifted his eyes between my legs.
"You've got a pretty little pussy, but it feels even better than it looks."
"Thank you," I whispered. "I'm glad you like it." Slowly, he slid his length inside me until the tip met the soft tissue of cervix. I drew a choppy breath and closed my eyes. "Oh, Jesus, that feels good." He let out a sigh.
"Tell me about it."
Lying flat on my back, I raised myself onto my elbows and peered toward the action. His chiseled torso was pressed tight to mine, preventing me from seeing anything but the 8-pack of abs that he'd undoubtedly spent a lifetime developing. "Can you raise up a little bit so I can watch?" I asked. He arched his back, lifting his torso in the process. As he raised his cute little ass in the air, I watched his shaft pull free, exposing one glistening inch after the other. When the tip slipped past my pussy lips, I unconsciously drew a shallow breath. "Do it," I whispered.
"What?"
I looked at him, and then between my legs.
"I want to watch you fuck me."
He grinned a sly grin.
"Okay."
Slowly and rhythmically, he began. I raised my hips and gazed between my legs. In and out, his entire length traveled, bringing me closer to climax with each stroke. Seeing his girth stretch me open was nothing short of a miracle, and I found it fascinating. Every woman wants to believe her pussy is tight. I knew mine was, because for the last 5 years, sticking one finger inside of it caused me to come repeatedly. Watching his thick dick disappear inside of me over and over was driving me insane. "Faster," I breathed. He increased his pace slightly. With it, each stroke became fractionally more intense. I fixed my eyes between my legs. "Faster." I watched his slippery shaft as he pulled his hips back, then held my breath with every forceful thrust. Each time his hips slapped against my inner thighs, the breath shot from my lungs. I glanced up. "Harder," I begged. Washed with intensity, his face wore a slight, yet satisfactory grin. "Okay," he said. He pounded himself into me, slamming the soft skin of the tip of his dick into my cervix with each powerful thrust. Every stroke brought with it a savage grunt. Having seen all there was to see, and knowing I was on the cusp of bursting, I closed my eyes and relaxed onto my back. "Bite my titties," I begged as I collapsed onto the bed. "Please." Maintaining his pace, he fucked me like he was mad at me, which was exactly what I had hoped for. His mouth moved back and forth between each boob, sucking and nibbling until the combination of everything simply became too much for me to handle. My body tensed, my eyes opened, and my pussy clenched his dick like a vice. "I'm gonna—" He lifted his head. "That makes 2 of us." With his eyes locked on mine and his hands caressing my breasts, he worked his hips back and forth methodically until my body began to tremble. A tingling ran through me. Overtaking my senses and leaving me brainless, it shot through me from head to toe. Incapable of doing anything but enjoying the fire that burned between my legs, I moaned, I shouted, I sank my fingers into the flesh of his muscular back. And I came. Repeatedly. I felt his shaft swell. 2 strokes later, he erupted inside of me. A period of time passed, a period I couldn't identify. Still on my back, but now with his chest against mine and his head on my shoulder, I held him in my arms. Satisfied that he'd fucked me mindless, I simply held his body against mine, hoping the moment could last forever, but knowing it never would. Fearing that he'd stand and put on his clothes at any instant, I closed my eyes and hoped he'd give me at least a few minutes of enjoying our bodies being pressed against one another. "Have you got anything you need to do?" he asked, his tone soft and flat. "No," I whispered. "I don't want to seem like a weirdo," he said. "But can we lay here for a while? Just like this?" I didn't move. I didn't squeeze him, kiss him, open my eyes, or do so much as draw a breath. I simply gave my response. "Yes," I whispered. I remained motionless, holding on to him, and to that moment, for an immeasurable amount of time. At one point, he hummed softly for a moment, reassuring me that he was awake, but he didn't speak. Then, as my eyes grew so tired that they began to flutter, he twitched. Then he fell asleep.
20. Cash. I'd spent all my days searching for anything to lead me to believe that the life I lived was worthy of my existence. I went to as many places as possible and did as much as I could to justify my presence on Earth. I was convinced the more I did, the more valuable I was. During the week I'd spent living at Kimberly's, I learned that an enjoyable life could be as easy as simply existing. With her head resting on my shoulder and her knee laying on my thigh, Kimberly remained motionless. We'd spent the last several days doing nothing to speak of, but I enjoyed every second of the time we spent together. I'd always been one to rise early and go to bed late. Now, I couldn't wait to go to bed. Getting up in the morning was torturous. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me, but I'm not interested in getting out of this bed, I said. Don't get me wrong, I love the sex, but laying here with you is almost as enjoyable. She nestled against me.
I agree, wholeheartedly.
I think it's because it's so comfortable.
It's a bed in a box,
She said.
a green tea mattress. I got it on Amazon. Your side's new.
I wasn't speaking about the bed, but her response caught my interest. What do you mean, my side's new?
You're the only one to sleep on that side of it.
I don't know that I should have, but I felt proud to be that person. I tilted my head to the side and grinned. No shit? Your ex never slept on this? She lifted her head slightly.
Everything in this house is new, and it's mine. I walked away from everything he and I shared. He was the breadwinner in our house, and he bought everything, so I left it with him. I didn't want anything he'd so much as touched anyway.
I like it that I'm the only guy that slept here. She grinned, and then gently rested the side of her face into perfect position against my shoulder.
Me too.
I gazed up at the ceiling for a moment, and then cocked my head to the side. Wait, you've been divorced for how long?
4 years.
How long have you had this bed?
4 years.
I was sure of the answer, but felt the need to ask nonetheless. But you've had sex with someone, right? Just not in this bed?
I haven't.
It wasn't the first time I'd been wrong. In complete shock, I sat up, bringing her with me when I did. You haven't had sex since the divorce? I asked. She seemed embarrassed.
No.
I gasped. Holy shit.
What?
I swallowed heavily. Nothing. That's pretty cool.
Do I even want to know?
She asked. I immediately regretted asking and preferred not to respond. I gave a response that wasn't too revealing, but wasn't a complete lie either. That's not something I talk about.
Fair enough, she said.
I never would have guessed it, but at that moment, I couldn't see myself having sex with anyone but Kimberly. Our bodies seemed to fit together perfectly, whether we were having sex or not. All that matters is from this day forward, I said. She pressed her hands against my chest, forcing me down onto the mattress.
I'll only listen to you if you're laying down.
I relaxed onto my back and waited. Like my mother's cat finding the perfect spot on the couch, she wiggled around until her head was right back where it was. Then she rested her knee against my thigh. I shifted my eyes to the digital clock on the nightstand. It was 10 a.m. I hadn't been to the clubhouse in the past week for anything other than attending the weekly meeting. My time had been spent fucking, eating, showering, and sleeping. I doubted the fellas would understand, no matter how I tried to spin it. How Kimberly made me feel was proof enough that I was in the right place, doing the right thing. And that was all that mattered.
21. Kimberly.
That was crazy how you jumped out of bed last night. Scared the shit out of me,
He said.
Is that a common thing?
I had no idea why the nightmares of going to the morgue and identifying my parents returned. It was something that happened repeatedly when I first lost them. After a few years, it stopped. Since I started seeing Cash, I had 2 of the nightmares. All I could think of was that I subconsciously feared losing him, and that fear brought back the horrible dreams. Must have been a weird dream. I don't even remember it, I lied. I don't know what that was about.
Crazy,
he said. Yeah, I shrugged. Who knows? It was time to change the subject. I opened the carton of eggs and stared at the white, oblong spheres. How do you want me to cook them today? All I've done is scramble them. Is there a better way?
Better?
He asked.
I'd eaten more scrambled eggs in the last 11 days than I'd eaten in a lifetime. I glanced over my shoulder and hoped he hated them as much as I did. Is there a way you prefer to have them cooked, if you got to pick? He lowered his coffee cup. How do you like 'em? I preferred over medium, but I doubted he'd agree. I'd scrambled them since we began eating breakfast together, hoping he found them suitable, but I was sick of them. Hard-boiled, I lied. How about you? Boiled is okay. If I was in a restaurant, I'd go for over medium. With toast to soak up the yolks? Fuck yes, he said. Let me see what I can do, I said. I cooked the bacon, fried the eggs in the grease, and toasted 4 slices of bread. It wasn't the healthiest of breakfasts, but it was what my father cooked for me nearly every morning, and it was what I'd grown up enjoying. I set a plate in front of Cash and watched for a reaction. He looked at the eggs and smiled. Looks just like Redford's. Redford's? Place right off the 805 in North Park. Been there since 1940-something. Best breakfast this side of my mom's place. I tore the corner off a piece of the toast. I'm sure I'm not up to par with Redford's or your mother's, but hopefully this will be a good third place. He carefully lifted one of the eggs, placed it on top of a slice of toast, and cut the half on display into bite-sized pieces. After devouring the chunks, he lifted the remaining portion and ate it in 2 bites. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Cook 'em in the bacon grease? I did. Is that okay? He chuckled. My ma keeps bacon grease in a coffee can on the back of the stove. My father used to keep it, I said, recalling the porcelain dish he kept it in. But my mother would toss it out with the trash. If I tossed my ma's grease, she'd whack my knuckles with a spatula. She sounds like a hard case. He chuckled. She is. I nodded toward his plate. So, you like them? He tore the center off the remaining piece of toast. Love 'em. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he poked the piece of toast into the yolk and stirred it around. After eating the yolk-covered piece, he repeated the process. I smiled to myself. Because I was alone, there wasn't much on most days to remind me of my parents. Eating breakfast was one thing that did. It was a tradition that my father maintained throughout my childhood and continued whenever I'd pay them a visit. Since Cash and I began eating breakfast together, thoughts of my parents had returned. Instead of feeling sorrow for their loss, I'd been grateful for the memories that had surfaced. My father taught me how to cook. I looked up. This was how he loved his eggs. His face washed with confusion. Is he not around anymore? It suddenly dawned on me that I hadn't told Cash about my parents. It wasn't something I'd consciously kept from him. It seemed I assumed he knew. I took a sip of coffee and met his gaze. Someone rear-ended them on the 5. It's been just me for almost 10 years. July 29th. It'll be the 10th anniversary of their death. He reached for my hand. I'm so sorry. It must have been God's will, I said. That's what I tell myself anyway. I wish you could have met them, though. They were the best. As he held my hand in his eyes remained fixed on me for a long time. After taking a precursory glance at my plate, I looked at him. What? You're a beautiful woman, he said. I squeezed his hand and smiled. Thank you. He reached for his fork. Did you like 'em like this? Like your dad cooked 'em? I smiled. I did. Hell, I've been staying all night over here for what? A week? Why have you been scrambling them? He poked another chunk of toast into the yolk. We could have been doing this. 11 days,
I said. It's been 11 days. 11 days of scrambled eggs? He chuckled. You've been counting? Not the eggs, but yes, I smiled. I've been counting. I don't keep track of days. At all? Nope. Every time that clock ticks, it's one less second that I get to spend on this earth. I make the most of my time here and don't bother keeping track of what's gone. If I did, it'd just remind me of what little I've got left. What about birthdays? I don't celebrate them. I laughed. I'm serious, he said. It's another reminder. But you know how old you are. I'm not an idiot, he said with a laugh. But I don't need to celebrate being another year closer to death. I've never looked at it that way. I can't look at it any way other than that. I never understood someone wanting to celebrate a date that reminded them another year had passed, that they had one less year to live on Earth. It's like, hot fucking damn, I'm 1 year closer to death. Let's have a fucking party. He cut the remaining egg and toast in unison, eating one piece of each with every forkful. Cash was definitely cast from a different mold than most. I couldn't imagine him any other way. For the next minute or so, we ate our breakfast in silence. In the living room, 20 feet away, my Tiffany and Company knock-off clock ticked away each passing second with a pronounced clack. A reminder that I'd spent one more second with the man of my dreams.
22. Cash. Jennifer sat on the love seat across from us with a mimosa in her hand. After a long study of Kimberly, she shifted her eyes to me. She took a drink. Then another. What? I asked. She shook her head. You two make me sick. Why? Kimberly asked. She kept her eyes trained on me. How long have you been here? On Earth? 31 years. No, you big dumb dork. Here, at her house. I shrugged. I don't know. Too long, she said. That's how long. Kimberly gasped. Jennifer? She looked at Kimberly. Well, he's cutting into our time. Spend more time with Tito, I said with a laugh. I spent time with him last night. He came by to fix my computer. Kimberly leaned forward. He did what? Fixed my computer. He's a computer tech. And a good one, too. He cleaned all the viruses I got from those porn sites, fixed the hard drive, and now I'm up and running. Kimberly looked at me. Tito fixes computers? He's good at anything to do with computers, I said. He got a scholarship to MIT, but didn't go. Seriously? Yeah. He even got job offers from the government to hack into the hackers' computers, but he didn't accept them. He just does his own thing. Wow, that's incredible. What's incredible is that you're still here, Jennifer said in a snide tone. I gestured toward her flute of juice-laced champagne. Who drinks at 10 in the morning anyway? She waved her hand toward Kimberly. We used to. Now I do. Alone. You've changed things. That's why I'm here. It's time for you to go home, Dalla. Quit calling me that. My name's Cash. To me, you'll always be Dollar Bill. She finished her mimosa in one gulp, set the glass aside, and then covered her face with her hands. My life is over. What's wrong? Kimberly asked. I've got to beg him to come over. I think he's embarrassed about his mouth, jaw, whatever. All the wires. She lifted her head and looked at me. If it wasn't for you,
I'd be riding your buddy's dick right now.
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, I said. Sorry. She thrust her face into her open hands.
Sorry doesn't get me laid.
Jennifer was an active part of Kimberly's life, no differently than the fellas were an active part of mine. I liked it that the three of us were becoming friends. Despite her theatrics, she was friendly, jovial, and always playful. If you want to get laid, all you've got to do is go down to the 7-Eleven, buy a bottle of water, and then drop it on the floor in front of the checkout. She glared at me.
How's that going to get me laid?
I've never been in there that there wasn't 15 or 20 people in line. If you bent over to pick it up, someone would ask you out. Why don't you go try it?
What are you saying?
Kimberly snorted.
I think he's saying your shorts are too short. Without saying your shorts are too short.
She reached between her thighs and tugged against the denim.
They're not too short.
If you say so.
As Jennifer made another mimosa, I sipped my coffee and pulled Kimberly tight against my shoulder. My life had changed in the last few weeks. The differences weren't anything I was searching for, but I welcomed them without question. I couldn't argue with how she made me feel. When Jennifer returned, she looked at us and shook her head.
Aren't you two cute? The big bad biker and the prom queen all snuggled together on the couch.
I turned to face Kimberly. You were a prom queen? She smiled.
It was a long time ago.
But you were?
I was.
Jennifer raised her glass to her mouth, paused, and cocked one eyebrow the best she could.
What have you done that's noteworthy, Dala?
I thought about her question for an inordinate amount of time. After coming to the realization that I'd done not one thing worth mentioning, I decided the last 2 weeks contained the most notable accomplishment of my life. Nothing, I kissed Kimberly. Until now.
23. Kimberly. I stood in front of the mirror, staring into the one spot I'd wiped free of condensation. I watched Cash's reflection eagerly as he walked through the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. There was so much of him that was easy to admire when his clothes were on. With them off, I easily went into sensory overload. He pulled his towel free, reached for the shower door, and paused. My gaze fell to his midsection. A perfect side view of his cute butt commanded my attention. I stared at it until my mind drifted away and the image went out of focus. Even though he had just finished fucking me senseless, my pussy began to tingle. He seemed to have that effect on me, making me wet with not much more than a smile or the light touch of his hand. Wet washboard abs or a bare ass wreaked havoc on my ability to make it to work. He'd spent the last 18 nights at my house, going home each day for a change of clothes. I scanned the length of his body, pausing on his broad chest. As I gazed at him admiringly, I noticed he was watching me while I watched him. "What?" his reflection asked. I sighed. "Get in the shower, you're driving me nuts." His eyes fell to my butt. "Your ass drives me nuts." I realized I was standing in front of the mirror in nothing more than my panties. It was something I'd never done with Marvin. I learned in the last few weeks, however, that I enjoyed being naked in Cash's presence. His verbal admiration of me was enough to keep me naked more than I was clothed. "You look incredible," he said. I turned around. "Thank you." "That ass is..." He bit into the heel of his palm and growled. I'd always thought my butt was too big, but he seemed to see it differently. His praise of it was convincing me that maybe I'd been wrong for all those years.
"Did you put a new blade in your razor?" he asked.
"Actually, I bought you your own while you were out last night," I said. "It's in the shower. Yours is silver, mine is blue."
"Seems kinda backward."
He stepped inside and pulled the door closed.
"Thanks."
I put on my makeup while he took a shower, singing a song the entire time. "What song is that?" I asked.
"Fuck, I don't know," he responded. "I just make shit up and sing it in the shower. Have since I was a kid."
The more I learned about Cash, the easier it was to like him. He was big and he was tough, but he was nothing more than a child at heart.
"You know what'd be cool?" he asked.
I wiped the fog off the mirror with a hand towel. "What's that?"
"To have a shower big enough that we could both fit in it."
I grinned at the thought. "That'd be nice."
"Maybe one of these days."
Hearing him say such things gave me hope that I was more to him than a piece of ass or a 2-week-long fling. Our future wasn't something we'd discussed. Considering the amount of time we'd been together, I didn't expect it, at least not yet. But it was sure nice to think about. He finished showering. He opened the door and reached for his towel, only to find out he'd placed it too far away to reach.
"Can a man get a little help?" he asked with a laugh. "I don't want to get the floor wet."
The little things he didn't do, like traipse water all over the bathroom floor, made seeing a future with him much easier than if he did them. It seemed all my pet peeves were things that he, too, saw as annoying. I turned around, pulled his towel from the rack, and reached toward his outstretched hand. With the quickness of a cat, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me into the shower stall with him. He pinned me to the wet wall, pressed his lips to mine, and kissed me deeply. While we kissed, his firm chest pressed against my bare boobs. His hands slid the length of my body, pausing at my butt. He gripped it tightly and pulled me into him. Feeling his cock swell against my stomach drove me wild with passion. I wagged my knees back and forth. My pussy ached for him. He pulled away and looked me in the eyes. "Gosh, my God," I whispered.
"I'm what?"
he whispered in return. "You're driving me insane. I haven't stopped by the boutique yet this week. It's Wednesday."
"Go to work,"
he said. My gaze dropped to his crotch. His cock was standing at attention, pointing at the shower wall. "Jesus," I said. "You're hard as a rock."
"You do that to me."
"Fuck me," I breathed. "One more time before breakfast." He shook his head.
"Nope."
"Why not?" He gestured toward the open shower door with his eyes.
"You need to go to work."
I wanted him to fuck me so badly it hurt. It had only been 30 minutes since we crawled out of bed, but it seemed like an eternity had passed. "I need you to fuck me," I begged. I really did. He could fuck me all day, every day, and I'd never tire of it. It seemed our bodies were made for each other. I'd never imagined sex could be so enjoyable, unless I was by myself.
"Not going to happen,"
he said matter-of-factly. "But you didn't come when we had sex."
"It wasn't about me this morning," he said. "It was about you."
I gestured toward his stiff dick. "I don't want you to waste that."
"It's not like I've only got a certain number of stiff dicks to make it through life," he said with a laugh. "These things are a dime a dozen."
"I'll take $1 worth," I said.
"When you get home from work. I'm not going to contribute to your store's downfall. No dick for you. Not today, anyway."
Water droplets cascaded down his chiseled torso. driving me wild with anticipation with each inch that they traveled. I scanned his muscular body and shook my head. How's a guy get a body like that anyway? I don't know, he said. I just woke up one day and had it. His modesty was a nice change of pace as well. The few men I'd met that were physically fit could do nothing but talk about the gym and brag about the amount of weight they could bench. He had yet to tell me he went to the gym, but it was obvious he'd spent a considerable amount of time doing something. I don't believe that, I said. He shrugged. I noticed his cock had gone half limp as we stood talking. See, I said with a nod. You wasted it. It's this easy. He gripped his dick in his hand and stroked it until it was stiff. See? I exhaled a slow breath. Oh, that's hot. What, me stroking my cock? My pussy throbbed. Uh-huh, I murmured. I want to watch you stroke it. Can't stroke it for long or I'll... He shrugged. You know. I swallowed hard. I'd pay to see that. He gave me a look. To see me jack off? I swallowed again and then nodded. Go put a quarter on the vanity, he said with a wave of his free hand. And leave the door open when you go. I had no idea if he was joking, but just for the sake of future conversation, I ran to my room and thrust my hand into the dish I kept my loose change in. After grabbing a handful, I rushed to the bathroom and held one of the quarters in the air, pinched between my thumb and forefinger. I'm ready when you are, I said. He reached for the faucet, turned on the water, and arched his back. His bicep muscles flared with each stroke. With one hand resting on the shower wall just under the control, and the other stroking his cock, he tilted his head upward and closed his eyes. Watching him masturbate fulfilled a lifelong dream. With my eyes fixed on his thick shaft, I watched him stroke himself feverishly. Every few strokes, he'd twitch, and when he did, his abdominal muscles flexed. My eyes darted from his cock to his face and back, scanning his wide chest and torso as they passed. His hand worked up and down the shaft of his stiff dick, stroking it fully. Clutching a fistful of change between my legs, I cinched my thighs together. I was soaked. My boobs ached. I needed him desperately, but knew his stubborn nature wouldn't allow him to fuck me, especially after saying he wouldn't. So I wallowed in sexual agony and watched him stroke his stiff cock. As the water bounced off his taut muscles, up and down the shaft his hand worked, stroking the entire length of his cock, from his balls to the swollen tip. After a few agonizing minutes, his speed increased, as did his breathing. My pussy throbbed. Steam filled the room, making my state of sexual depravity much less manageable. I watched with hungry eyes as he took a few quick strokes and then paused. A stream of cum shot from the tip of his cock in spurts. He stroked it one more time, and then again, forcing yet another geyser of cum through the air. I exhaled and all but collapsed in the process. The temperature, the steam, his mouth-watering body, and the sheer excitement of it all was simply too much. As he washed his amazing body, I slid from the edge of the vanity. He glanced in my direction as I approached the shower door. Happy? He asked. I tossed the entire fistful of loose change into the shower. As the coins rolled around at his feet, I looked at him and grinned. That ought to be enough for the rest of the month, I said. I'll be in the bedroom when you're done. His brows knitted together. In the bedroom? I took a few steps toward the door and paused. Yeah, you can watch if you want, but it'll cost you one of those quarters.
24. Cash. Convinced Kimberly was going to be a part of my life, at least until I fucked up, I decided to take her to one of my favorite spots in the San Diego area. Sunset Cliffs was a series of coastal cliffs and sea caves that had been carved naturally into a large section of stone that overlooked the Pacific Ocean. I'd done some of my best thinking there and hoped Kimberly could find a way to enjoy the spot's seclusion as much as I had. Standing on the narrow trail that led to the cliff, I pointed toward the limestone overhang and glanced over my shoulder. "That's it," I said. Her eyes widened in surprise.
Oh, wow. It's beautiful.
"Been sitting on that rock for years," I said. "Follow me. I think you'll like it." 5 minutes later, we were sitting on the edge of the stone cliff, looking out over the Pacific Ocean.
This is incredible. I can't believe I didn't know it was here, she said. Does it have a name?
Sunset Cliffs is what they call it. From where we're sitting to all the way over there. I pointed several hundred feet north, toward another section of stone that jutted out over the beach. I've been coming here for 12 or 13 years and solving problems.
What kind of problems?
She asked, keeping her eyes fixed on the western sky. The kind that can't be resolved on my bike.
I might be crazy, she said, but I'd guess that thing can solve about anything that might come up. I love riding on it.
Sometimes riding isn't enough, I said.
When my parents died, I went to Joshua Tree. It reminds me of this place. There's no ocean, but it's as serene.
I have to force myself to remember your parents are gone, I said. I can't imagine losing my mother.
Tell me about her.
She looked at me.
If you want to.
I rarely got a chance to talk about her to anyone other than Ghost and Baker, and they weren't as interested in hearing about her as I was to talk. I fixed my eyes on the horizon. She's older than you might think. 62 this year. She grew up in Northern Ireland, Belfast to be exact. She married her way into citizenship. Tied the knot with a man she didn't know, just to get away from the fighting between the Catholics and the Protestants. When I was a kid, she told me stories of the peace walls, and how Catholics lived on one side and Protestants on the other. She said that there were Catholics that had never spoken to a Protestant, and vice versa. Her parents raised her to embrace all races and religions. When they were killed by a bomb blast, she'd decided she'd had enough of the fighting.
That's awful, she said. I'm so sorry she had to grow up exposed to that anger.
She's not. I shook my head at the thought of my mother's optimism. She says it caused her to embrace her convictions. She raised me to be open-minded, and not to hate someone because of who they prayed to, or what they looked like. She said there's only one God, and that there's just a lot of different understandings of how to pray to him and who he or she might be. We're all after the same thing, according to her.
She sounds like a smart woman.
I grinned. She is. She came here with her husband. After 10 years, she hadn't got pregnant. Wanting a family, and convinced she was infertile, he left her. A one-night stand with an oil field worker who was passing through proved he was wrong and produced her only child. She changed her name back to her maiden name before giving birth to me, so I could be Irish.
That's an awesome story, she said with a smile. Do you ever see her?
At least once a year.
Where does she live?
Great Falls, Montana.
How far away is that?
1,330 miles if I ride to her house. 1,350 to the cabin.
Do you ride your bike?
I do. It felt good to share my mother's existence with someone other than the men in the club. She was the only woman I was close to, and I'd spent a lifetime believing she'd be the only one I'd ever care about. I now questioned my beliefs.
She had you when she was 31?
She asked. 30. I'll be 32 in 6 months. She had me late in life. She's convinced I was a miracle baby. I told her there are a lot of women who have babies much later in life, but arguing with her is like arguing with a rock. She's stubborn. She shifted her gaze to the ocean.
Do you want kids?
I laughed. Don't take this the wrong way, but I've always hated women. You're cool, but you're the only woman I've ever met that I can be around for longer than 30 minutes without getting a headache. Having kids is the last thing on my mind. Why?
I was just wondering.
What about you? I asked.
I'd love to be able to have kids, she said. I wasted my chance by being married for so long.
What do you mean?
I'm past my prime.
Hell, you never know, I said.
Actually, I do. I'm 6 months into menopause.
What does that mean?
It means I'm unable to have kids. On the upside, I don't need to worry about birth control.
The thought of having children in my life made me itch. I guess the birth control thing's a plus.
What about marriage? She asked.
What about it?
What are your thoughts on it?
I shrugged. I don't know. Growing up in a house with only one parent and having 4 friends that either had no parents or one parent made me kind of look at marriage as a joke. What about you?
It's a sheet of paper that's as worthless as the lies that are printed on it, she said.
Sounds like we're in agreement on that. I nodded toward the horizon. You're going to miss it. She turned toward the ocean and gasped.
I know why they call it Sunset Cliffs. This is going to be amazing.
As she gazed out at the horizon, I admired the contour of her face. I'd never seen anyone as beautiful as she was. Her beauty was so much more than what could be seen. Each day seemed to expose another quality about her that I found remarkable. I never would have imagined a woman being an active part of my life. But, then again, I never knew women like Kimberly existed. Spending a day without her was a thought I didn't want to think about. It was time for me to take the big step, to take our relationship to the next level. I brushed her hair behind her ear with the tip of my finger. Before the sun sets, I want to ask you something. She kept her eyes fixed on the multicolored horizon. When the sun disappeared behind a cloud, just above the horizon, she glanced at me.
Okay.
Goose is having his Friday deal on Friday, and I was wondering if you might want to go. Baker's old lady'll be there, so there'll be at least one person you can talk to besides me.
Goose is the guy down the street?
Yeah, the one that was there the day I smacked Tito.
What's the Friday deal?
It's a deal he has every Friday. It's not mandatory, but most of us go. It'll be a chance for you to meet the fellas. Give 'em an idea of why I've been missing for the last month. She looked at me and smiled.
Sure. I'd love to.
Goose is a good cook. Her eyebrows raised.
So, we're going to eat there?
Yeah, that's what it is. barbecue, beer, margaritas. He smokes meats. Sometimes he fries a turkey. He's been known to make some pretty good tamales, too. She chuckled. What? I asked. She shook her head.
Getting information out of you is close to impossible.
She was right, but I didn't agree with her. I didn't disagree either. There was a time and a place for arguing, and Sunset Cliffs during sunset wasn't it. Sitting so close to her, I could taste the sweetness of her perfume. I sat and watched the sunset. As the orange sphere disappeared behind the wall of water, only to be replaced by an indigo and pink sky, I gave thanks for Kimberly's existence, and for my ability to be in her presence without doing anything stupid.
25. Kimberly. I glanced around the 1,200-square-foot boutique. Compared to what else San Diego had to offer, it wasn't much. I'd always dreamt of having a nursery, but I knew I'd never be able to afford one. So I settled for a shoe store. Some of the sandals had floral patterns on them. For the time being, that would have to suffice. I'm going to have a sale starting next Monday, I said. Let's use the same signs we used last spring. Tisha nodded. The flowers? Yes, I said, gesturing toward the plastic tubes that sat in the corner of the stockroom. The flowers. Okay. Tisha was a slender vegan that didn't have the love for shoes that I did. She did, however, have a great work ethic. In 3 years, she hadn't missed a single day's work. I trusted her to open, close, and supervise all the part-time employees. Her choices in clothing and persistent use of sandals left me wondering if she'd go barefoot if I allowed it. Wearing an off-the-shoulder transparent beige dress and a pair of Billabong Rory vegan-friendly slingback sandals, she looked like she could be working at one of California's many pot farms. She followed me to the sales floor and then looked at the displays with disgust in her eyes. Do you hate shoes? I asked. She turned toward me and wrinkled her nose. Truthfully? I shrugged one shoulder. Sure. I mean, kind of. If I didn't have to wear them, I wouldn't. I picked up a Stuart Weitzman nudist and admired the fabric of the strappy stiletto. I'm surprised it took me this long to ask. I've been wondering. You're not mad, are you? I don't care. I smiled and placed the shoe on the display. You're a great employee, and that's all that matters. She smiled in return. Thank you. I faced her. Are you still seeing that guy that rides the motorcycle? She walked to the window and peered out at the street. Trent? The guy with the beard, I said. They've all got beards. She glanced over her shoulder. No, I've been seeing another guy. He doesn't ride, but he's got a beard. I think we're about done, though. He's kind of needy. She seemed distraught. I regretted asking her about her former lover and offered an apology, of sorts. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. She meandered to the far display, picked up a strapless sandal, and massaged the sole with her thumbs. I miss him. It sucks. You're a beautiful woman, Tisha. I'm sure you'll meet someone that will appreciate you for who you are. She looked up. Thanks. Why did you ask about him, Trent? Oh, I shrugged. I don't know. I was just wondering. Is something bothering you? No, I started seeing a guy. Kind of seeing a guy. This guy was riding. I cleared my throat. I'm screwing a guy that rides a motorcycle, and I was wondering if you had any advice about men on motorcycles. That's all. Her face lit up. That's awesome.
What's awesome? Her eyebrows raised. That you're getting laid. I wondered how she knew I hadn't been getting laid, but feared asking. I fought the urge to grin, but only partially succeeded. Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. How long have you been, you know? She wagged her eyebrows. Seeing him. I met him 35 days ago. We had sex the first time 13 days after that. We've been steadily going at it ever since. She smiled. Excited much? Huh? It's cute that you're counting the days. He must be pretty cool. He was much more than pretty cool. It seemed he shared my beliefs on many things that so many others didn't. He was completely contrary to the man I would have seen myself with as a young woman, but now that I was older, he seemed to suit me very well. I wondered what had changed. Why accepting a man like Cash came so easily now, yet seemed so out of place when I was younger. Marvin was a finance major and a nerd. At the time, I was convinced he was exactly what I needed. I decided it was the failed marriage of a man who wore a suit to work every day that caused me to seek a relationship in someone who was the polar opposite of him. He is. I looked at her and grinned. He's way cool. It was nice to talk about him to someone other than Jennifer. I realized I was fondling a wedge and set it aside as if it were on fire. Sorry, I said. I can't stand those things. Her eyes knitted together. What? Wedges. I want them to go out of style. They did once. It needs to happen again. I glared at the display. I wish I could change things. There's so much I wish I could change, she said. Don't even get me started. With style? I asked. With everything. This guy I'm seeing, for one. He's so... He cries. All the time. What happened to men being men? I want a man who makes me feel like he can smash the face of all the creeps that creep on me. James wouldn't smash a grape, let alone a guy's face. I want a man who makes me feel like I'm a woman. Trent did that. James makes me feel like I need to be ready to protect him. I chuckled. I think Cash would smash anyone's face who looked at me cockeyed. His name's Cash? Uh-huh. That's awesome. She pulled a sandal from the display and studied it. Does he have any friends? He's got a few, but they're all pretty hardcore bikers. Hardcore bikers are loyal, she said. All you've got to do is fuck 'em, feed 'em, and never ask questions about what they do when they're gone. Can I ask what happened with Trent? I asked. Why didn't that work out? She shrugged. I forgot the last part of that 3-part rule. I guess that'd be my only advice. There's the life they live at home and the life they live when they're gone. Don't ask questions about what he does when he's away. I'll keep that in mind. You said he's hardcore, she said. Does he ride in a club? He does, I responded pridefully. Her gaze fell to the floor. After a long pause, she looked up. Yeah, you'll need to remember that last part, for sure.
26. Cash. Smoke poured from the homemade barbecue grill's stack, enveloping the eave of the roof before filtering into the evening sky. The members of the MC stood shoulder to shoulder on Goose's deck. While they listened intently, Baker's old lady, Andy, stood in the center of the group telling a story. Baker was the only member of the club that was in a relationship. His old lady was a once-in-a-lifetime find. Although trusting her didn't come easy, I now saw her as an asset in Baker's life, and, in turn, mine. His persistent introduction of her into outside functions involving the club made sure we were able to make our own decisions regarding her worth, and it seemed everyone agreed. Baker's old lady was solid. I proudly paraded Kimberly toward the group, stopping a few feet shy of the deck's edge. "Everyone, this is Kimberly. Kimberly, this is..." I pointed at each person as I named them. Goose, Tito, Ghost, Reno, Baker, and Baker's other half, Andy. Kimberly stepped onto the deck and introduced herself to everyone, shaking hands like a politician on parade. After Kimberly exchanged niceties with each of the men, Andy pulled her aside and talked for a few minutes. Then they stepped off the deck. As they wandered through the ornately decorated yard, I grabbed a beer and gestured toward Goose with the bottle. "Appreciate you, brother." He gave a nod.
Appreciate you two taking time to stop by.
Baker glanced at the women and then at me. "Damn, Cash. That girl's a looker." I sipped my beer. "It ain't about looks, Bake. She's a good woman. She makes me think about shit I ain't never thought about. She might change me." "A leopard cannot change its spots," he said. "You'll always be you. She'll either have to accept you or walk away." I raised my middle finger. "Fuck you." Reno stumbled across the deck and came to a stop at my side, almost toppling over in the process. He was obviously drunk. I wondered how he made it to the barbecue without wrecking his bike. "Damn, brother. You drunk?" I asked. His eyes met mine, but he didn't respond. After staring blankly at me for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the yard.
"Invested in some scam,"
Ghost whispered.
"Took him for 50 grand. He's been over here drinking since 3 o'clock, drowning his sorrows."
"He needs to stop with that get-rich-quick shit," I said. "Real estate is where it's at." Ghost cocked his head to the side and pressed his index finger to his lips. "Shh." I nodded. "Gotcha. She's as fine as frog's hair," Reno murmured, slurring half the words. "She a Filipino?" I shot him a look. "A what?" "A Filipino." He wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "She looks like it." "No, she ain't a Filipino. She's a fucking San Diegan, or whatever the fuck people from here call themselves." He craned his neck to take another look. "Looks like a Filipino. Don't matter how many times you say it, she ain't Filipino." "Is she that chick that you were telling the story about?" he asked, his voice 10 octaves louder than it needed to be. "Swallowed your schlong like it was a buttered breadstick?" I glanced over my shoulder, making sure she wasn't within earshot. "No, that was someone else. And if you're going to be a rude prick, I'll just ride right back up the block and eat leftover lasagna. She lives down the street, don't she?" he asked. "Yep. It is her," he snapped back, half shouting. "I fucking knew it." "Well, you don't have to advertise it to the whole neighborhood, you fucking dipshit," I whispered. He glanced at Kimberly, and then shook his head lightly. "She's got some big fucking titties, that's for sure." He shifted his eyes to me. "You play with those big fuckers when she's slobbering on your dick? I'm not gonna warn you again." I lowered my beer and gave him a stern glare. "You need to give it a rest." I waved my hand toward the house. "Have Goose make you a cup of coffee." The men were respectful regarding Andy, because each of them knew she was Baker's old lady. I suspected they saw Kimberly differently. Considering my past when it came to relationships, It was hard to fault them for forming their opinions. Nonetheless, Reno was pushing his luck. He shrugged. I was just saying the obvious.
She's got pretty teeth,
Ghost interrupted.
They're straight as fuck. Must have had some good dental insurance as a kid.
She's got nice flowers, too, Goose said. Third house from the end when you're leaving. Have a look for yourself. Baker chuckled. Only you would appreciate her flowers, Brother Goose. Easy to appreciate, Goose said. She takes care of them. Reno's eyes remained fixed on Kimberly. She must work out, too. Her legs look like... The back of Ghost's hand slapped against Reno's bicep with a thwack. God damn, Reno stammered. What the fuck was that for? Ghost arched an eyebrow.
She's Brother Cash's old lady. Be respectful.
Reno looked at me. Is she your old lady? Or is she just some chick that swallows your dick? I didn't know how to answer, so I took a drink of my beer instead of responding. After downing half the bottle, I still didn't know, so I drank the other half. I lowered the bottle and belched. Let's say, for the sake of this conversation, that she's my old lady. There ain't nothing official that's been decided, but I'm tired of you looking at her like you want to see her naked. He folded his arms over his chest. So, she ain't your old lady? I crossed my arms in a mimicking fashion. Define old lady. Old lady, motherfucker. An old lady is an old lady. Are you claiming her, or is she free game? She ain't free game, I hissed. I can tell you that much. Then she's your old lady. He lowered his arms. Why didn't you just say so? I looked at Baker. He shrugged. He's right. If she's not free game, she's your old lady. I turned toward Tito. Damn, son. You're being quiet. Oh, wait. I chuckled as I slapped my hand against his arm. You can't talk, can you? Or eat barbecue. Maybe Goose'll make you a smoothie. How's that coming along, anyway? He nodded. Saw you over at the neighbor's house last night, I said. You poked that shit yet, brother? He glared. I'll take that as a yes. He pulled his phone from his pocket, tapped his fingers against the screen, and then pointed it at me. Didn't take you long to change the subject. What the fuck are you talking about? He typed another message, and then poked the phone in my face. Baker said she's your old lady, and you STFU. Embarrassed? We were done talking about it, I said. At least I answered the question. You poke your pork in that neighbor's twat yet? He pecked at the phone, then turned the screen to face me. An Asian elephant weighs twice that of an African forest elephant, 12,000 pounds. I chuckled. It's gonna be like that, huh? He nodded. That's fine, I said with a laugh. She'll tell me. She comes over and gets all jacked up on wine and spills her guts. Hell, I'll just walk across the street and ask her tonight. He pushed his phone into his back pocket and shrugged. Food will be ready in about 15, Goose said. Smoked ham, smoked ribs, and smoked pork loin. The ham's uncured. I think you'll like it. I'm ready, I said. Haven't eaten since breakfast.
Why the fuck not?
Ghost asked. I grinned. Been busy doing other shit. He glanced at Kimberly, who was still talking to Andy, and then looked at me with both brows raised.
That gal's gonna give you a heart attack.
I chuckled. Not if I give her one first.
She's good people?
He asked. I gave a nod. She wouldn't be here if she wasn't. His eyes narrowed.
Is she built for this shit?
You find out who the tough guy in the bar is when someone comes in with a gun, I said. Time will tell, I guess. He patted me on the shoulder.
I suppose you'll find out. Sooner or later.
I tossed my empty beer bottle and grabbed another from the ice bin. When I returned to the deck, Reno and Baker were gone. I searched the yard and spotted Reno talking to Kimberly and Baker talking to Andy. 15 minutes earlier, it would have bothered me to see Reno with Kimberly. After Baker's determination that she was my old lady, I knew he'd be respectful of her, and of me.
Been trading off with Tito listening to that guy in Encino, Ghost said. He's an interesting fucker.
How so?
He finances a pot farm in Colorado, owns a car dealership in Kansas, and runs a card game in L.A. Game costs $500,000 to get a seat. Sounds like he has everyone from ball players to politicians playing poker. Then he sells smack on the side. No wonder he beats the drug charges. Prick's probably got the cops on his payroll. Prick only leaves his home about once a year, and that time is coming up in about a week.
I glanced toward Kimberly, and then looked at Ghost. We going to hit him?
Baker's gonna decide after Tito gives him the transcripts. If so, it'll be while he's out of town. Next week, late, is what it sounds like.
Gonna be big? I asked.
Not as big as that diamond dealer, but it'll be close.
I sipped my beer and gazed out into the yard. Kimberly stood beside a deck positioned in the middle of Goose's yard. She admired potted flowers while Reno babbled at her side. Every now and again, she'd look up and smile.
He'll be fine, Ghost said. Don't worry. He's probably telling her about the money he lost.
Just afraid he's going to say something stupid. He always says dumb shit when he's drunk. He looked at him and chuckled.
He says some dumb shit, doesn't he?
I trusted Reno, but viewed him differently than the rest of the fellas. He was an outsider that we'd allowed into the club. Although he'd been with us for a decade, I still felt he was earning his stripes. As the five of us had been together since childhood, I suspected Reno would always be playing catch-up. Yeah, I said. He's good at blowing shit up, but he's bad at being subtle.
He doesn't have a subtle bone in his body.
I raised my beer bottle in mock toast. Agreed. I was relieved to see Reno walk away from Kimberly, leaving her to talk to Baker and Andy. While she laughed at something Baker said, Reno meandered to where we stood. After getting a beer, he stepped between us and took a drink. Then he took another. Wearing a shitty smirk, he looked right at me and held my gaze the best his drunken eyes would allow. What? I asked. He twisted his mouth to the side and took another drink. Can't decide if I want to tell you. Tell me what? He shrugged. When everyone was drunk, it was always a good time. When one person was drunk and everyone else was sober, it made me wonder why any of us ever got drunk. Got good news and I got bad news, he said. Which you want first? Ghost chuckled.
Give him the bad news.
Reno teetered from side to side while he waited for me to respond. Bad news, I said. He glanced out at the yard. It's pretty bad. I'm a big boy, I said jokingly. Let's hear it. Found out the gal you're fucking is a nigger, he whispered. Thought you'd want to know. It took an instant for what he said to register. When it did, my ears began to ring. I couldn't remember the last time I'd blacked out, but it had happened in the past. When it did, the outcome was never favorable. When things came back into focus, Ghost had me in a chokehold, and the sound of people screaming seemed to be coming from everywhere. I glanced down. Reno was at my feet. Goose was leaning over him. Blood was splattered all over the wooden deck. I raised my hands in surrender. I'm done. Get your arm off my fucking neck. Ghost released his grip.
You cool?
I rubbed my neck. I'm good. God damn it, Cash! Baker stepped onto the deck. What the fuck is wrong with you? He deserved it, Bake, I said. Cocksucker's lucky I didn't kill him. Baker pushed Goose to the side and looked Reno over. Call an ambulance, he shouted over his shoulder.
Fuck,
Ghost said under his breath. Baker stood and waved his hand toward Reno. Look at him, Cash. You're telling me he deserved that? Ghost cleared his throat.
Hate to say it, but you'd have done the same thing, boss.
What did he do? Baker asked. Standing just beyond the deck, Kimberly gawked at the group with wide eyes that were filled with fear. I looked at Ghost and shook my head. Tell him later, when we're gone. As I stepped off the deck, I slowly filled with regret over everything that had happened. From punching Tito to pummeling Reno, however, one thing had been made crystal clear. So clear there was no denying it. Kimberly meant more to me than I was readily willing to admit. I had my doubts, however, that she'd be willing to continue. I could apologize all I wanted, but Baker was right. A tiger couldn't change its stripes.
27. Kimberly. Cash wasn't simply the man I was fucking. The pain I felt proved there was much more to the relationship than that. I ached. The same mind-numbing pain that took possession of me after the death of my parents returned. As much as I loved the way Cash made me feel, I knew I couldn't live a life with a man who used violence as a means of resolve. By his own admittance, he was the MC's muscle. It was his job to do just that. Seeing it happen twice over a 1-month period caused me to realize a lifetime of exposure to such violence would be more than I could handle. Each time the club required him to use his violent nature, the tables could easily turn. One day, he could be the man who was on the ground in a pool of blood. Continuing any kind of relationship with him would only prolong the inevitable. One day, he would be taken from me. I knew I could handle another relationship. I simply couldn't handle another loss. I stepped into the living room. I think I want you to go. He lifted his hands and turned his palms to face me. Give me a minute to explain, he pleaded. He hadn't spoken in the 10 minutes that had passed since the lopsided fight. I didn't know that I wanted him to either. I wanted him to leave, without argument or explanation. I hoped the pain I was feeling would leave with him. There's nothing to explain, I said dismissively. There is. He lowered his head. I just don't know if I want to do it. Well, I don't want you to. He looked up. Do you really want me to go? I didn't. I wanted him to stay, to hold me, to lay in bed with my head on his chest, to sit and enjoy a meal together and talk about American history, to tell me of his Irish mother and listen to stories about how my father taught me to fish in the streams of Northern California. Yes, I said. He took a few hesitant steps toward the door and then paused. I want you to know something before I go."
A sigh escaped me. "I don't want—" He faced me.
"I've never been scared of anything in my life. There's a reason Baker chose me to be the club's muscle. I've either been too dumb or too damned tough to know what it's like to fear something."
He swallowed heavily, so much so I heard it.
"Until tonight," he said. "I'm scared to fucking death that I'm going to lose you. The fact I'm willing to admit it scares me too. You make me feel like there might just be a life beyond this."
He raised his clenched fists and studied them. Dried blood covered his knuckles, and a trail of blood that had dried on his forearm blended in with one of his tattoos. His eyes shifted from his hands to me. He appeared defeated. The pain in my chest worsened. I wanted him so badly that it choked me from breathing. I simply didn't know if I could live each day knowing that one night he might not come home.
"I want to find out what that life is like," I said. "There's only one way to do it, and there's only one person to do it with. That person's you."
He turned to the door and pulled it open. I wanted to tell him to stop, to turn around, that I was ready to take that journey with him, because I felt the same way. But I didn't. Instead, I listened to him start his motorcycle and ride away. As the sound of his exhaust faded into nothing, my eyes welled with tears. The pain of knowing that I'd never feel him in my arms again began to squeeze me and didn't stop until I was sure I was suffocating. I sucked in a breath. The sudden rush of air choked me, causing me to cough. With the cough came tears. I lowered myself to the floor and blubbered. I cried until I was exhausted. Somehow I eventually managed to stand. With swollen eyes and an aching heart, I glanced around the empty home. I couldn't imagine sleeping in the bed without him at my side. I fell asleep on the couch, fearing I'd never be able to return to that bed. Or to Cash.
28. Cash. On my back in bed, staring at the ceiling, I held the phone far enough away from my ear that her voice wasn't deafening. Being shouted at by a woman wasn't on my list of favorite things to do, but I learned early in life to allow it. "Tell me he's going to be okay," she said. "They said he'll be fine," I said. "It's mostly dental work." "You and those boys were always acting the maggot in school, but I never thought you'd do something so savage to anyone close to you," she said, her voice thick with her Irish heritage. "Brock Cashton, I'm ashamed of you." "I'm ashamed of me too, Ma." "You're not a bogger any longer. You could get away with your foolishness here, but in the city, it's different. If you end up in real trouble, I'll come down there and give you a clatter myself. It'll take more than a dentist to fix it, too. Don't think I won't." "I know you will." "Did Graham put you up to this?" she asked. "He was always a cute whore, that one. I wouldn't put it past him." "It wasn't Baker, Ma. I did it on my own." "Care to tell your mother why you're always a feckin' chancer?" "I've been seeing this girl, and she—" "You're what?" she shrieked. "You're courting?" "Not really," I sighed. "I nearly had a heart attack. Who is she?" Considering her degree of excitement, I didn't have the heart to tell her Kimberly wasn't speaking to me. Hoping that repair of my relationship was possible, I decided to explain who Kimberly was as if she were still active in my life. "I've been seeing her for about a month," I said. "Both of her parents passed from a car wreck 10 years ago. She doesn't have any family here, but she's got some in Texas. She's beautiful, smart, sweet, and she's a great cook." "You need to bring her to meet your mother."
I've been here on me Todd since you left.
Ma, I'm trying to tell you what happened.
And I'm trying to listen to you.
This new guy, he's always getting drunk and saying dumb shit. This girl I've been seeing is biracial. Her father was black, and her mother was white. This new guy found out, and he called her a nigger. That's why I hit him.
Brock Cashton, she bellowed. You can't beat sense into someone. He's entitled to his opinion no differently than you. You don't have to agree with how he thinks, but baiting him over his belief makes you the worse man.
Ma,
All you're wished, she snapped. I wasn't finished speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
If he believes the colour of her skin makes her different than him, all you can do is show him he's wrong. Is she a good woman?
She is.
Is she polite? Respectful?
She is.
You have nothing to fear. Take her to him and let him see who she is. Let him make his own decisions, will you? Hatred is a difficult thing to overcome, but ignorance is impossible. I'll pray he's filled with nothing more than hate.
He might be a little of both. She chuckled.
So might ye, you feckin' idiot.
I love you too.
Apologise to your friend, and hope all isn't banjaxed. Does this lass have a name?
Kimberly.
Bring Kimberly for dinner, will you?
First things first, Ma. I need to apologize to Reno.
Well, listen to you, she laughed. You're not an idiot after all.
For a man who didn't apologize, it sure seemed like I was doing a lot of it lately. I stood over Reno's bed, truly embarrassed about how I reacted to his remark. Both eyes were black, his lips were swollen, and it appeared he was missing every tooth that a smile would reveal. But he wasn't smiling.
All I can do is apologize. I'm not making excuses, brother, but I blacked out. I was mad as hell, don't get me wrong, but I never should have done this to you. He rose to his elbows, took a sip of water, and gazed down at the floor. I get drunk and they fit I shouldn't. This ain't the first time. Little kids and drunks are the two most honest fuckers on the planet, Reno. You wouldn't have said it if you didn't mean it. I'm not here to blame you for... I was raised differently than you, he interrupted. I've heard your stories about Belfast and how they treated the Catholics. How your mother used to tell you bedtime stories and fit. Well, I grew up different. A black family moved into my grandfather's neighborhood. He burned a cross in their yard. Went to jail for it, but he went proudly. It wasn't 1950 either. It was about 10 years ago. In my family's eyes, blacks are nig... He paused. I was raised listening to it, but I don't want to believe it. I'm sorry, brother. She ain't speaking to me right now, I explained. If she decides to one of these days, I'd like for you to give her a chance. He nodded. I'll do it. Does she know what I said? I shook my head. I didn't tell her. Can you not? Not tell her? Making up with her, if that time came, would come a lot easier if I could explain what actually happened. Protecting her from Reno's family's hatred would be far more important, though. I gave a sharp nod. I'll keep it to myself. He sat up. I'm sorry, Kath. I truly am. I extended my clenched fist. Not as sorry as I am, brother." He pounded his fist against mine and grinned. "You might want to keep from smiling until they get some teeth in that mouth of yours. You look like hell, brother." "Feels worth," he said. "It hurts like hell." "It sure does."
29. Kimberly. A night's sleep did nothing to ease the pain. On my second pot of coffee, and wondering how in the world I would make it through the day, I sat at the kitchen table and ran through my thoughts, hoping I'd made a mental mistake in asking Cash to leave. Despite my burning desire to fix things, I couldn't change the fact that Cash was a violent man. That violence exposed him to risks. Those risks meant me potentially losing him permanently, and that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Ridding myself of him now would be far easier than having him taken from me without warning. I'd gone through it once with my parents, and I couldn't handle it again. Jennifer's pounding at the door reminded me that it was no longer 4 a.m. Not necessarily wanting to hear her advice, but wanting someone to talk to, I walked to the door and unlocked it. I pulled the door open. "I should give you a key." She nudged her way past me. "Not a good idea. I'd be over here eating Cheetos on the couch while you and Dollar Bill are fucking." "I don't think either of us will have to worry about that," I said. Saying it drove another stake into my already aching heart. I turned toward the table and shuffled to my seat. Halfway through fixing her cup of coffee, she spun around as if she had a revelation. "Are you wearing the same shit you left in?" I sat down. "Last night?" "Those are the same clothes, aren't they?" She sipped her coffee. "The new outfit?" "They are." She sat down across from me and scrunched her nose. "What's wrong with you?" I took a sip of my coffee and realized it was tepid. After pushing it aside, I answered her. "I slept on the couch." "Why?" "I couldn't make it to bed. I was sad." "I'd be sad too." She shook her head. "I'm sorry that guy said that stuff." "What guy?" "I don't know what their names are. The one who said that crap. The guy Dollar Bill busted up." Initially, I was shocked that she knew what happened. Then I realized Tito probably told her everything. "You know about it?" I asked. "Well, the ambulance drove by my house," she said. "Twice." I forgot about that. "About what?" "The ambulance." "Surprised Dollar Bill didn't kill him," she said. She obviously knew more about the situation than I did. Curious as to what she knew, I stood and walked to the sink. After rinsing my cup, I poured another cup of coffee. "Why do you say that?" I asked on the way back to the table. She gave me a look of confusion. "Why did you say you're surprised Cash didn't kill him?" "Tito told me what happened. If he'd have said that shit to me, I probably would have killed him." She glanced toward the bedroom and then looked at me. "Wait a minute. Where's Dollar Bill?" "He's gone. I asked him to leave." I raised my brows. "What did that guy say? I never heard." "Wait. You asked Dollar Bill to leave? When? Why?" "Last night, after the fight." "Because of all the blood?" "Because I'm tired of the violence. In the month I've known him, he's broken Tito's jaw, and then he beat that guy last night until his face was distorted. There was blood 20 feet away on the fence. It wasn't pretty." She shrugged. "He deserved every bit of it." "According to who?" I snapped back. "According to me. And to Dollar Bill, I guess." Well, I didn't hear what he said or did or whatever. I don't think it matters. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Dollar Bill didn't tell you anything? No. He tried to, but I wouldn't let him. I just asked him to leave. She sprung from her seat. What? You didn't ask him to leave, like ask him to leave, did you? You broke it off? Over what happened? The reality of it all sank in. I choked on my emotions and quickly caught myself before I began to cry. Yes, I broke it off. Before you found out what happened. I saw what happened, I said. I was there, remember? He called you the N-word, Kimberly. That's why Dalla beat him up. I was flattered and frustrated at the same time, but I wasn't relieved. I stood and turned toward the window. If I beat someone up every time I was called that, there'd be a line of bodies from here to San Clemente. When I was a kid, I was called that every day. When my parents were alive, my black father was a constant reminder to the kids at school that I wasn't Puerto Rican. I'm glad he stood up for me, but I'm not pleased about how he did it. Are you going to call him? She asked. I turned around. No. What? She gasped. Why not? I'm afraid I can't do this. It's not worth it. With his temper, one of these days it's going to be him in that ambulance, and I can't fathom that. She put her hands on her hips and gave me a look. You can't imagine losing him? Having him taken from me. But you're okay with asking him to leave? That's okay? It wasn't okay. It hurt. My chest was on fire, my legs were shaking, and my mouth was dry. I looked like a raccoon, felt like death, and wondered if I'd ever sleep again without waking up yearning to feel his body next to mine. It's not okay, I said, but it's how it has to be. You need to get some sleep. You're delirious. Good thing that douche wasn't over here, because if he'd have said that shit in front of me, you'd be asking me to leave. With you, it'd be a one-time thing. With him, it's standard procedure. How do you know that? She asked. You've known him for a month. In a month, this has happened twice. Tito has his jaw wired shut to prove it. If I was just fucking him, it'd be one thing. But I'm not. It's more than that. I'm falling in love with him. I cleared my throat and then began to cry. I was falling in love with him.
30. Cash. It had been a week since I'd spoken to Kimberly. The text messages I'd sent had gone unanswered, and the handwritten note I'd left asking her to call hadn't produced a response. The thought of losing her consumed me. I ached, but I tried not to show it. The men in the MC may not have been my only love, but they were my first. It was time for me to focus on something other than my heartache. With Reno still in recovery, and us incapable of changing the window of opportunity, we voted to raid the drug dealer's home with the 5 remaining men. Although he was only a month into his 6-week recovery time, Tito refused to participate in the robbery without being able to speak. Much to the surprise of the club, and to his doctors, he chose to remove the wires that tied his mouth shut. Left with a series of steel fittings fixed to his teeth, but with the ability to speak clearly, he looked like he had braces. He was yet another reminder of the bad decisions that caused my relationship with Kimberly to fail. Using a glass cutter, Goose scored a section of the sliding door's glass, affixed to the suction cup handles, and nodded toward Baker. While we huddled under the pool deck's canopy, Baker tapped the glass lightly with a plastic mallet. On the third strike, the 4-foot round section pulled free. As Baker set it aside, Tito went through the opening. After double-checking the security system's output on his phone, he gave the nod of approval. I followed, and the remaining men trailed in one by one after me. Ghost sat watching the driveway, with the SUV ready for a quick getaway. I glanced around the gaudy mansion. Luckily, the owner had left random lights on throughout the home, making it easy for us to see our way without drawing attention to the fact we were there. Gold-framed oil paintings of unrecognizable men, undoubtedly mentors of the home's owner, were on every viewable wall. Ornate furniture, most of which appeared to be hand-carved, filled what portions of the travertine floor that weren't used as a means of perusing the mansion. The blueprints of the home that Tito obtained through the county's records department were spot on. Knowing what rooms were where, however, gave us no idea of where the eccentric heroin dealer kept his valuables. Wandering aimlessly through a 10,000-square-foot, six-bedroom home, hoping to find the safe, strongbox, or a hideaway, had my butthole cinched so tight it could have crushed a walnut. "This place is insane," I whispered.
Nice artwork,
Goose joked, motioning to a painting of a man holding a gold-plated AK-47. More nervous than a nun at a penguin shoot, I walked gingerly through the home, hoping to see something. As per Baker's instructions, each of us went to the bedroom we were assigned. After traveling up the stairs, Tito took the master bedroom, and I went to the bedroom described as number 2. The remote home sat on a large lot that was a little more than 5 acres in size, most of which was covered in trees. The portion that wasn't tree-lined was shielded from view by the mountain the home had been built against. I stepped into the dimly lit room and turned on my flashlight. The room was almost as large as my entire home. A quick check of the obvious places, under the mattress, beneath the dresser and nightstand drawers, and beneath the throw rug, produced nothing. The closet had no hidden openings and no safe. The 2 pictures that hung on the walls concealed nothing, nor did the toilet's tank. I pointed my light directly at each of the screws that affixed the heating and air vents in place, hoping to see signs of tampering, but each one appeared to be unaltered. Frustrated, I walked to the next room. Baker was finishing his survey. He looked at me with hopeful eyes. "Anything?" "Nothing." He forced a sigh. "Check on Tito." I went to the master bedroom just in time to find Tito leaving.
Nothing. There was a safe with the door open. Empty.
"Big one." He shook his head.
Small fire safe. Probably keeps his wallet in there.
"Fuck," I breathed.
Anything in yours?
Not a fucking thing. After we checked with Goose and again with Baker, Tito and I searched the last remaining rooms. 10 minutes later, we had found absolutely nothing. The 4 of us met in the hallway. "I fucking swear," Baker seethed. "If we don't find anything, I'm going to light this son of a bitch on fire." "Okay by me," I said. He sighed heavily. "You and Tito take the kitchen. Check that motherfucker with a fine-toothed comb. Goose and I will take every picture off the walls and check behind them." "Got it," I said. We did what we did for various reasons. Baker perceived himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, giving a good portion, if not all, of his proceeds to charity. Ghost did it for the thrill, looking at the financial gain as an added bonus. Tito did it because he enjoyed computer hacking, and he used the successes of each job as a means of measuring his abilities. Goose did it because it was what the rest of us did. He lived in a modest home, spent a little of his earnings on landscaping and upgrades to his yard, and invested the rest. Reno did it because he loved seeing things explode. Knowing what I now knew, I couldn't help but wonder if his affinity for setting off bombs had something to do with his parents and the childhood that he was forced to live. Being angry with one's parents was a common thread with people who enjoyed explosives. Me? I did it with the hope that one day I could buy a home big enough to enjoy living life beyond the MC. I dreamt of a home overlooking the beach, but knew it would never come to fruition. It didn't hurt to dream, and it was dreaming that fueled me to be the best I could be through the course of our jobs. Tito and I spent an hour in the kitchen, which was 50 minutes longer than most thieves spent robbing an entire house. After finding nothing more than some fine dinnerware and a collection of expensive tequila, we looked at each other in wonder. How big was that safe upstairs?
It was one of those cheap Walmart fire safes that you bolt to the floor.
He shrugged.
Maybe 2 feet square. It was in the closet. Why?
Probably kept his jewelry, pocket money, and watches in there, I said.
Probably.
Drug dealer like this ought to have a big safe. If he's peddling big dope, he's got to have big money. Big money requires a big safe. You know he doesn't keep that shit in the bank.
Only place left is the garage, he said.
We ought to take that fucking Ferrari.
We'd be caught before we got on the freeway, he said. That thing's so rare the cops would know it's his. My guess is it's the only one in this part of the country.
You haven't seen anything weird or out of place? I asked.
Other than his bedroom smelled like ass? No.
What do you mean? He shrugged.
Smelled like he just decontaminated it. Probably mopped blood off the floor and cleaned it with bleach and Pine Sol.
I can't stand the smell of cleaning products, I said. Surprised you could smell shit with that broken nose.
I can smell. It's just, I don't know, different.
Because the smelly bedroom was the only thing that stood out as being suspicious about the entire home, I decided I wanted to smell it for myself. Let's go up there, I said. I want to smell it. He turned toward the stairs.
Let's go.
I followed him up the stairs and into the room. As soon as we stepped inside, it was clear to me what the smell was. The room was freshly painted. It's paint, I said. He just painted it. A quick check of the room's trim revealed he'd painted only one wall, the one directly behind the bed's headboard, and that he'd painted it the same color. Why the fuck would he paint only one wall? I asked, not necessarily expecting an answer. I touched the wall with the tip of my finger. The paint was dry. The room had only a faint hint of the paint smell, but the lack of air movement, from the air conditioner being set to an away setting, caused the smell to be more prominent. I stared blankly at the wall. Then it came to me. All the tools are in the SUV? I asked.
That's where Baker wanted them. Why?
I need a stud finder. Is that on the list? He nodded.
There's one in there. A digital DeWalt. Why?
I'll be right back, I said. I ran to the SUV, got the stud finder out of the toolkit, and ran back to the room. When I got there, Baker, Goose, and Tito were bitching about the home being bare of anything valuable. I looked at the men and grinned. If I'm right on this, we'll need a few sledgehammers and a couple of keyhole saws. What the fuck are you talking about? Baker asked. Gimme a minute, I said. Hopefully I'm right. I pressed the stud finder to the wall at the bed's side. A standard sheet of sheetrock registered on the digital screen. I jumped onto the bed and pressed the tool to the wall behind the headboard. The screen registered that there was 3 inches of wood behind the wall. I moved it over 3 feet. The same thing registered. My heart raced. I moved over 5 feet and checked again. According to the readout, 3 inches of wood was concealed behind the freshly painted sheetrock. The scanner couldn't discern 3 inches of tightly packed money from 3 inches of wood. My hope was that he'd hidden everything behind the wall. "Grab some hammers and as many saws as you can carry," I said excitedly. "Everything's behind this sheetrock." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Baker asked. I tossed the stud finder to Baker. "Watch this." I thrust my fist into the sheetrock. Instead of plowing through it completely, it penetrated the sheetrock and stopped. Again and again, I punched, until I could grasp the loosened piece. I pulled it away from the wall, leaving a 6-inch irregular-shaped opening in the wall. Immediately behind it was a sheet of cellophane. I glanced over my shoulder and grinned. "What is it?" Baker asked. "It's my new house on the beach," I said with a smile. I pulled my knife from my pocket and excitedly slit the cellophane. After pulling it open and peering inside, I pumped my fist in the air. $100 bills, motherfuckers!" I shouted. "The wall's full of 'em." Baker hopped onto the bed and began frantically pulling sheetrock off the wall. Behind each section, cellophane-wrapped money looked back at him. "Fuck," he said. "This is going to be huge." He looked at me. "Good thinking, Cash." "I had to make up for a bad month," I said. Baker chuckled and slapped his hand against my shoulder. "This ought to do it." Like men possessed, 2 of us swung sledgehammers while the other 2 ripped sheetrock from the walls. An hour later, we had so much money removed from the walls that I questioned how much of it could fit in Ghost's SUV. The room looked like a demolition crew of a home makeover show had gone nuts in it. Bare wall studs stood where the bed's headboard once was, and the floor was littered with chunks of sheetrock. The entire room was covered in a film of white dust. I kicked the stack of money. "How much do you think this is?"
4.5 cubic feet per million, Tito said, for $100 bills.
I waved my hands over the mound of money.
How many cubic feet is this?
He shrugged.
60? Maybe 80?
Baker looked at Tito. 20 million? Tito nodded and then studied the massive pile of money.
Back of the SUV will hold 35 cubic feet. We're either going to have to leave some of it or steal one of his vehicles.
We're not stealing a car, Baker said. That's a guarantee of getting caught.
I'll steal one of them, I said.
No, you won't, Baker said. We'll either load it up or we'll make 2 trips.
It's 6 hours round trip, I reminded him. It'll be morning before we can get back here.
Baker looked at the money and then shook his head. Fuck.
Wrap it in a blanket and put it on top, Tito said. Like one of those Tula cargo boxes.
Good idea, Baker said.
We'll look like we're hauling coke, I said with a laugh. Cops see a blanket-wrapped package on top, sealed up nice with duct tape, and we're getting got for sure.
Baker sighed. Good point. The back of the SUV holds 35 cubic feet, Goose said. That leaves 25. At 5 apiece, we can carry that on our laps. It's less than a sack of groceries. Fill the back of the SUV, Baker said. Whatever's left, we'll wrap in bed sheets and carry out. Every man gets a load. In 15 minutes, we had 400 pounds of $100 bills in the SUV, and each of us had a lap full of money. As Ghost drove the 3-hour trip back to San Diego, the men laughed, joked, and talked of how they were going to spend their cut after Baker split it up. Oddly, I wasn't as thrilled as the rest of the men. I knew, regardless of what my cut was, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it fully even if I got the house on the beach, because I'd be living in it alone.
31. Kimberly. I didn't recognize the phone number, but I picked up the phone nonetheless. Hoping that it wasn't Cash calling from one of his friend's phones, I raised it to my ear. "This is Kimberly." "Kimberly, this is John. I'm going to need you to stop by the office at your best earliest convenience." "John? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. John who?" "John Fillmore with Fillmore and Ruffin, Kimberly. It's regarding your account." I hadn't left my home in nearly 2 weeks and had no intention of doing so. At least, not yet. I looked like hell, felt worse, and feared I couldn't drive without having an accident. Whatever news he had regarding the status of my retirement account could wait until I was in a better psychological state. "I'm kind of sick," I said. "Can we get together sometime next week?" "I'm afraid we need to do it sooner than next week." "Can we discuss it over the phone?" "I'm afraid not. I can't express the importance of this meeting, Kimberly. If there's a way, we need to get together today." The tone of his voice led me to believe something was terribly wrong. "Is everything okay?" I asked. "I'm afraid not." "What do you mean? How can it not be?" "We can discuss matters further when you're here. When can I expect you?" "Can you give me 2 hours?" "I'll see you at 2, he said. I looked at the phone's screen. He was right. It was noon, and I hadn't so much as showered or had a bite to eat. I let out a sigh, nodded, and then agreed. "I'll see you at 2. I sat on the couch and blubbered. As if I didn't already have enough reasons to cry, I now had another. I wished Cash was with me, so he could hold me and tell me everything would be all right. But I knew I'd never see him again. And it wasn't going to be all right. Without the interest income from my investment account, losing Cash would be the least of my worries. I cried until I was out of tears. Then I cried some more. I cried until my stomach heaved and continued crying until I made myself sick. While I sat on the bathroom floor and dry heaved into the toilet bowl, the doorbell rang. I knew it wouldn't be Jennifer or Cash because they both knocked on the door. I dismissed it, knowing there was no one on earth I was interested in seeing. While I tried to convince myself to stand, it rang again. Frustrated and at wit's end, I rose to my feet and stumbled toward the door, prepared to give whoever was invading my moment of sorrow a piece of my mind. I yanked the door open. The young woman standing on my porch looked familiar, but in my current state of mind, I couldn't name her. "I'm sorry," I said. "I can't—" "Andy," she said. "We met at Goose's." I forced a crooked smile. "Oh, hi. Are you okay?" she asked, her face washed with worry. I wiped my nose with the washcloth I was holding. "I've been better, thank you." She raised her hand to her mouth and then coughed out a laugh. "I'm sorry, but you look like hell." She pulled a bottle of wine from her purse and held it between us. "Can I come in?" "I've been sick. I don't think—" I stammered. "You look like you could use someone to talk to," she said. "How about a few minutes over a glass of wine?" She was right. I did need someone to talk to, but not about what she was hoping to talk about. There was only one reason for her to be visiting, and I wasn't prepared to talk about Cash. I did, however, plan on telling her about my financial woes, and a glass of wine sounded like a great idea. I moved to the side. "Please, come in." She stepped inside and looked around. "I love your home. It's beautiful." I glanced around the living room. A mental sigh escaped me. My blanket and pillow remained on the couch, right where they'd been for the last month. I had yet to sleep in my bedroom since Cash left. I couldn't bring myself to. I gestured toward the pile of bedding and turned toward the kitchen. I had a slumber party last night. "Looks like a big group," she said with a laugh. She followed me into the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of wine. After joining me at the table, she looked me over. "When was the last time you ate?" she asked. I coughed a dry laugh. "What night was the barbecue?" She gave me a side-eyed look. "Seriously?" I shrugged. "I've eaten a little." "You don't look like it. Do you want me to make you something?" "I can't eat. Not right now." "Want to talk?" she asked. "As a matter of fact," I said, "I do." She raised her wine glass. "Start wherever you'd like." "Some son of a bitch hacked into my account and stole my money. I'm flat broke." "Wait, what?" she gasped. "What money?" "My money," I said through my teeth. "All my money." I told her of the money, the mysterious accounts, and of there not being a name or an account number to find. The more I spoke, the angrier I became. By the time I was finished, I wasn't crying. I was furious. "If I find out who did this," I said through my teeth, "they'll need a bucket to carry him away in because I'm going to hack him to pieces." "I can't imagine," she said. "I'm so sorry. Do you have a plan to try and retrieve it? To catch the guy?" "I've got a long shot. I'm going to throw a Hail Mary and hope." I finished my glass of wine and stomped to the kitchen to pour another. After realizing that we'd finished the bottle she brought with her, I opened the door to my wine fridge. Empty. I opened the cabinet doors, looked in the refrigerator, and double-checked the wine fridge. In the last month, I'd somehow consumed every ounce of alcohol in my home. "I'm sorry," I said with a laugh. "It looks like I've been raided. Probably my neighbor." "Were you done with your story?" she asked. "I guess so," I said. "I'm too mad to talk about it anymore." She stood and turned to face me. "I've met my fair share of assholes in my life. I could tell you stories of cheating, physical abuse, and everything in between. Instead, I'm going to tell you about men who are better than that. Well, not men, but one man." I started to interrupt her, but she took a quick breath and continued. "Cash is a good man. No differently than any of the rest of us, he's made a few mistakes. According to you, he made one at the barbecue. According to Baker, he didn't. I guess it depends on how you look at it and who you ask. He's apologized to Reno, and Reno's apologized to him. There's not much to worry about." "That's not really all this is about," I explained. "That threat of violence might one day expose itself to someone who could hurt him or kill him. Losing him is something I can't chance. As long as he's doing what he's doing, that threat is all too real." "Believe me," she said. "He's nothing but a teddy bear unless someone does something to threaten those he loves." "I know. I've seen that side of him. That's the man I fell in love with. The teddy bear." Her brows raised. "You're not willing to give him another chance?" "I'm not willing to risk losing him permanently. Because of him beating up the wrong person. You have no idea how much pain I'm in. I can't go through this again." "Believe me, I know the pain you're in. I've been in it myself," she said. He beat up 2 people who he felt were threatening you. Because he loves you. You don't love him enough to forgive him for it? Does he know you're here? She shook her head. He does not. Why did you come? I asked. Why are you here? Because I don't want you to walk away from what is probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance at love. And I need some company. When they're out doing their biker thing, I get lonely. I could use a good friend, and I think you're awesome. I sighed. I'm sorry.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
I can't. It's just, I'm afraid I can't handle another loss. I lost my parents, and losing him would kill me. I care too much for him already. You might know about the pain, but you have no idea how bad it hurts when something like that happens. The pain's intolerable. "Wanna bet?" she asked. I was confused. "Wanna bet what?" "My father cheated on my mother. My mother shot him. She died in prison." She arched an eyebrow. What else you got to talk about? I couldn't believe my ears. You, seriously? Your parents? It's true. She shot him, he died, and she went to prison. I went and lived with my aunt. She gestured toward the living room. How long you going to sleep on the couch? What? Does the bed smell like him? You can't stand to sleep in it? Yeah, been there, done that too. I stared back at her with an open mouth. You and I are a lot alike, she said. Want to tell stories about the kids at school that called you names because you're biracial? Well, guess what? Me too. My mother was Brazilian. They called me a spick, a nigger, a Puerto Rican, and some of them called me a gook. Hell, you and I have a lot we can talk about. It wasn't any one thing that she said. It was everything combined. Cash, my money, my parents, her parents, losing cash, loving cash. It just became all too much. I pressed my back against the counter and lowered myself to the floor. Within a few seconds, I was crying. I love him so much, I blubbered. She sat down at my side and put her arm around me. After crying on her shoulder for a while, the tears subsided. How about this? She asked. When they go out and do things we're not allowed to know anything about, you can hold me and I can hold you. Together we'll get through it, just like military wives. I wiped my face on my forearm and then looked at her. Are you afraid that one day Baker might not come home? It gnaws at me every day, she said. Here are my choices. I can either be miserable or I can be with him. There isn't another option. He's the one, and he's the only. Maybe you should ask yourself the question. What question? What are you willing to do for love?
32. Cash. I twisted the throttle tight and veered into the lane that didn't exist. Splitting traffic on the freeways of Southern California required a keen eye, a steady set of hands, and a tremendous amount of balls. With one lane of cars 6 inches from my left hand and the other lane 6 inches from my right, I blew through the traffic jam at 80 miles an hour, splitting the 2 lanes in the middle. Most states didn't allow splitting traffic, as it was too dangerous. It was legal in California, of all places, which made no sense whatsoever. Their freeways were far more congested than any other state. One wrong move on anyone's part, and I'd have to be scooped up with a shovel. I didn't care. I had places to be, people to see, and problems to resolve. Since Kimberly asked me to leave, it seemed I'd thrown caution to the wind. I wasn't suicidal by any means, but I placed little value on my life. That much was certain. With my eyes fixed on the vehicles positioned a quarter of a mile ahead, I shot through the non-existent lane, hoping that whoever was at my side didn't toss one of their doors open to get a breath of fresh air, or spit the saliva from their chewing tobacco out onto the freeway. In 15 minutes, I'd traveled the 20 miles without incident and had only 5 to go. With flashing lights ahead, I released the throttle and coasted to the end of the line of stationary traffic. 2 police motorcycles, an ambulance, and a wrecker marked the spot of the accident. As I crept past, I noticed a plastic sheet covering a body, a sure sign that someone's clock had ticked its last talk. Beside the body, the remnants of a motorcycle were scattered beneath a tractor-trailer. May God be with you, my brother. As I cleared the accident, I twisted the throttle as tight as I could. In and out of traffic I weaved, making the last 5 miles pass in the blink of an eye. 1 exit later, I was entering La Mesa. The mile of access road passed in seconds, leaving me with nothing but 2 blocks to travel. My heart began to race. Nervously, I crept the remaining distance at a speed so slow I was surprised I didn't tip over. Before I could see the house out of my left eye's peripheral, the familiar smell of the flowers caused my nostrils to flare. I grinned to myself, drew a long breath, and closed my eyes, but only for a second. I killed the engine long before I pulled into the drive and coasted to a stop in silence. I hoped she'd agree with my terms. If not, I'd live with a life of pain. If she did, I wondered if things would be the way we left them, start back from the very beginning, or somewhere in between. Whichever it might be, I was willing to accept it, if she accepted my terms. I had no intention of lying to her. Shielding her from the truth, however, would do us both tremendous good. So that was my plan. Eager to begin our future, I took my helmet off, hung it on the handlebars, and checked myself in the mirror. A tiger may not be able to change his stripes, but he could sure make them less noticeable.
33. Kimberly. I'd gone from hoping he'd never show up to wanting him so much the desire had made me sick to my stomach. I paced the floor, praying I could find a way to say all the right things and none of what was wrong. A distant motorcycle caused my heart to race, but the sound faded, leaving me with nothing but a reminder of Cash's absence and of my foolish decision. I wanted to flip the clock back to the night of the barbecue, tell him thank you, and that I was scared. While I formulated the words in my head that I hoped to have the courage to say, a knock came at the door. My heart jumped into my throat. Certain it wasn't him, and trembling with anticipation of his impending arrival, I pulled the door open. My mouth fell open. All the things I'd prepared to say didn't come to mind. In fact, nothing came to mind. I stared at him in sheer disbelief. He stood before me a slightly different man. His once long locks had been cut, leaving him with only enough hair for me to run my fingers through. His beard was trimmed to nothing more than stubble, and was neatly sculpted along his jaw and neck. I scanned him from head to toe, and then dragged my eyes back up his muscular frame until my gaze met his. His intensity was undeniable. His stark white t-shirt fit him as if it were custom-tailored. His jeans were dark, with slight whiskers of fading at his hips. He seemed wider in the chest and narrower in the waist. I wondered if he'd been eating well and wanted desperately to feed him. Instead, I broke his intense stare and gazed down at his boots. Without his intense eyes intimidating me, everything I'd hoped to say came to mind. I was scared. I bit against my trembling lower lip and looked up. Scared of the pain I'd feel if I lost you in a fight. I've come to realize that one day of loving you would be worth a lifetime of pain. I'm sorry. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. And I want you to know I'm flattered that you stuck up for my honor at the barbecue. I hope you can forgive me. He wiped his palms on the thighs of his jeans and then pushed them into his pockets. There's been some changes made. I cut my hair, went to the barber and got a professional job done on my beard. Tito's the new club muscle, and I'm the official sergeant-at-arms. That'll reduce my chances of doing something dumb, but it won't completely eliminate the possibility that I'll bust a man in the jaw if that's what he deserves. I'm not here to bullshit you or to tell you lies. If we're moving forward, there's a few rules you're going to need to agree to. Okay. My first love was the club. It's not my only love, but it's my first. He pulled his hands from his pockets and folded his arms over his chest. No questions when I'm on the road. I won't ask a word. Club business is club business. No, if a motherfucker disrespects you, I'll knock his ass out. That's just how it's going to be. I'm okay with that. He widened his eyes slightly. You sure? Positive. I want to live together. Not tonight or even tomorrow, but soon. Found out I ain't too keen on sleeping alone. Not after sleeping here for damned near a month. So that's something I want. My heart raced. You can move in tomorrow. That ain't how it works, he said, his tone dry and coarse. The woman moves in with the man. Okay, I'm fine with that as long as I can plant flowers. He nodded. Flowers are fine. I'm good with moving in with you, whenever you're ready. Is that all? You got a problem with me, you come to me. I'll do the same with you. We don't sleep angry, and we don't hold things in. Any problems we have are resolved before we go to bed. I like that. Anything else? Wednesday's church. That's fine, too. I think that's it. He pursed his lips and looked me in the eyes. Are you in, or are you out? I nodded eagerly. I'm in. If you're in, you've got to be all in. It's all or nothing. I'm all in. One last thing, he said. I almost forgot. What's that? Somewhere between beating up your ex-husband and when I pulled in the drive a minute ago, I fell in love with you. I ain't sure when it happened, and I don't know that it matters. But it happened. Just thought I'd tell you. I grinned. The same thing happened to me. He leaned forward and kissed me. It was a passionate kiss, but it wasn't wild. It was a good thing, because at that moment, I couldn't have handled much more than he gave me. When our lips finally parted, he leaned back and studied me. He smiled. Wanna fuck? Yes, I whispered. I wanna fuck.
34. Cash. She was wearing a burnt orange dress that accentuated her every curve, left absolutely nothing to the imagination, and complemented her skin tone perfectly. With a plunging neckline and a hem that hit her mid-thigh, the dress looked exquisite. She looked even better in it. I shrugged off the desire to grudge fuck her on the living room floor. Instead, I played the part of a civilized man and walked by her side while my stiff cock throbbed with each step I took. Once inside the bedroom, I buried my fingers into the flesh of her ass and pressed my lips to hers. Be it on purpose or from the magic of that kiss, she stumbled toward the foot of the bed. Passionately embraced in each other's arms, we fell onto the mattress together. I slipped my hand beneath her dress, then traced my index finger along the length of her inner thigh. She moaned in response as I slipped it beneath the crotch of her panties. I ground my body against hers and rubbed her swollen clit until neither of us could take it any longer. I pulled my mouth away from hers and pressed my lips to her ear. I'm going to fuck you until you can't walk, I warned. Just so you know who's in charge of this operation.
I know it's you,
she breathed. I extended my index finger and pushed it halfway into her wet mound. A breath shot from her lungs. I pressed my mouth against her ear. You can own me by sucking my cock. I added another finger and pushed them both deep into her wetness. But I can own you with these 2 fingers.
Oh, fuck,
she whispered in return. I curled my fingertips upward into the sensitive flesh of her G-spot. As the tips of the 2 digits met the irregular flesh, she arched her back and let out a breath. I continued curling them repeatedly until she was squirming to get away. I pressed my chest against hers and held her in place. You're not going anywhere. Not until I'm done.
I can't.
I looked her in the eyes. You can. And you will. After 3 successive strokes, her hips convulsed. Then, her pussy contracted around the base of my fingers. I pushed as deeply into her as I could, curling the tips rhythmically against her G-spot the entire while.
Jesus!
Her eyes shot wide.
What are you doing to me?
Making things clear, I responded. I continued to pin her to the bed while I tickled the inside of her pussy. She reached for my wrist, gripping it firmly with both hands. Pulling against me with one hand while the other held me in place, it seemed she was at war with herself, uncertain if she wanted to allow herself to experience the pleasure I sought to deliver. She eventually caved in, pulled my forearm tight against her skin. While I continued to finger fuck her mercilessly, the orgasms rushed through her, one after the other. As she wiggled and writhed beneath me, she cried out her satisfaction, warning me of each climactic peak at the instant she reached it. When it was over, her muscles relaxed and she collapsed beneath me. I lifted my weight from her chest.
Jesus,
she whispered.
That was intense.
My cock ached for her. I stood and tore at my belt, anxious to feel her warmth surround my entire length. While I rid myself of my jeans, she wriggled free of her dress. A man's cock has 3 levels of hardness. Hard enough to be noticed, hard enough to fuck, and so hard it hurts. I was in agony. I wrestled my cock free of the tent it created of my boxers and glanced in her direction. Now completely naked, she looked back at me with eyes that glistened with desire. I turned toward the bed and took an admiring survey of her from head to toe. Her figure was a true hourglass, having curves exactly where curves needed to be. Curves that I needed to sink my fingertips into. With my cock in my fist and my heart racing with anticipation of feeling her warmth once again, I climbed onto the bed. I had big plans. Plans that were going to last all night, if not longer. Plans that included me starting by fucking her from behind, and finished with me on top of her, looking deep into her eyes. Between the beginning and the ending, there wouldn't be a room in the house that didn't get christened by our love. On your hands and knees, I said, trying to sound demanding with my tone. I'm going to pound that little pussy of yours like a drum. She rolled onto her stomach and glanced over her shoulder.
I can't wait.
I gripped her waist in my hands and lifted her weight from the bed, positioning her perfectly shaped ass directly in front of my throbbing cock. Using my thumbs, I spread her wide. I guided the tip between her wet folds, and then paused. I gave one last admiring look before I began step 1 of what was certain to be an all-night affair. After satisfying my senses of her undeniable beauty, I slid my hands up her torso and cupped her breasts.
Is everything okay?
She asked. Yes, everything's oh-fucking-K, I barked. I'm getting ready.
Okay. Well, just in case you didn't know, I am ready,
she said, her tone sprinkled with sarcasm. Without warning, I pushed myself into her. Each inch of depth grew tighter, making me question if I could get my entire length into her. My eyes fell closed at the feeling of her tightness encompassing me. What happened to this motherfucker? I asked. It's tight as fuck.
It's out of practice, she said.
You haven't been keeping it in shape? I asked.
I haven't touched it since you left.
I hadn't stroked my cock since the day of the barbecue either, but I wasn't going to advertise the fact. Well, I guess I'll need to whip it into shape then. I gripped her boobs firmly and buried myself into her fully. After a short pause, I withdrew myself until the head was exposed. I gazed down at the glistening shaft, amazed that it could fit inside her. She cleared her throat.
Cash?
I kept my eyes fixed on my dick. What?
Are you okay?
God damn it, I'm fine.
What are you doing?
I glanced up. Looking at my dick?
Is there something wrong with it?
No, I snapped back. There ain't anything fucking wrong with it.
Why are you looking at it?
It looks cool when it's covered in your twat juice. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and looked back at me.
How about you look at it when we're done?
Oh, you wanna fuck, do you? I asked in a sarcastic tone.
I do.
Fine. I squeezed her boobs firmly. I hope you're fucking ready. In one quick thrust, I shoved myself into her until the tip hit bottom. The instant my hips came in contact with the cheeks of her ass, I withdrew the entire length and did it again. As fast as I could, I fucked her without mercy, forcing her closer to the headboard with each powerful stroke. Within seconds, her arms were spread wide against the wall above the bed. I pounded myself in and out of her tight pussy, watching the flesh of her ass jiggle each time my hips slapped against her. A tingling sensation tickled my balls, and I felt my scrotum tightening, a forewarning that I was going to come. The excitement of having her back in my life, being inside of her, and fucking her forcefully from behind was simply too much. It was time to change things up. Switching positions would buy me some time. After a few position changes, the newness of her pussy would wear off, and then I'd be able to go all night. I was sure of it. I took one last stroke, and then pulled free of her confines. Time to switch this shit up, I said, my tone demanding yet playful. I've got a lot of fucking to do, and it ain't all going to be doggy style. In one fluid movement, she flopped onto her back and hiked her legs high in the air, exposing her pussy for the taking. I glanced at her glistening twat and then into her eyes. I pressed my stomach against the backs of her thighs and forced her knees against her chest. Eager to fuck her into submission, I gripped my throbbing cock in my fist and guided it between her legs. A sigh escaped me as I slid into her warmth. Being inside of her compared to nothing else on earth. It wasn't simply sex. It wasn't about getting off. It was an unexplainable sensation that only she could provide. An initial feeling of euphoria, followed by an elation that caused my heart to palpitate at an irregular pace. I took a few strokes, pressed my weight against the backs of her thighs, and forced her knees hard against her chest. She opened her eyes. I leaned forward, intending to kiss her gently before fucking her into a mild coma. She raised her head, planted her full lips against mine, and kissed me like I'd never been kissed. Inside her, my cock throbbed wildly. Her lips melted into mine. Our tongues tickled one another. The sensation of being inside of her, the excitement of having her in my life once again, and the passion of the kiss proved to be too much. My cock twitched, and, I came. She moaned into my mouth as the cum pulsed from the tip of my cock. Then, without so much as a single stroke to evoke it, I felt her pussy contract. Our kiss became more passionate. Her pussy's contractions varied, some long and deep, while others were sporadic and shallow. I remained buried deep inside of her the entire time, fearing moving would end the sensation that was sure to be something I'd spend a lifetime trying to duplicate. In 30 seconds, it ended. The series of orgasms was so intense it drained every ounce of energy from my soul. I collapsed at her side, prepared to make excuses for what had happened, telling her how excited I was to see her, and that I'd do all I could to make it up to her the following morning.
I love you, Cash,
she whispered. I love you, Kimberly. Numbed by the rush of emotions, we laid side by side in silence for some time. Eventually, right as I was fading off to sleep, she broke the silence.
How's it feel to be back in our bed?
She asked. Pretty fucking good, I said, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. Been sleeping in the clubhouse on the couch since that night I left. How's the weather over there? Silence. I waited for a good 30 seconds, and then tilted my head to the side. Sound asleep, the woman I loved was snoring lightly. I got a blanket from the wicker basket in the corner of her room and covered her with it. Then, after carefully snuggling against her back, I closed my eyes and thought of our future together. A future where I could hopefully last longer than 90 seconds in bed.
35. Kimberly. After giving Tito my account number and the name of the institution where the money had been held, I waited anxiously for him to tell us anything. He gave no assurances that he could find out where it went, but Cash swore there was nothing beyond his grasp. Sitting at the kitchen table with a small Microsoft Surface Pro tablet, his fingers worked the keys like a concert pianist. Interested in the jumbled mess of letters and numbers that scurried across the laptop screen, I tiptoed toward the table and came to a stop a few feet behind him. He paused and glanced over his shoulder. "Cash!" From the living room couch, Cash responded, "What, brother?" "Get her out of here." Cash looked at me. "Can't look over his shoulder. It freaks him out." "Each time you stop me, I have to start over," he said. "I'm sorry. I'm just anxious." I motioned toward the living room. "I'll go in there." "How long's this going to take?" Jennifer shouted. "Hard to say," Tito responded. I sat at Cash's side on the couch. He reached for my bouncing knee and steadied it. "Relax. If it can be done, he'll get it. If he can't, nobody can." "They said it was turned to Cash," I said. "I seriously doubt he can find Cash. John said it doesn't leave a trail." "Never know," he said. "Who the fuck's John, anyway?" "My father's friend, the financial planner." "You have no idea who might have done this?" he asked. "I don't," I said, even though I had a hunch. My ex-husband was a finance major by trade, and an ex-video gamer who had been a computer nerd since we were kids. He had the ability to write computer code and worked for Merrill Lynch. I had serious doubts about his ability to hack into a computer and steal my money, but then again, it sounded like he used passwords and login information to do half the work. "I still can't believe this shit," Jennifer said. "If this dick brain gets caught, I say you let Dollar Bill loose on his ass." I shot her a glare. "Stop." She shrugged. "I'm just saying." "Found the IP address of the computer used for the initial transfer," Tito said. "Wasn't easy. This guy's no novice. I jumped from my seat. He raised his hand without looking up from the screen. Not yet. Stay where you are. I paced the living room floor. Tito's fingers slid across the keyboard without making a sound. 60 seconds later, he grinned from ear to ear. Got the physical address of the computer used for that transfer, he announced. This guy's a dumb fuck. I stopped in my tracks. My heart climbed into my throat. What is it? I stammered. Number 18 South Camino Shores, La Jolla, he said. Sounds familiar? My entire body tensed. Then I felt dizzy. Cash stood. Sounds like a high-dollar neighborhood. It is, Tito said. According to the county, the home appraises for $12 million. You know the address? Cash asked. I steadied myself against the wall and nodded. He clapped his hands together. Put up your toys, Tito. He's not there right now, I muttered. He's at work. You know this fucker? He asked. I nodded. It's my ex. Marvin? He asked snidely. He lives in a $12 million house? It was our old home. Instead of explaining, I simply looked at Cash and shrugged. Yeah. I ain't looking to get in another jam with you over something, so I guess I need to ask. He raised his clenched fist to chest height. Can I whip this motherfucker's ass? Yes, I said, but only after you get my money back. He grinned. What time does he get home? 7-ish, maybe 7:30. He looked at his watch. That'll be just about enough time to round up the fellas and get inside. The home's got an alarm, I said. You won't be able to get in. Cash's mouth twisted into a smirk. He looked at Tito. Text a 911 to the fellas. Tell them to meet at that taco place off the 805. The one with that big platter. Does he have any guns in the house? Tito asked. I shook my head. No. Does he carry one? No. Tito nodded and then began to type a text. Cash kissed me lightly. See you when this is over. Be careful, I said. And don't believe a word he tells you. He's a pathological liar. He won't lie to me, he said matter-of-factly. Why's that? Because, he said with a sly grin. I'll take my lie detector test with me. Oh, wow, I'm glad you've got one of those. Me too, he said with a wink. Never leave home without it.
36. Cash. Short of the absence of gold-framed pictures, the home in La Jolla had a high resemblance to the home we robbed in Encino. With each of us positioned in a different location throughout the vast space, we waited for Marvin to get home from work.
Coming up the drive now, Tito announced from the kitchen.
I relaxed against the burgundy velour of the chair I'd chosen, rubbing my forearms against the soft fabric of the wood's arm pads. I'm ready. Someone got the bedroom to force him back to Cash? Baker asked.
Got it,
Ghost said. We good, Tito? Baker shouted.
Pulling in the garage, Tito shouted in response.
I've got the mudroom entrance,
Goose said. I glanced at Reno, who was seated across from me. Ready, brother? He simply nodded once. Standing beside the entrance that led from the living room to the kitchen, Baker's focus was on Tito, but his hand was raised high in the air. 5 extended fingers turned to 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. His clenched fist was in perfect timing with the sound of the door opening. The alarm beeped, no differently than if it were armed normally. Tito had disabled all interior motion, sound, and glass sensors, leaving only the door sensors and exterior cameras enabled. The sound of Marvin disarming the alarm was followed by the heels of his shoes clacking against the hardwood floor of the entrance. My location in the living room had a view of the kitchen, the corridor that led to the downstairs bedroom, and of the stairs that went to the upstairs bedrooms. In our initial survey of the home, we'd learned that his bedroom was downstairs. With my pistol clenched firmly in my hand, I waited for the sound of his footsteps to stop, an indication he'd stepped onto the carpet. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Silence. I drew a shallow breath and raised my pistol as the back side of him came into view. Without noticing the two men that sat in his living room, he turned toward the hallway that led to his bedroom. "Where you going, Marvin?" I asked, my voice low and filled with bass. He did what most everyone did when they were scared out of their wits. He jumped 3 feet in the air, screamed, and took off on a dead run toward his bedroom. Ghost stepped in front of him.
"Afraid not, motherfucker."
A shrill shriek shot from his lungs, and he turned and ran straight toward where Reno and I were seated. I trained my pistol on his chest and shook my head. "There's nowhere to go, Marv." He either didn't believe me, or he didn't hear me. With his feet 6 inches above the floor and his legs working overtime, he scurried around the corner, out of view and toward the garage, hoping to make his escape. The unmistakable sound of him coughing up his guts let me know the MC's new muscle had stopped him with a thunderous body punch. "Kid hits like a mule, don't he?" I asked into the open room, knowing he was incapable of responding. As the sound of Marvin coughing and attempting to catch his breath echoed throughout the wooden-walled home, I stood and walked into the kitchen. Dressed in a pair of gray slacks, a bright blue dress shirt, and a dark blue tie, Marvin was rolling from side to side on the kitchen floor, clutching his gut. I stepped on his shoulder, pinning him in place. "Remember me?" I asked. His gaze met mine. Then his eyes darted to Tito, then Baker. Eventually, they came full circle, meeting mine again. "Where's the money, Marvin?" He swallowed hard.
"What? What money?"
"A man would think I'd enjoy the freedom I've been given for this little escapade, but I'm so far out of the mood it isn't funny." I lifted my pistol and looked at it admiringly. "You see that thing screwed to the end of the barrel, Marvin?" He looked at the pistol but didn't respond. "It's a silencer," I said. "It lets me fire this damned thing without making much noise to speak of. Hell, it's not much louder than opening a door." His eyes darted from the pistol to me. The weapon was a .22 caliber pistol. The choice of assassins, murderers, or anyone hoping to kill someone silently with a headshot. The gun was useless for much else. Shooting Marvin in the head would kill him in an instant. Placing one of the small bullets anywhere else would do nothing more than hurt like sheer hell, bleed, and maybe require a little surgery. "I'm going to ask a question," I explained, my tone without an ounce of emotion. "You can choose to answer, or you can lay there and act stupid. If you do the stupid thing, well, I'll shoot you. That's a promise, Marvin. I'm a man of my word, so you can bank on that. I will shoot you." He looked at me like I'd explained everything in Swahili. "You ready?" I asked.
I'm not,"
he stammered. "You're not what?" I asked. "Ready?" He looked at Tito and then at me.
"I don't understand what you're after."
I pointed the barrel at his thigh. "Where's Kimberly's money?" His mouth opened, but he didn't respond. At least not quick enough to save his leg. I squeezed the trigger. Thwack! An instant after the bullet bore into his thigh, he clutched his leg. His eyes went bug-eyed.
You shot me!
He bellowed. Don't act like I didn't warn you, Marv. Tito tied a tourniquet on his leg and stuffed a kitchen rag in his mouth. I looked at him and let out a sigh. We're going to do this again. I'll ask the question. Then, you can either do that dumb thing you're so good at, or you can choose to respond. Ready? He nodded eagerly. Reno leaned over, pulled the rag from Marvin's mouth, and pointed his pistol at the leg I'd already shot. We'll both shoot you this time, Reno warned. Where's Kimberly's money? I asked.
There's a safe, he blurted. There's a BMW on the far side of the garage. It doesn't run. Move it, and there's a floor safe under it. I'll give you the combination, but not all of it's hers. The money. Some of it's...
Reno stuffed the rag into Marvin's mouth before he could finish speaking. Without provocation, Tito and Goose turned toward the garage. After pushing the old-school BMW out of the way, Tito was in the safe within a matter of minutes. He began handing Goose stacks of $100 bills. Incapable of seeing in the safe, I tried to see over Tito's shoulder. What's in there? Is it all there? They're stacks of $10,000 bundles of $100 bills, he said. How much was on that spreadsheet? I asked. From the investment place. Her account had $2,360,000 and change. I edged Goose out of the way and peered over Tito's shoulder and into the safe. Stacks and stacks of $100 bills lined the interior of the large safe. Jesus! My eyes bulged at the sight. How much does he have in there? Hard saying, Tito responded. After piling the $10,000 bundles into stacks of 10, we counted the $100,000 bundles. 31 bundles equated to $3.1 million, or roughly $740,000 more than Marvin had taken from Kimberly. You fellas load up the money and head out, I said. I'll get this mess cleaned up with Marv. Nobody's going anywhere unless everyone goes, Baker said from behind me. He nodded toward the open safe. How much was in there? 3.1 mil, Tito said. Roughly 740 more than was taken. My take of the extra cash goes to the girl, Reno said.
Ditto,
Ghost said.
Give her mine, too,
Goose said. Mine too, Tito chimed. We follow the rules, Baker said. Club takes the club's cut. She can have what's left. It'll be more than she had in the beginning. Fair enough, I said. The rules are the rules. Within 15 minutes, Reno and I worked out the details regarding Marvin's future. The process went much easier than expected, allowing us to reach an agreement that he'd never show his face anywhere near me, the club, or Kimberly again. If he did, his life would promptly cease to exist. It may have been the 10 pounds of plastic explosives that Reno rigged to the inside of the safe before we welded it shut that convinced Marv to agree so promptly. Personally, I'd always believe it was my charm that coerced him. Either that or my groovy new haircut.
37. Kimberly. The road was narrow, and not at all what I'd become accustomed to. The motorcycle dodged right and left unexpectedly, yanking the handlebars from side to side without warning. Every few feet, the tire would drop off into a pothole, causing me to fly out of the seat. It was, however, much better than riding in a cage. The trip would have taken 3 solid days in a car. On the bike, it took 2. My willingness to ride was equal to Cash's, and we'd ridden almost 700 miles a day to get there. Our early morning, crack of dawn start assured us we'd arrive before nightfall, and we were doing just that. Barely. As the sun was setting, we pulled up the long, narrow drive. At the low speed we were traveling, the low rumble from the exhaust gave little warning of our arrival. "You didn't tell her anything?" I asked. "Seriously?" "Not a word. It's how I roll." "I can't wait to meet the woman who is okay with that," I said with a laugh. Surrounded by large trees, green grass, and acres upon acres of rolling hills, the home looked like a typical farmhouse out of the movies. A front porch, complete with 2 swings, ran the entire width of the front home. When we were about 100 or so yards from the front of the home, a woman stepped onto the porch with a gun in her arms. "That's her," Cash said. "Holy crap! She's not going to shoot us, is she?" "I hope not," he said with a laugh. Despite the condition of the crappy road, he sped up. Half the distance to the porch, the woman must have recognized him. She leaned the gun against the door's frame and rushed down the steps. By the time she reached the drive, we were coming to a stop. Her skin was pale with a tinge of redness to it. She was tall and thin, like Cash. Her hair was long, white, and draped over her shoulder in a long braid. The dress she wore was white with faded blue flowers and had pockets in the front. Adorable was the only word I could use to describe her. She outstretched her arms and flapped her hands up and down excitedly. "Get that thing off your head and let me have a look at you," she said in a thick Irish accent. As Cash put down the kickstand, I took off my helmet. "Oh, my word, he was right. You're beautiful." She continued to flap her hands. "Climb off that motorbike and come here." "Nice to see you, Ma," Cash said sarcastically. "And how many times do I have to tell you? It's motorcycle, not a motorbike." "It's a feckin' motorbike," she snapped. "Always will be." I stepped off the motorcycle, almost falling in the process. "Sorry, my legs fell asleep." She shot Cash a glare. "You didn't let her stretch her legs, did ya?" "She didn't want to." "If he didn't already tell ya, my name's Erin," she said. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kimberly." She wrapped her arms around me and gave me a smothering hug. When she released me, she leaned away and looked me over. "I can tell you this. He doesn't deserve ya, Kimberly. He was the orneriest child that ever graced this countryside, and don't let him tell you differently. I hope he's in heaven 2 hours before the devil knows he's dead. Did he tell you lies to get you a courting? He must have, because you're the most beautiful woman in the world. He's not deserving." "Lies," I laughed. "I hope not." She wrapped her arm around my shoulder and turned toward the porch. "Come in. I'll tell you the truth about him. He might be riding home alone." I glanced over my shoulder. Cash stood at the rear of his motorcycle, wearing a smile like I'd never seen. He cleared his throat. "I said, nice to see you, Ma. I heard ya when you said it the first time." She waved her hand in his direction without so much as turning around. "I saw ya 8 months ago. It sores my eyes to look at ya." She led me to the kitchen and poured me a cup of tea while Cash unpacked our things. Before Cash so much as stepped through the doorway, she'd taken me on a tour of the home. She pointed into the downstairs bedroom. Posters of motorcycles were pinned to the walls, and a few places that were free of posters were covered with stuffed fish. Was this his room? "The only room on this floor." "Did he tell you why he moved into it?" "I guess not." So that manky slog Ashley could slip through the window, she said. She broke his heart, that one. I don't know what that means, I said. Manky slag. She's calling her a dirty whore, Cash said from behind me. I was being proper, Aaron said. You were talking shit, Ma. She did not break my heart. I'll put that bar of soap in your mouth, Brooke Cashton, and don't think I won't. You might be 31, but you're still my son. Sorry, Ma. I laughed to myself at the thought of Cash not cussing. We went to the kitchen and sat at the table, Cash on one side of her and me on the other. With her arms outstretched, she held each of our hands. Her eyes drifted back and forth between us. What? Cash asked. You'd make beautiful babies. She looked at Cash. I'm not getting any younger, you know. I would love to have a child, but knew it wasn't possible. We'll see, Ma. First things first. She lifted my hand. She needs a ring on this finger, you idiot. Cash scowled. Enough with the idiots, Ma. She glanced around the kitchen. I got so carried away with looking at this fine thing, I forgot to feed ya. Let me get you something. I stood. Can I help? She smiled. If you're willing. I could listen to her speak all night. Her Irish accent made even the simplest words sound so multifaceted. Together, we prepared a meal of potatoes, bacon, cabbage, and onions. According to her, it was one of Cash's favorites. While she formed the mixture into patties and fried them in a skillet, I made 2 loaves of the bread Cash had grown to love. So, your love is shoes, is it? She asked as I pulled the bread out of the oven. No, shoes is what I can afford. Everything's expensive in Southern California. What's your true love, love? I sighed. I'd love to have a nursery. I love growing flowers, tending to them, watching them grow, nurturing them, having them depend on me to support them and to sustain life. I never let them down. Mine are the best in the neighborhood. Have you always loved tending flowers? She asked. No, it started right after menopause, I said with a laugh. Go figure. She smiled. I'll pray that dream comes true one day. She smiled. The luck of the Irish. Following my dreams isn't going to be easy, not in San Diego. Don't follow your dreams, she said with a grin. Chase them. After we ate, we had a cup of coffee. Cash talked about our plan to search for a home when we returned to San Diego. She seemed genuinely thrilled at the thought of us being together and of us living together. Seeing her excitement and witnessing her love for Cash made me feel welcome and almost as if I had a parent again. When we finally decided to retire for the night, Erin walked me to the living room while Cash carried our things to the bedroom. She placed her hand on my shoulder. He called me one night in tears when you were apart, she said. His heart was broken. I didn't know that he'd even told her. Oh, I felt terrible. Before I could tell her my fear of losing him was all that caused it, she gave me a hug. I told him, your feet will bring you where your heart is. She kissed me on the cheek and then looked me over. And look where they took him. She turned away. Sleep well. I smiled. Thank you. Sweet dreams. We stayed for 3 wonderful days. I hated the thought of leaving, but knew we must. A few hours ahead of a storm, we loaded our gear and walked out to the motorbike together. Cash looked up at the darkening sky. I hope we miss this son of a bitch. Erin smiled. If you don't, just remember, there's nothing so bad that it couldn't be worse. I thought about what she said long after we were gone. In fact, I thought about it for most of the trip. When we arrived home, I missed having her around. I missed the immediate comebacks to Cash's smart mouth, her Irish accent, and her Irish sayings that seemed to solve all of my problems and worries. "When can we go back and visit your mother?" I asked as I unpacked my bag.
"Whenever you want."
"Before summer's over?"
"Sure."
I smiled. "Thank you." Upon reaching the bottom of my bag, I found a folded sheet of paper. Knowing I didn't put it there, I unfolded it, wondering what it was and how it got there. A few sentences were handwritten in a beautiful cursive script. "Kimberly, I'm so sorry about your parents. I thought this might help. Give it some thought. Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory no one can steal. Aaron." I folded the piece of paper and closed my eyes. Thank you. 38. Kimberly. As soon as we walked through the door, I fell in love. There were only 2 bedrooms, but the living room was humongous, and the rear of the home was all glass, giving a great view of the ocean from anywhere in the living room or kitchen. There was no room for a family, but it would be perfect for us and one guest, or entertaining. The home was in the perfect spot, in Point Loma, within walking distance of Sunset Cliffs. The realtor walked into the kitchen and picked up the spec sheet from the countertop. "Let's see, 2,600 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and the owner will pay half the closing costs. Beach view and a 2-car garage. It's tough to get a garage, so that's an added bonus." "Let us look around," Cash said. "Did you see the ocean?" I asked excitedly. "When we parked?" He glared. "Shh," he whispered. "Don't let him hear you. These guys are like sharks. When they smell blood, they strike." It was the 4th home we'd looked at with a beach view. Although we'd made offers on the other 3, none of them were accepted. It seemed that, although we could afford to buy a home on our combined income, having a home with a view of the beach was something we were not going to be able to afford. It was, however, on Cash's list of must-haves. The 1st bedroom was covered in pineapple pattern wallpaper from the 1950s. The 2nd was faded pink with stains on the walls surrounding the outlets and light switch covers. Both bathrooms needed more than updating. They needed demolished and redone completely. In short, I loved it. When we walked into the kitchen, the realtor was looking under the kitchen sink. "It appears to have a small leak," he said. "I shut the valves off." "How long has it been vacant?" Cash asked. The realtor shrugged. "I'm not sure. It's been on the market for 300+ days. Cash pushed his hands deep into his pockets. "Tell you what, they're asking $1,650,000. I'll give $1,001,000. 50% in cash, and I'm pre-qualified for the remainder. 30-day close, the owner pays half the closing, and I'll resolve whatever issues come up in the inspection, short of termites. Take it or leave it." He chuckled. "That's 66% of ask." "It's a reasonable offer. They've been sitting on it for a year. It's worth $1,800,000 in perfect shape, and it needs $300,000 worth of work. It'll cost $100,000 to get it past inspection. That's a solid offer." He shook his head. "That'd be stealing this home." "It's what I can afford." "Your inability to afford this home doesn't warrant the owner taking a financial loss. Make it $1,400,000, and I think we can make it work." $1,001,000 is all I can do." I pulled Cash to the side. "I can take some of my money out of—" "No," he said. "I won't consider it. That money stays in there until your retirement age. No exceptions." I sighed. Okay. Over and over, I'd heard the same numbers and the same "I'm sorries." $1,100,000 wasn't going to buy us a home with a beach view. We'd either need more money or to settle for a home without a view. The problem was that, after seeing homes with a beach view, I couldn't imagine living in one without it. Are you going to make the offer? Cash asked. The realtor shrugged. I'll make it, but I doubt it'll get a counter. Give it a try, Cash said. He agreed, everyone shook hands, and we left. On the hour-long ride home, I was disappointed. The home, although it needed tremendous work, had the best view of all the homes we'd seen. The yard was bigger than most in the neighborhood and would have looked spectacular with my personal touch. I could see the flower beds on either side of the front porch and a lavishly landscaped area in the backyard. Tending to my flowers while listening to the waves crash ashore would ease my mind on any worries that could, or would, ever crop up. I imagined cooking breakfast in the kitchen while I looked out at the ocean, watching sunsets over the beach while we drank wine in the breakfast nook. Cash pulled the motorcycle into the driveway and shut off the engine. Are you sure I can't take a little out of my retirement? He pulled off his helmet. No. The answer's no. I sighed, mentally making note of Aaron's proverb about how things could always be worse. Okay, well, at least we've got a place to call home. Still standing beside his motorcycle, he pulled his phone from his pocket and swiped his thumb over the screen. After checking his messages, his face washed with sorrow. What? He shoved his phone into his pocket. They said no. $1.4 million, best and final. I'm $300,000 short. I wanted to cry, but I forced a smile. I guess we'll keep looking. Looks like it. With his arm draped over my shoulder, we walked up the drive and to the porch. While Cash fumbled for the key, I noticed the mailbox door was open and that a small box was hanging out of it. I grabbed the box, shrugged, and carried it to the door. What is it? Cash asked. I don't know, a box. He unlocked the door. Who's it from? I looked at the label affixed to the box. R. Hood. He scrunched his nose. R. Hood? I looked at it again. That's what it says. What's the return address? I glanced at the label. It had my address listed as the return as well. It has mine for both. We stepped into the living room. Open it, he said. I got a knife and cut the tape from the ends of the box, and then opened it. Inside, a bundle wrapped in brown paper was tied with a red bow. A small white card, similar to one that would be sent with flowers, was tucked under the bow. I removed the card from the small envelope and opened it. Thought this might come in handy. Robin. What's it say? He asked. I handed him the card. He read it and then laughed out loud. What? It's from R. Hood, and he signed the card Robin. Get it? Robin Hood? Oh, I chuckled. Cute. I untied the bow, unfolded the paper, and gasped at what was in my lap. Stacks of $100 bills, bound by yellow ribbons, declaring $10,000 per stack. Cash and I counted them. There were 29 in total, and a smaller bundle of $6,000. It's $296,000, I said. In cash. Cash pulled the phone out of his pocket and punched his fingers against the screen. What are you doing? I asked. Just doing some figuring. It's exactly what we need for the house. Well, 4,000 short is all, I said. You didn't... This isn't from you, is it? He shook his head. No. Can we spend it? I asked. He nodded. We can. Do you know who it's from? His mouth curled into a smirk. I do. Who? I can't tell you, he said. Why not? He shrugged. Because I can't. But it's okay to use? He smiled. It sure is. I was so excited that I was shaking. Do you want to call him or can I? He handed me his phone. With trembling hands, I opened the text message from the realtor and pressed the little phone icon in the corner. "There's nothing I can do to get them to come down," he said upon answering. "So don't ask." "Will they come down $4,000? I asked. "Kimberly?" "Yes, this is Kimberly." "4,000? "Yes," I said. "Instead of $550,000 in cash, it'll be $846,000. "Consider it done," he said. "I'll draft up the contract." "Thank you." "I'll be in touch." "Thanks again." I handed Cash the phone. His eyes widened in wonder. "Well?" "People who steal from the rich and give to the poor are awesome," I chuckled. "Tell the Prince of Thieves thank you. And get your paintbrushes ready. You just bought a house." "We," he said. "Huh?" "We bought a house. You said you bought a house. I didn't buy it. We did." "Our house," I said. "That's right," he said. "Our house." It had a nice ring to it. I couldn't wait to say it. "Welcome to our home." Or even, "Hey, we're free tonight. Would you like to come to our home? We can watch the sunset over the beach." "I like that," I said with a smile. It has a nice ring to it. Epilogue. "Mrs. Flanagan, we're out of Cleveland sage," Billy said. "And there's a man here who wants a full pallet." I pulled off my reading glasses and set them aside. "How can we be out of Cleveland sage? I just brought 24 pallets up on Wednesday." "You were gone yesterday, ma'am. Someone from El Cajon came in and bought all that was left. He bought all the Matilia poppies as well. I put a note on your desk." My desk was a mess, but it was always a mess by the time Saturday arrived. I glanced around my desk, only to find a dozen notes I hadn't got to yet. "No more notes, Billy. Send me a text message or an email, or find Tisha or Jennifer if you have to." He lowered his head. "Okay." "I'm not mad," I said apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated. Not with you, though. Who bought the Cleveland sage?" He looked up. "He was a contractor for that new golf course. He said they're the best he's seen." My heart fluttered at the thought of such a compliment. But my operation was small. We didn't buy flowers from wholesalers and resell them. We grew them from seeds. They were my babies. "Oh, wow. Tell him we appreciate his business," I said. "And I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Cash and I were at we had a meeting." "Was it?" His face lit up. "Did you hear?" "It was, and no, we haven't. Not yet. We're still waiting. Praying is more like it. Have you seen him this morning?" "He was in earlier, but just for a few minutes." Saturday was Cash's only day to work at our nursery. He devoted about 4 hours to situating things, loading trucks, and doing heavy lifting. Sometimes Reno would help him, and from time to time Tito or Ghost would show up. All in all, my dreams had come true. All but one, that is. I set my glasses aside. "Thank you. I'll see if I can find him." As Billy walked away, I glanced at my desk. Covered in notes, catalogs, and magazines, it was impossible for me to see all the notes Billy left on my desk. He was a great kid, but he wasn't much of a techie. The offspring of 2 SoCal hippies, he carried an old-school flip phone that he used for emergencies only. I lifted one of the magazines, looked at the cover, and then tossed it aside out of frustration. As I dug through the piles of handwritten notes, my desk phone rang. "Sherwood Florist," I said. "This is Kimberly." "Kimberly, this is Janet from Placement. How are you?" My heart stopped. I'm... I tried to swallow, but couldn't. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth and swallowed hard. "I'm great." "I'm sorry to call on a Saturday. but I felt it would be best if I did. I know how you and Brock have been disappointed with... Well, there's no sense in prolonging this. I'm sorry, I'm stammering. I think I'm as excited as you two are going to be. My heart pounded against my ribs. Do I have a reason to be excited? Do we have a reason to be excited? You do. You've been selected, she said. Congratulations. I gasped and almost dropped the phone. My eyes welled with tears. Really? It's true. I have the paperwork drafted, and all we have to do is get everything signed. She's scheduled to be born on the 18th of next month, so I hope everything's in order. I reached for the parenting magazine I'd cast aside and admired the cover. A precious photo of a baby girl holding a rattle brought tears down my cheeks. Kimberly, are you there? I wiped my tears. I'm sorry, yes, I blubbered. I am. When can I expect you? She asked. To sign the paperwork. Is this morning too soon? It's normally my day off, but I'll be here until noon. We'll be there before noon, I said excitedly. Thank you, Janet. I drew a deep breath, regained my composure, and pressed the all-page button on the phone. Cash Brockton Flanagan to the office. Cash Brockton Flanagan to the office. This is a 911. I hung up the phone and smiled. Before I could get the article of the joys of teething found, he rushed through the door. What? With my mascara running down my face, I looked up. His look changed from worry to disappointment. Time to saddle up, I said. We need to roll out in 5. What? What's... Janet called. I stood and opened my arms. We're going to be parents. They accepted us. His eyes went wide. For the girl? I nodded. He rushed across the office and wrapped his arms around me, sweeping me off my feet in the process. After kissing me, he lowered me to my feet. We get to name her and everything, he said. Right? That's right. She'll have our last name. I gestured toward the door. Are you ready? Should we call her now? He asked. Oh, shit, I said with a laugh. I almost forgot. He handed me his phone. I'll let you do it. She answered on the 6th ring. I'm trying to draw a bath, and now I'm standing here with my arse to the window. I smiled. Erin, this is Kimberly. She cleared her throat. How in the name of Jesus are ya? I haven't seen you in a month, love. I'm fantastic. I looked at Cash and smiled. You're going to be a grandmother. The phone fell silent for some time. Erin, I said, are you there? Earth has no sorrows that heaven cannot heal, she said. This child is a gift. I looked at Cash and smiled. Erin was right. My life, in its entirety, simply couldn't get any better. It took a badass biker, a charitable thief, and a little Irish luck to make me realize it. This concludes Cash by Scott Hildreth. Narrated by Amelie Griffin and Rudy Sanda. Copyright 2018 by Scott Hildreth. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Scott Hildreth and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.